It was about 4 years after the event known as the QB incident in the history books of Konoha. On that fateful night, a shinobi who had earned great renown in the last Great War had given his life to protect the village he served as Kage. He had hoped his sacrifice would not only save his village, but also safeguard his budding family. Yet, in the end, the only life he could preserve besides the village itself was that of his newborn son. To accomplish even that much, both he and his beautiful wife had to make the ultimate sacrifice to contain the calamity of the nine-tailed fox. The Yondaime Hokage had hoped his son would be celebrated as a hero, nurtured to become the new guardian of Konoha. But while his predecessor had tried to ensure a just future for the boy, the hidden struggles for power and influence within the village would not allow it. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, once retired and now reinstated, sat in yet another council meeting on the anniversary of the incident, feeling the weight of his years. He longed to be with little Naruto on his birthday, to check in on him at the orphanage, as he did each week. However, as Hokage, he could only officially visit once a month, lest his actions raise suspicion. He had hoped the boy would not end up in an orphanage, but with the clans and even civilians vying for influence, he had to choose his battles carefully to maintain peace. At the very least, he had ensured that Naruto was placed in an orphanage where a friend of his late wife served as matron. Thanks to this arrangement, the boy received care, and few even knew his true identity, just as Sarutobi had intended. He had assigned an ANBU guard he trusted to watch over Naruto, but with forces stretched thin, there were moments when this protection was absent. Like tonight, as Sarutobi sat in the council chambers. Konoha Orphanage. Unaware of the old man's concerns, a blonde-haired boy sat curled up in his reading nook, engrossed in a children's book about the origins of chakra. He liked the large, bold letters, and the matron had taught all the children to read and write their kanji once they turned 3, some even earlier. Those who could read often used the orphanage's small library to prepare for the academy. Outside, there was even a playground, though Naruto had to be coaxed into using it. He preferred learning new things. Only the old man Hokage, or Uncle Toby, truly understood his curiosity. Before settling in with his book, he had received his birthday cake from the matron and shared it with the other children, earning cheers and smiles. It had been a good day. Rain poured outside, keeping everyone indoors. Some played in the common room, while others remained in their dorms. It was early evening when Naruto heard raised voices down the hall. Like the hero in one of his comics, he moved stealthily, his sock-clad feet silent on the wooden floor, until he reached the staircase. Peering down, he froze. "You will hand over that boy, or you die," one of the men snarled at the matron. Naruto's stomach clenched as he spotted his own picture, taken during last year's fundraiser event, held in the thug's grasp. These men looked rough, dangerous. His hands instinctively flew over his mouth to stifle a gasp. He wanted to scream for the matron to run, to hide, but his body refused to move. The threat escalated. One man lunged, blade flashing. The matron dodged with an elegance betraying her years, pulling a metal hairpin from her tightly bound hair. The thin needle found its mark, sinking deep into the attacker's throat. Blood oozed from the wound, replacing his intended war cry with a gurgle. His comrade looked from his dying partner to the matron, fury twisting his features. "You'll pay for that, you old hag." Naruto's wide eyes stayed locked on the pooling blood. His face lost all color, but the matron's firm voice snapped him back to reality. "We'll see about that," she said, pulling a second hairpin free. Her white hair cascaded down as she readied herself, steel meeting steel as the fight resumed. In Naruto's seal, a presence stirred in the darkness. Deep within the boy's subconscious, the chakra construct sealed within him stirred for the first time. But before the nine-tailed fox could release even a sliver of its demonic energy to influence the boy, it was stopped. Kurama, the ancient fox demon, found himself facing something he did not expect. A mirror image of himself stood just beyond the bars of the cage, yet it was no perfect reflection. The fur was slightly different, richer, the tips of its tails black. This version radiated a presence far stronger than his own. "Who are you?" Kurama growled, baring his canines. "Why have you stolen my form?" The other Kurama regarded him with indifference. "I have stolen nothing. How can I steal what is already mine? We share this form. We share existence." The caged fox narrowed his eyes. "TCH, you expect me to believe that? Believe what you will. I am you from another world, my vessel, and I achieved a state that allowed us to transcend between planes. While my version of your warden remains preoccupied with the Shinigami's affairs, I managed to slip through to aid you." A laugh rumbled from the caged Kurama. "I knew I was great, but this good? So, you're here to free me from this seal." The other shook his head. "No, I'm here to guide you, to show you a better path. Work with your Jinchuriki, not against him. The powers that be are displeased with your past actions. It will be far more difficult to achieve what we have done, but I can help." Skepticism flickered across the imprisoned Kurama's face. "And what, exactly, do you expect me to do?" "Take the boy away from Konoha. The village will not protect him. It will only break him. There is a temple on the outskirts, the Uzumaki Mask Temple. Take him there. Train him. Prepare him for what is coming." The caged Kurama huffed, contemplating the plan. "So, let me get this straight. You want me to exploit the seal's backdoor, snatch the brat, fake his death, and train him so he can save the world? Sounds like something an idiot would come up with." The other Kurama merely nodded. "Perhaps, but it is the best option." A heavy silence settled between them. Then, the caged fox exhaled sharply. "Fine, I'd be a fool not to follow my own advice." Back with the fighting. Naruto wondered where the other children were as he observed the matron locked in a desperate one-on-one battle with the last remaining thug. It took him a moment to recall that the orphanage had protective seals. If he hadn't been outside his dorm before the chaos started, he would likely have been trapped inside, just like the others. Those seals had been the reason Naruto excelled in his calligraphy lessons. Though they weren't officially graded, the matron always praised his dedication. The same matron whom Naruto now saw beginning to falter. At the start of the fight, she had controlled the flow, but the tide had shifted. The thug was pressing her back, her movements slowing, her face damp with sweat from exertion. Something beyond his understanding guided Naruto's steps as he silently descended the staircase behind them. His feet made no sound as he approached the corpse of the fallen attacker. A compulsion pulled at him, and he reached for the hairpin still embedded in the man's throat. His normally bright blue eyes shimmered with a red tint, his pupils slitting like a predator's. Without a word, he moved forward, his grip tightening around the bloodied pin. "Why are you trying so hard, you old hag?" the thug sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. "We'll get to that monster and put him down. Now, I don't even have to split my share with this idiot. Maybe I should thank you." His swings grew wilder, fueled by the belief that victory was within reach. Despite the odds, the matron did not waver. With only her hairpin, she had infused chakra into her strikes to compensate for her smaller frame. Even as she panted from exertion, she stood tall. "I was entrusted with the care of Konoha's children, those who lost their families before they had the chance to learn how to survive in our world. I have never failed in my duty, and I won't start now." The thug's eyes flicked toward the cracked floor behind the matron, a sign of their prolonged battle. Smirking, he lunged forward with renewed force. The matron misstepped, and his blade bit in her side. But before he could deliver the final blow, a massive surge of violent chakra exploded from behind him. Naruto stood there, his small hands clenched into fists, enveloped in a flickering red chakra cloak. His eyes remained shut, but his voice was an eerie fusion of a deep, guttural growl and a boyish scream. "Get off her!" His eyes snapped open, one the familiar blue of his own, the other an ominous red and black. The thug barely had time to react before the same hairpin that had ended his companion embedded itself deep into his shoulder joint. Naruto's arm moved fluidly, unnaturally, as if guided by an unseen force. He had never even learned to throw a kunai properly, yet his aim had been precise. "Arg, you little brat," the thug roared, ripping the hairpin free and switching his sword to his uninjured hand. His eyes flicked toward the matron, then back to Naruto. "I should have known. I knew I'd be doing the village a favor by killing you, demon child." He took another step forward, but something was wrong. His movements were sluggish. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He tried to lift his sword, but his grip faltered. Naruto, momentarily paralyzed, watched as the thug staggered. His chakra cloak flickered. His eyes returned to their usual blue, confusion clouding his face. He had expected the blade to strike, but instead, the thug crumpled to the ground, eyes rolling back into his head. Naruto blinked, glancing between the fallen man and the matron, who was slowly rising to her feet. In the distance, the sound of shattering glass and urgent voices signaled that the alarm had been triggered. The matron clutched her bleeding side, her voice firm despite her injury. "Listen to me, Naruto. You are neither a demon nor unwanted. I will hold them off, but you need to get to the Hokage Tower as fast as you can, understand?" Naruto hesitated only a moment before nodding. He turned back to the woman who had cared for him as long as he could remember, giving her a brief, tight hug. His gaze lingered on the downed thug. "Why did he fall? I thought he was going to hit me, and there was a voice telling me to run." The matron's expression softened despite the pain. Of course, she knew who the boy's father was. She had always seen his traits shining through. "My pins are poisoned," she admitted. "I was a kunoichi once, Naruto, and that voice in your head? That is not my story to tell. But it's right. You need to run. Take the back entrance and go to the Hokage. Can you do that for me?" Naruto nodded again. The red chakra flared back to life, as if something inside him acknowledged the wisdom of her words. When he spoke, his voice carried a strange duality. "I will keep him safe, unlike this village, which seems incapable of doing so. Don't die on him, lady. He wouldn't be pleased if you did." The matron wanted to reply, to rebuke the fox's sentiment, but something in its tone struck her. There was emotion there, something almost protective. Instead, she offered a faint smile. "I'll try. Now go. Your chakra should have already drawn the ANBU. The seals will hold a little longer." QB empowered, Naruto nodded and disappeared into the night, guided by instinct. His destination was clear. The first step would be to unlock the other half of his chakra, the part that the Namikes had taken with him. The boy's body was strong enough to bear the strain now. Once that was done, they would reinforce the temple's defenses and begin training in earnest. But first, he needed to reach the temple before anyone could stop him. Fortunately, the whelp trusted him enough to let him guide the way. Council Chambers of Konoha, 5 minutes later. While the council was deep in discussion about relieving some taxes on the civilians, an ANBU's sudden arrival at the Sandame's side interrupted the proceedings on the shinobi side. The masked operative was clad in Konoha's standard uniform: black clothing, a gray flak jacket, metal arm guards, gloves, and ninja sandals equipped with spikes for traversing mountainous terrain. 3 ninja pouches were secured at their lower back, and a signature spiral tattoo adorned their shoulder. Hiruzen listened intently to the ANBU's report, his expression darkening with each word. He had sensed the brief yet potent flare of the QB's chakra. As more details emerged, his complexion paled further. His trusted friend had been rushed to the hospital, her body marred with cuts. 5 thugs had infiltrated the orphanage, 4 lay dead. The last, though subdued by the arriving ANBU, had taken his own life with a suicide pill concealed in his molar before he could be interrogated. Hiruzen rose to his feet, his presence commanding the room. His voice, now cold and sharp, cut through the chatter. "This meeting is adjourned." When the civilian council members attempted to delay him, he released just a sliver of his killing intent. The weight of it was enough to silence any further objections. Without another word, he motioned for the ANBU to follow him, striding toward the hospital with urgency. None among the gathered officials noticed the brief exchange of glances between the three elders, their eyes lingering on their former teammate with unreadable intent. Konoha Hospital, high security ward. Hiruzen had just finished receiving the report from the medical team. It remained uncertain whether his friend would survive. The seals of the orphanage had protected most of the inhabitants from the attack, but it was the one missing person that sent a surge of fury through the Hokage. The initial assessment confirmed that the matron had done her duty with the unwavering will of fire, sacrificing herself to shield the children from harm. The orphanage staff had conducted a head count, and nearly everyone was accounted for. Nearly. And therein lay the problem. Naruto Uzumaki was missing. With no chakra trail to follow and no further information from the matron, Hiruzen had no clue where the boy had gone. Stepping out of the room, he made a quick hand signal. Instantly, a full squad of ANBU materialized, their cloaked forms kneeling in silent readiness. Team Row. Hiruzen addressed them in a calm, yet authoritative tone. Naruto Uzumaki is missing following an attack on the orphanage. The only person who might have insight into his whereabouts is the matron, who is currently recovering in this room behind me. I want a full-time guard station at her bedside, and I expect an immediate report the moment she regains consciousness. The rest of you, track Naruto. I don't need to remind you how crucial this mission is. If the wrong people find him first, the consequences will be dire. The ANBU nodded once before vanishing into the night. Hiruzen could sense that one of them had remained behind to stand guard. He had complete faith in their abilities, but even he recognized that this task might end in failure, unless they could determine where to search. His only hope was that Naruto was safe. Not wasting another moment, Hiruzen summoned one of his trusted messengers and sent word to his student. Jiraiya needed to be informed of this immediately. Meanwhile, with Kurama and Naruto, Konoha outskirts. Kurama was fortunate. His vessel was gifted with certain natural abilities, and with him in control, supplementing the necessary chakra, he was able to suppress their presence entirely. They reached the Uzumaki Mask Temple without incident, navigating the ancient grounds with ease. Locating the masks proved just as effortless. Here and there, hidden seals flickered to life, only to deactivate themselves, as if acknowledging Naruto's rightful presence. This should have erased any lingering doubt about whether the boy truly carried Uzumaki blood. The ritual to don the mask and summon the Shinigami spirit proceeded without complication. When the time came to cut open his stomach to retrieve the sealed half of Kurama's chakra, Naruto seemed to instinctively resist for a fleeting moment, as though his subconscious mind tried to reclaim control. However, Kurama quickly flooded his system with chakra, accelerating the healing process. The situation appeared to have been resolved without further issue. In the seal, Naruto lay fast asleep on a bed crafted from wood and layered with various furs, positioned just in front of the massive cage. The quiet was soon interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps, echoing in the dark expanse before a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was a woman with long, flowing red hair, dressed in a simple green summer dress. "Kyubi, what have you done to my little boy?" she demanded, her fiery hair beginning to rise with her rage. From seemingly nowhere, a frying pan materialized in her grip. In a gesture of peace, the massive nine-tailed fox raised its paws. "Now slow down, Kushina. First, I brought the boy here to grow up safely away from Konoha after he was nearly caught by a hit squad today. It's only thanks to the matron of the orphanage and my intervention that he is currently safe." The great beast curled up, watching her with a calm, measured gaze. "I simply ensured that he has access to my full strength, rather than just half, which would have disrupted his chakra balance. But I suppose your husband neglected to mention that." Some of the fire in Kushina's stance dimmed. She opened her mouth as if to argue but found herself speechless. Her lips parted and closed several times, though no words came forth. Kurama let out a satisfied snort. "I admit," he wouldn't have been able to handle my full power at first, the fox continued. But I was advised that it would be wiser to work with the boy rather than against him. That's why I'm channeling some of the chakra that was meant to be purified by the seal to replenish your chakra, Kushina Uzumaki. Again, Kushina was left momentarily stunned, her expression resembling that of a fish gasping for air. She could feel it. Her chakra was indeed being restored. While limited, this meant she could stay by her son's side for some time, watch him grow. Could that truly be a bad thing? Kurama, as if reading her thoughts, spoke again. This technique will grant you some time with your boy, but only temporarily. Over time, you will fade. I'm sorry, but even with your husband's ingenuity in designing this seal, the nature of chakra imprints remains unchanged. Kushina slowly exhaled. I see, she murmured, still processing everything. She needed a plan, some way to make the most of this strange, unexpected opportunity. And, perhaps more importantly, she needed to figure out how to deal with this new, seemingly cooperative Kurama. Well then, she finally said, straightening her back. We need to make the best of it, don't we? I might not be able to teach him incredible jutsu, but I can make sure he knows how to take care of himself, and that you don't corrupt him too much. Kurama accepted her words without protest. If you wish, I will teach him ninshu, as my father intended humans to use it. But before that, he must learn to access the seal, find a safe place to train, and properly unlock his chakra. Right now, he's far too vulnerable. Kushina bit her lower lip, hesitant but undeniably close to being convinced. This powerful, cunning creature, the very same Kyubi who had wreaked havoc upon Konoha, was now offering to guide her son without demanding anything in return. It went against everything she had known, everything she had feared. So she asked the question lingering in her mind, and the answers she received were not at all what she had expected. 1 week later, Uzumaki Temple. Naruto sat in a lotus position, deep in meditation. He had finally come to terms with the fact that a massive, ancient fox was sealed inside him. Now he focused on finding his chakra. Kurama had explained that chakra was the key to starting his training, and only once he succeeded would he be told about his parents. The fox had also reassured him that the seals within the temple would keep him hidden from those who sought to capture him. In the meantime, he had learned how to hunt for food and had even fashioned a makeshift hammock where he could sleep comfortably. Each day, after Kurama assisted him in securing his meals, Naruto would sit down to meditate, seeking out his chakra. By Konoha's academy standards, he was a year early in attempting this, but the fox had urged him to continue pushing forward. Today, for the first time, he felt something like dipping his foot into warm water. Encouraged by the voice in his head, he reached deeper and deeper until he grasped something solid. He pulled. It was as if a dam had burst. A strange warmth enveloped him, sending a powerful pulse of chakra surging through the temple. Cracks in the ancient stone walls sealed themselves as if they had never existed. The protective seals of the temple flared to life, restoring their strength. But the sheer intensity overwhelmed Naruto, and he blacked out. In the seal, he found himself walking through a dim corridor lined with towering concrete walls. The air was thick with something unplaceable, but ahead, a warm light beckoned him forward. Drawn toward the glow, he approached and found a fire crackling merrily, the scent of roasted meat filling the air. Standing before the flames, tending to large cuts of meat, was a woman with long, flowing red hair. She turned, smiling at him. You sure took your time, son. Mom, Naruto asks hesitantly, taking small steps toward the woman. She opens her arms in invitation, nodding gently. Without a moment's hesitation, he nearly jumps into her embrace, wrapping his arms around her tightly. They hold onto each other, the warmth of their reunion settling between them in silence. After a few moments, Kushina gently pulls back, holding her son at arm's length. A smile spreads across her face as she looks him over. You look healthy and very handsome, my son. Naruto flushes slightly at the praise before Kushina turns back to her pan, focusing once again on the meal. With practiced ease, she picks up a large piece of meat and tosses it toward the cage in the shadows, where it vanishes into the darkness. The other portion she cuts into smaller pieces, arranging them neatly alongside vegetables on 2 plates. She hands one plate to Naruto, keeping the other for herself, before motioning toward the table. The two of them sit, eating together as Naruto begins to recount his experiences over the years. Kushina listens intently, nodding as she absorbs every word. She is proud, relieved even by how the orphanage had cared for him. Yet, a part of her aches at the thought that neither his godfather nor Mikoto had taken him in. It had been her hope, her wish, that he would have been raised by someone who loved him, someone a bit close to the family. Not that she wanted to talk down the matron, who seemingly did a great job, and she had much to be thankful for. But as Naruto continues, sharing the details he had pieced together from history books, she begins to understand. The power struggle in Konoha after the incident had been too great. Hiruzen had fought to maintain order, and taking in the Hokage's orphan son would have been a risk few were willing to shoulder. She lets out a quiet sigh, watching as her son eats, his bright blue eyes full of life despite everything he has endured. He had been strong, stronger than she could have ever imagined. The village had not really found back to its usual stability, and now, with the attack on the orphanage, it just put oil into the fires of greedy men wanting to have more power. Hiruzen had the overwhelming task of maintaining peace, his hands full with the chaos that ensued. Kushina had hoped, perhaps naively, that the village would come together in the aftermath, but her hopes were in vain. Mother and son spoke of many things during their time together. Even Kurama was drawn into the conversation, though Naruto still approached the fox with some apprehension. But in the end, Kushina came to the point. So, as you see, son, I can be with you for some time and teach you about our family, she explained gently, watching him closely for his reaction. Well, as long as you make time to meditate and come here. Meanwhile, Kurama will handle your day-to-day training. We'll focus on our clan's legacy and the things you would have learned at the academy. And so it began. For weeks and months, Naruto threw himself into his studies with unrelenting determination. He quickly realized that mastering cool jutsu wasn't as simple as he had imagined. They required patience, effort, and precise chakra control. The tedious yet essential task of managing his immense chakra reserves became his primary focus. For now, the only jutsu he was permitted to learn was the Henge no Jutsu, a skill crucial for his survival outside of training. Disguised, he ventured into the village, buying and selling goods scavenged from the forests surrounding Konoha. Meat, which he couldn't preserve, along with pelts, horns, and other materials, became his primary trade. Blood had stained his hands early, out of necessity rather than choice, to ensure he maintained a balanced diet. Now, once again, he found himself in the temple, seated in deep concentration. His breathing was slow, controlled, and his mind focused on the steady flow of chakra coursing through his system. He guided it carefully, reinforcing his body and, most importantly, strengthening his chakra network. There was still a long road ahead, but Naruto was ready to walk it. With chakra reserves bordering on that of a Jonin, Naruto needed a chakra network strong enough to support them. While the Uzumaki were naturally gifted with immense reserves and vitality, their true potential was often hindered by a lack of precise control. It was a common struggle within the clan, raw power without the finesse to wield it effectively. Kurama, however, was relentless in his teachings. He drilled the importance of chakra control into Naruto, emphasizing that even the sage of 6 paths, the very figure shinobi revered as the originator of chakra, often spoken of in the same breath as a deity, had needed to refine his system before achieving true mastery. Training was a necessity, not an option. Every day, a strict portion of time was dedicated to these exercises. It was monotonous, repetitive, and utterly dull, but Naruto soon realized that persistence yielded results. After just a month, his endurance had noticeably increased. He could hunt for an hour longer before exhaustion set in, his body adapting to the enhanced flow of chakra. His older persona thrived as well. He considered using his newfound earnings to purchase ninja tools and scrolls, eager to expand his arsenal. But Kushina urged caution. Not yet, she warned. As long as you haven't truly mastered your power, staying off the radar of Konoha's shinobi is your best defense. Naruto understood, even if it frustrated him. For now, patience was the wisest course of action. Hokage's office. Hiruzen gazed out of his window, his pipe resting between his lips as slow, deliberate puffs of smoke curled into the air. His tired eyes drifted across the Hokage monument before settling on the framed pictures of his teachers. He wondered if any of them had ever faced a situation like this, an impossible choice wrapped in uncertainty. The matron was still in a coma, and despite his ANBU's relentless search, there wasn't a single clue as to where the boy had disappeared. A faint pulse of chakra had been detected weeks ago by the barrier team, but it was too indistinct to trace, only that it had originated somewhere near Konoha's walls. Beyond that, there was nothing. No further disturbances, no signs of an attack. And so, the rumors spread. On the streets, people whispered that the Kyuubi brat was dead, that the demon had finally been slain. Hiruzen did nothing to dispel these murmurs. He knew the truth was likely far different, but for now, letting them believe it served a purpose. A Jinchuriki's death was not something that went unnoticed. There was a shift, a rupture in the balance of power, something he had not sensed. It was almost certain that Naruto was alive. That didn't stop him from tightening security. Patrols increased, border checks grew stricter, and tensions among the neighboring villages rose, as they always did. A faint flicker of chakra brushed his senses before his ANBU even had a chance to react. A slight gesture from him held them in place. He didn't need to turn around to know who had arrived. "How many times have I told you to use the door, Jiraiya?" Hiruzen said, exhaling another puff of smoke as he turned slightly. His former student grinned, perched on the windowsill in his usual carefree manner. "I stopped counting before I even made Jonin, sensei," Jiraiya replied as he hopped inside. Without a word, Hiruzen activated the privacy seals before his student could speak further. Jiraiya didn't seem the least bit bothered by the precaution. He simply waited, then got straight to the point once he felt the seals settle. "I haven't found a trace," he admitted, his tone uncharacteristically serious. "The Elder Toad told me he embraces nature and his roots." Jiraiya let out a slow sigh before continuing. "When I asked for clarification, he said Naruto is safe for the foreseeable future and that element from the upper planes have changed his fate for the better." Hiruzen leaned back, his expression unreadable as he processed the words. "So we're certain that no other village has him?" he asked, his voice carrying the weight of Konoha's spy master's responsibilities. Jiraiya nodded slowly. "As sure as I can be. I double-checked every lead. There are still places I can't reach, but none of them seem likely. If another village had taken him, we'd be seeing troop movements by now." Despite his calm tone, both men knew there were still gaps in their knowledge, uncertainties that needed addressing. Hiruzen took another slow drag from his pipe before standing. He moved to one of his shelves, rummaging briefly before retrieving a sealed scroll. With practiced efficiency, he unsealed a detailed map of Konoha and its surrounding forests, spreading it across his desk. He held his pipe in one hand while his other traced over the map, searching for something specific. Jiraiya stepped closer, watching his sensei's movements with interest. Finally, Hiruzen's fingers stopped on a small, inconspicuous landmark. "I hadn't considered it before, but Lady Mito once spoke of the Masked Temple, a sacred repository only an Uzumaki can access, at least as long as the seals remain powered," the Hokage mused aloud. Jiraiya's brows rose slightly in recognition. Kushina and Minato mentioned that too. Kushina maintained the place while she lived in Konoha. His gaze shifted to Hiruzen. "You think Naruto might have made his way there?" Hiruzen nodded. Remember what the sage told you. He embraces nature and his roots. He paused, letting the words sink in before continuing. The temple sits on the edge of our borders, deep in the forest. Hashirama Sensei often trained there to strengthen his connection to nature. If Naruto was searching for a link to his heritage, it's the closest place he could reach. Yuzuno Kuni's ruins are far beyond his grasp for now. He exhaled. The seals would recognize him and allow him entry. And more importantly, they would protect him. Jiraiya frowned slightly, considering the implications. Then, another pressing issue came to mind. There's just one problem, Sensei. He met Hiruzen's gaze. If the seals protect him, how do we get him back? He hesitated for a beat. Should we bring him back? The clans are still clawing for power, and thanks to the emergency laws, the civilians still hold too much influence in the council. Hiruzen sighed, his age visible in the deep lines of his face. The weight of past wars, sacrifices, and regrets settled over him. You're right, he admitted, but I was entrusted with his care. Did I fail? His fingers tightened slightly around the pipe before he shook his head. I suppose I'll leave that for the Kami to decide. Either way, we need to make contact. Perhaps he can return to the academy or integrate into our forces in the future. But right now, I know there are factions waiting for the QB to resurface. Jiraiya's lips pressed into a thin line. They both knew that bringing Naruto back prematurely, without a solid plan, would only put him in more danger. For the next hour, they discussed strategies and the best way to approach the situation. Finally, it was decided Jiraiya and Team Ro would attempt to make contact. But this had to be done carefully, quietly. There could be no missteps, no wrong hands catching wind of their plan. They needed to make a good first impression, and that required careful preparation. Days later, with Naruto in the somewhere in Konoha. Naruto hated having to take on his alter ego, but it was necessary. He was on his way back from a local rice farmer, carrying his monthly rations, traded for some of the meat he had gathered from his hunts. The weather was miserable. Rain pounded relentlessly, soaking through his cloak within minutes. The cold seeped into his bones, making him shiver. Great. His meditation would be unpleasant until he dried by the fire. Maybe I should ask Mom or Kurama to teach me a fire jutsu. Lost in thought, he followed the familiar path through the rice fields, the rhythmic drumming of the rain against the water lulling him into a daze. That was until a faint whimper broke through the storm, barely audible over the rumbling thunder. Naruto stopped. He hesitated for a moment, scanning his surroundings. Then, making a split-second decision, he turned toward the sound. As he approached, he spotted an unusual sight. A lone wolf cub, small and frail, lying in the middle of a flooded rice paddy. Its gray fur was soaked, clinging to its thin frame as it shivered violently. Naruto's eyes flicked around, searching for the mother or the rest of the pack. Nothing. No movement, no scent, only the rain and the endless expanse of the field. The cub was alone. He crouched beside it, watching as the small creature weakly turned its head to look at him. Its dull orange eyes met his, barely focused, filled with pain and exhaustion. It wasn't the first time Naruto had seen an abandoned animal. He often stumbled upon creatures left behind by their packs, victims of the unforgiving laws of nature. He reached for his hunting knife, ready to end the suffering swiftly. Wait, Naruto. Kurama's voice cut through his thoughts. Naruto froze. The boy has chakra, more than usual. We can help him, and somehow I have the feeling that we should. Kurama had never led him astray before. That was enough reason to trust him. Naruto hesitated only a moment longer before carefully scooping up the trembling cub, wrapping it in the driest part of his cloak. Without another thought, he turned and disappeared into the rain, heading straight for the temple. Back at the temple. Minutes later, Naruto arrived back at the temple, his cloak dripping as he hurried inside. He placed the cub near the fire, quickly setting to work on kindling the flames to full strength. As the warmth spread, he focused inward, reaching for the seal that connected him to Kurama. How do we treat him, Kurama? Any ideas? I don't even know what kind of jutsu I need, or even how a wolf's body works, to be honest. The word you're looking for is anatomy. And yes, I know what to do. Kurama's voice rumbled in his mind, firm yet patient. Naruto frowned, running a hand through his damp hair. All right, what do I do? Remember the second chakra exercise I taught you? The stimulation thing? Naruto asked, recalling the technique. Yeah, but how does that help him? I mean, it just helps me heal faster, and usually you handle that stuff. Kurama let out a low huff, amused. First of all, I have a feeling this cub is more than just some ordinary animal. If he has this much chakra, he might even surpass the Inuzuka's partners in intelligence. He just needs to learn how to use it properly. Naruto glanced at the wolf cub, who was still trembling, but now watching him with wary curiosity. Cubs learn by watching their parents, Kurama continued. So you need to show him. Place your hand on his body and channel your chakra, just like you did when strengthening your own muscles. Start with circulation. Let him feel the pattern. Then, when you've got the flow steady, push it into the muscles in your legs. I've pulled back my chakra for now, so he'll only sense yours. Naruto nodded and moved to kneel beside the whimpering cub. Carefully, he placed his hand on the matted fur, closing his eyes to focus. At first, the cub stiffened, its small body instinctively tensing at the unfamiliar sensation. But then something changed. Naruto felt it. A flicker of awareness. Curiosity. The cub wasn't just feeling his chakra, it was listening. Naruto kept his focus steady, allowing the energy to flow naturally through his body, guiding it like a river through his muscles. And just as he thought it would take hours, something remarkable happened. The cub copied him. It wasn't perfect. The chakra flickered, unstable and hesitant, but it moved. Slowly, accompanied by soft, relieved whines, the cub mirrored Naruto's technique, circulating the energy through its small body. Naruto watched in fascination. That fast. He had expected this to take days, maybe weeks. But the cub was a quick learner, adjusting on instinct. Encouraged, Naruto took the next step. He pushed his chakra into the aching muscles in his legs, guiding the energy into the sore spots that still throbbed from his earlier sprint. The cub hesitated at first, struggling with the adjustment. But then, realization. The tiny creature let out a small huff and did the same, this time directing its chakra into its own chest, as if reinforcing its breathing. Minutes passed. Then, exhausted but stable, the cub finally drifted off to sleep. Naruto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Carefully, he moved the small wolf closer to the fire, ensuring it would stay warm through the night. Then, without another word, he settled into meditation, reaching once more for his seal. In the seal, Naruto made his way to the now familiar spot where his mother always waited for him. As soon as he arrived, Kushina greeted him with a warm smile. Son, Kurama already told me about the cub, she said, her tone affectionate. I think you did the right thing. He's adorable, and you might be the first Uzumaki to form a direct bond with an animal partner. She chuckled softly before adding, Unfortunately, we don't have any scrolls on that, even here in the temple. But with your growing control, we should focus on taijutsu and basic sealing. Also, we need to work on increasing your chakra density. Our taijutsu relies heavily on fuinjutsu, so it's all connected. Naruto plopped down beside her, nodding eagerly. Okay, Mom. So what do we start? That density thing sounds cool, but fuinjutsu sounds even better. Oh, and what about the clan jutsu you told me about? Do we just have them? Or do we have to train them? His excitement was palpable, his words tumbling out in a rush. Finally, it seemed like his training was picking up speed. Kushina couldn't help but smile at her son's enthusiasm. Well, we have 3 basic techniques, she explained, counting them off on her fingers. The sealing chains, the mind's eye of Kagura, and the healing bite. Naruto's eyes widened with curiosity, soaking up every word with the same intensity he had during their history lessons on the Uzumaki clan. The chains in the mind's eye can be trained, Kushina continued. The mind's eye isn't just about sensing chakra. It also includes techniques to counter sensors, so we'll focus on that too. Now, different members of our clan have varying levels of skill with these techniques, but the healing bite, that one is mostly passed down among the women of the clan. You have to be born with it. Naruto nodded quickly. So I can learn the chains and the mind's eye, right, Mom? He asked, leaning into her side as she ruffled his hair affectionately. I have an idea about that, Kurama cut in, his voice deep and thoughtful. Maybe we can refine the basic chains and create something more. But first, you'll need to master the standard Uzumaki chains. It was no surprise that Naruto immediately chose to start with the chains. He could already see how useful they would be in battle. Kushina agreed, and so they began with the first step, raising the density of his chakra. All right, son, listen up. Kushina's expression turned serious. There are two main ways to increase the density of something. First, we can increase or decrease the temperature. She paused, smirking. But that's incredibly difficult with chakra, so we're going with option 2, increase the pressure. With a larger smile, she summoned a single golden chain from her back, letting it gleam in the dim light of the temple. For this to work, you need to channel chakra through a tenketsu point like this. She let the chain vanish, then extended her palm. A steady stream of dark blue chakra leaked from it in a controlled flow. See this color? She asked. That's what we're aiming for. When I first started training, I drew a small symbol on my palm to help me focus. It gave me something to target when pushing my chakra out. Once you can produce this instantly, we'll move on to the second stage. She pulled a small pan from her pack, placing it in front of them. A moment later, she channeled her chakra again, using it to push the pan forward without touching it. You'll start with a pebble and gradually increase the size of the objects. But, as you might remember, chakra alone, without shape or elemental manipulation, doesn't do a great job pushing things. That's why control is important. Naruto nodded, already channeling his chakra to his palm. A faint flicker of light blue energy seeped out before it suddenly stung him, causing him to flinch and lose control. Kushina's brow arched. What did I tell you about starting training before I finished explaining, young man? Naruto grumbled. That I shouldn't. Her raised eyebrow demanded that he say it louder. That I shouldn't, he mumbled again, this time more clearly. Kushina softened, pulling him into a brief hug. Exactly. Did it sting? Naruto nodded. That happens when your chakra isn't flowing correctly. Combine this exercise with the techniques Kurama taught you. Normally, you'd master water walking before trying this, but with the chakra control you've already developed, it might be enough. She gave him a pointed look before he could ask anything else. If not, we'll focus on that first. Your father had similar struggles when he created his own jutsu, but you're not quite ready for those techniques yet. Naruto pouted slightly, but didn't argue. Well, Kushina continued, standing up. Let's see your progress, but no more than 2 hours of training. Then you're sleeping, no arguments. She gave him a knowing look, fully aware that without strict limits, he'd train himself into mental exhaustion. 2 weeks later. For the next 2 weeks, Naruto poured everything he had into mastering the density technique, starting with its first and second stages. After 10 days, he noticed a difference. His usual light blue chakra had darkened slightly, indicating an increase in density. He also realized that his chakra-enhanced strength had improved. It wasn't dramatic, but everything just felt more efficient. The wolf cub never left his side. It even accompanied him on hunts, yipping excitedly whenever they successfully caught fresh prey. The little creature demanded his share every time, which Naruto found oddly endearing. By the end of the first week, something even more surprising happened. Naruto was certain he could understand the cub's sounds and body language perfectly. Every order he gave was followed to the letter, and the two of them quickly developed a silent understanding. They were growing together. Naruto could feel it. Start of the winter period, outside of the Uzumaki temple. It had taken longer than expected to organize everything. They had to be meticulous, ensuring that their preparations didn't raise suspicion. Supplies were gradually sealed into scrolls over time, their movements carefully spaced out to avoid patterns. Rations were packed, and patrol routes were subtly adjusted. The goal was simple: make the temple forgettable, just another abandoned relic of Konoha's past. The last thing they needed was for Naruto's enemies to notice a specific group of ANBU repeatedly visiting a seemingly unimportant location. The newly reinforced seals around the temple made direct contact impossible. No one could approach the area without alerting the defensive mechanisms in place. Because of this, Jiraiya and Team Ro had carefully chosen a drop point, one easily accessible from the temple's side but well hidden from the outside world. Now, standing at the secluded site, the team leader cast a glance at Jiraiya as they placed the finishing touches on the hidden cache. "Are you sure this is going to work, Master Jiraiya?" he asked slowly, his tone edged with uncertainty. Jiraiya, who had just finished inscribing the final layer of protective seals, glanced over his shoulder. "Yes, I'm sure." He let out a small sigh, straightening up. "Those seals around the temple are too strong. There's no way they haven't been maintained in the last year, which means someone inside has to be refueling them. That alone confirms the location. Now, we just have to hope he checks this drop and actually uses what we left for him." The team leader gave a sharp nod, signaling to his squad. They were still 2 men short, one assigned to guarding the matron, the other recovering in preparation to take over the next shift. So far, no one had made another attempt on the old woman's life, though the tension in the air remained thick. Word had spread, Tsunade was on her way. The last of their work was completed in silence. Once satisfied, Jiraiya and the team quickly withdrew, using silent hand signals to fade into the surrounding terrain. Jiraiya hated this approach. Every fiber of his being told him to storm the temple, get Naruto out, and disappear into the night. But he knew better. The seals were too strong. Breaking through them would cause a mess, one that would draw far too much attention. He wouldn't risk it. Not yet. For now, all he could do was hope. Hope that his godson would find the scroll. Hope that he would read it, understand it. And most of all, hope that it would be enough to get him through the coming winter. Jiraiya's gaze lingered on the hidden drop point for a moment longer before he turned away, moving swiftly to where an ANBU operative kept quiet watch over the site. All they could do now was wait. Inside the masked temple, Naruto knelt beside the wolf cub, his hand resting lightly on its back. "All right, the plan is simple," he whispered. "You go out, take a sniff at the cache, and if you can grab anything, bring it back to me." The cub gave a single nod, but remained still, waiting for further instructions. "We wait until close to midnight," Naruto continued. "Your senses are way better than mine in the dark. If you can pick up how many people are keeping watch, that'd be even better." Once again, the cub nodded. A moment later, it let out a small, eager yip, tail wagging slightly. It was excited, almost too excited, as if it wanted to prove itself useful. Naruto chuckled softly, ruffling the fur on its favorite spot. All right, he murmured. "I get it. You're ready." The cub let out a quiet huff, then settled into a crouch, ready to move at a moment's notice. Naruto shifted his position, closing his eyes as he focused on his breathing. He needed to prepare. If his partner ran into trouble, he had to be ready to react instantly. With that thought, he settled into meditation, steadily channeling chakra through his body. He wouldn't move unless he had to, but if the cub needed him, he'd be there in an instant. Shortly after midnight, outside of the temple, the youngest member of the team, codenamed Weasel, had drawn the short straw and was assigned to stand guard. He didn't quite understand why they needed to watch a dead mailbox, but he knew better than to question orders. If there was one thing he took seriously, it was duty, regardless of his age. Perched high in the trees at his observation post, he remained perfectly still, his sharp eyes scanning the area. Then, something unusual caught his attention. A wolf cub. Weasel watched as the small creature slowly crept toward the drop point. It was cautious, testing the edge of the barrier seals Master Jiraiya had shown them. Only its front paws crossed the invisible line as it lifted its snout into the air, sniffing curiously. Weasel tensed. For a brief moment, the cub's golden eyes locked onto his own. His breath hitched. Had he been spotted? The momentary shock caused him to falter, and in that split second, the cub vanished from his line of sight. Damn it! When his eyes found it again, it was already bounding away, a scroll clutched tightly in its jaws. What? Snapping into action, Weasel leaped from his post and took up the chase. His movements were quick, fluid. He was gaining on the cub. But just as he was about to intercept, a blinding flash of light erupted in the darkness. The night was momentarily illuminated as if lightning had struck mere feet away. The sudden burst of brightness burned at Weasel's retinas, forcing him to stumble back as his vision blurred. By the time his watery eyes adjusted, the cub was already behind the barrier. Weasel stilled, pulse racing. Whatever that was, it wasn't normal. He needed to report this immediately. With a flicker of his body, he disappeared into a flock of crows. Back with Naruto. Naruto knelt near the fire, waiting for his companion's return. When the small wolf suddenly leaped into his arms at full speed, scroll still clenched between his teeth, Naruto was momentarily caught off guard. "Whoa! Hey, buddy!" he exclaimed, steadying himself. As he set the cub down, his nose twitched. Ozone. The sharp scent clung to the wolf's damp fur. Naruto's brows furrowed as he picked up the scroll. His mind replayed the flash of light he had seen in the distance. "Tell me," Naruto mused aloud, turning to his companion. "Did you just use a Raitan jutsu? That flash, it was really bright." The wolf cub tilted his head, ears perking in curiosity. Naruto thought for a moment, then had an idea. Forgetting the scroll for now, he raised his hand and let a small amount of blue chakra escape from his palm, letting it hover like a flickering flame. "The light back there," Naruto said, his eyes locked on his friend. "Did you do it with this?" He pointed at the chakra. The cub's ears twitched. Then, in a burst of excitement, he nodded, hopping in place before suddenly concentrating. A heartbeat later, small arcs of electricity crackled through his fur. Naruto's mouth fell open. "Whoa!" He blinked, then grinned. "That was awesome." He reached down, ruffling the cub's fur as the young wolf let out a pleased yip. "All right, I know what to call you now," Naruto declared. "How about Raitaro? Son of the Thunder God. Sound impressive, just like you." The cub barked happily, practically beaming with pride as Naruto continued scratching his head. "Yeah." Raitaro suited him perfectly. In the temple, the next morning. After the initial excitement of discovering that Raitaro could use jutsu, Naruto had eagerly shared the news with Kurama and his mother during their nightly session. But now, his focus returned to the scroll. Unrolling it carefully, he hadn't expected to see so many storage seals. He took his time, checking the matrix, just as his mother had taught him, before unsealing the first compartment with a small drop of blood and chakra. Another scroll appeared. Curious, Naruto opened it, only to find that it contained a letter. "Hello, Naruto. I hope you're well. I can't begin to imagine what you have endured in these past weeks following the attack. We are still searching for those responsible, but to my deep regret, they have covered their tracks well. I wish I could guarantee your safety, but with you being protected by your clan seals, you are currently more secure than I could ever hope to provide. Given that, I suspect you may even be enjoying the freedom and peace your current situation offers. I can only assume that you have no desire to return for the foreseeable future. Be that as it may, I hope to convince you to come back sooner rather than later. Perhaps even enroll in the academy, fulfill your dream of becoming a shinobi, and, if I recall correctly, succeed me as Hokage." To aid you in this, I have included copies of Academy textbooks and instructional scrolls. I hope you find them useful. As you have likely noticed, we have set up a communication drop on the outskirts of the seals. I have placed my most trusted ANBU in charge of guarding the site. Unfortunately, even they cannot watch over it 24/7 without drawing unnecessary attention. I originally planned to discuss the next matter with you when you were older, but I suspect you may have already encountered him. Perhaps, in some way, we even have him to thank for your continued safety. Naruto skimmed ahead, quickly realizing what followed, the story of how he became the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Already covered that, he thought, rolling his eyes. Mom and Kurama had explained everything weeks ago. Still, he had to give it to the old man. Hiruzen's words were kind. The Hokage even thanked Kurama for keeping Naruto safe, or at least hoped that had been his intention. Naruto wasn't so sure about that last part. Either way, he'd go over the letter later with his mother and Kurama in the seal space. What did interest him, though, was the Hokage's offer. More supplies. Hiruzen still considered him his ward and wanted to provide for him. The offer meant less hunting, which Naruto liked, but he knew what his mother and Kurama would say. You need to be strong, and hunting will make you stronger. Still, it was tempting. Maybe not food, but something useful. His knife was good for close range, but something for distance? A bow, maybe? The second letter came from Jiraiya, full of apologies, full of the same reassurances. And, of course, the offer to take Naruto away, even if it went against the Hokage's wishes. Hiruzen didn't consider Jiraiya's work safe, but the old pervert still offered to take Naruto with him. Not happening, Naruto thought. He was staying put. He had Raitaro, and in the seal space, his mother and Kurama kept him company. His occasional trips into Konoha to sell his goods gave him just enough human interaction for his taste. Right now, his priority was improving. Besides, the academy textbooks would be useful, more structured learning. And given that his mother had casually mentioned that the old man was once called the professor, Naruto had expected nothing less than a pile of study material. He wouldn't complain, though. It would keep him busy. Maybe he'd even advance faster through the material. After all, he had two amazing teachers. Naruto's eyes lingered on the final lines of Hiruzen's letter, his lips curving into a relieved smile. The matron survived, something I am deeply grateful for. She is a good friend and one of the few people I trusted to care for you properly. She remains in a coma, but I hold hope that my student, Tsunade, will be able to help her once she returns. I am sure that, when she wakes, she will be as proud of your accomplishments as I am, Naruto. Naruto exhaled slowly, letting the words settle. She survived. A small weight he hadn't realized he was carrying lifted. For the first time in a long while, he felt just a little lighter. Naruto stood in the temple's hidden training chamber, a concealed underground space that only revealed itself when the right seals were activated. A narrow staircase led down to a vast network of cavernous rooms, their temperature stabilized by geothermal heating. These rooms had become Naruto and Raitaro's refuge when they weren't out hunting. The supplies stored within the scroll he'd found had been a blessing, allowing him to limit his hunts and focus on training instead. He had exchanged letters with the old man, the Hokage, who had been impressed by Naruto's rapid progress. Over the winter, Naruto had completed the first 2 years of academy studies and passed the small test given by his professor. But perhaps the most exciting development was the arrival of his new weapon, a Yumi, a traditional Japanese short bow. Its slightly curved ends and leather-wrapped grip made for a refined and powerful tool, accompanied by what Naruto had dubbed the Care Manual of Archery, a detailed guide on storing the bow, crafting arrows, and maintaining the weapon. At first, drawing the bowstring had been a struggle. His arms trembled under the strain, and his shots went so wide that retrieving his arrows became an exhausting ordeal. Frustrated but determined, Naruto had been ready to push through the pain when Kurama intervened, reminding him to use his chakra to reinforce his muscles until he built enough strength to manage on his own. Fueled by his usual stubborn persistence, Naruto trained relentlessly, shooting arrow after arrow until exhaustion rendered him unable to lift the bow. His aim gradually improved, and his movements became more fluid, but true mastery remained a distant goal, one he was determined to reach. As he honed his archery, Naruto also made progress in another field, chakra control. The daily use of chakra while practicing with his bow had a surprising side effect. It had strengthened his reserves to the point where he could finally begin training in the Uzumaki clan's unique jutsu. A few days ago, his mother had appeared to him through the seal, guiding him after noticing his chakra had darkened to a deep blue hue. "Listen up, son," Kushina began, her voice firm but affectionate. "Do you remember the lesson about hand seals?" Naruto nodded. "Good." She smiled. Hand seals help shinobi mold their chakra properly, so they can use different jutsu. For our clan techniques, it's similar, but also a little different. To keep our secrets safe and to preserve our legacy, Uzumaki jutsu can only be used by our bloodline. She paused, her expression softening. Some of us have a natural instinct for them, like your awesome mom, for example. I could summon my chains without any instruction or hand seals. Kushina smirked at the memory, but others need guidance to unlock their potential. Naruto's face fell slightly, but she quickly continued. Not that it means anything for your proficiency. Even Ashina Uzumaki, one of the greatest masters of Fuin Jutsu, needed Lady Mito's help before he could manifest his chains, and he was unmatched in sealing techniques. That lifted Naruto's spirits. He had read about Ashina and Mito Uzumaki. Mito, the wife of Hashirama Senju, had been known as the goddess of scrolls for her mastery of sealing. Unlike her husband, she never used ninjutsu offensively. Her immense strength, chakra chains, and sealing techniques alone had been enough to overpower any foe. Ashina, meanwhile, had been the only one to surpass her in Fuin Jutsu. "So, my son, we'll start with the basic hand seals for the sealing chain technique. You're only allowed to practice these in an Uzumaki training ground, and can only use them in battle if your life depends on it, until you can summon them without hand seals." Understood. That conversation had marked the beginning of Naruto's journey into the Uzumaki arts of the chains and the mind's eye. Now, months later, Naruto had made steady progress. He had reduced the number of hand seals needed to form his chains and had even stumbled upon an accidental discovery. He wasn't limited to just chain forms. However, Kushina and Kurama had immediately forbidden him from experimenting further until he mastered the basics. The real breakthrough came near the end of the first month of the new year. Naruto and Raitaro had practically danced with joy, the latter joining in simply because his hunting partner was celebrating. Naruto had reached a major milestone. Having mastered the basics of his chains, Kushina had finally introduced him to the mind's eye of the Kagura. At first, sensing chakra offensively had been difficult. He struggled to keep his mind's eye open while focusing on anything else. But with practice, he improved rapidly. The defensive application, however, came to him almost effortlessly. He could now suppress his chakra presence without even thinking about it. Kurama theorized that the supply runs they had done, where Naruto frequently used this technique, had already trained his system to integrate the jutsu. Kushina, on the other hand, just boasted that her son was as awesome as she was. Naruto mostly appreciated that he could now visit the village without Kurama having to take control. During his visits, he also noticed an odd pattern. The ANBU only appeared on a regular, monthly basis. The Hokage had mentioned that the weekly supply deliveries wouldn't last forever, but Naruto didn't mind. He liked exchanging letters with the old man and valued the supplies, but he had been raised to be self-sufficient. Kushina had made sure of that, wanting him to be both safe and skilled. Neither she nor Kurama knew how long they could remain with him. Raitaro had grown over the past months, and, to Naruto's amusement, had started joining him in chakra-based training. This led to some unexpected and hilarious moments, like the time Naruto reached out to pet him and got a sudden jolt of electricity because the cub had been circulating chakra. In retaliation, Naruto had summoned his chains to trap the mischievous fox, turning it into a game of cat and mouse between them. Kurama's lessons on chakra manipulation had been more serious, particularly when it came to understanding yin and yang release. He explained that if Naruto wanted to refine his Uzumaki chain techniques, he needed to grasp these fundamental aspects of chakra, especially Jintan, the yin-based ability to manifest things purely from imagination. Kurama had also tried to teach Naruto an advanced illusion technique that Kitsune could pass on to their Jinchuriki. However, after several failed attempts, they both admitted defeat. While Naruto could easily break through illusions using his mind's eye, casting them himself was another matter entirely. The Mighty Nine Tails had not taken this failure well. Kurama had been on the verge of apologizing before suddenly pausing, as if sensing something. Maybe there's another way, he murmured before withdrawing in a thought. Naruto, busy juggling multiple areas of training, silently thanked whatever higher powers there were that Kurama had postponed yet another lesson. He'd never admit it to the fox's face, but he was grateful for the break. Hokage office, deep at night. That is disturbing, you are sure? The Sandaime spoke to the ANBU with the raven mask who dropped the mask, showing a 16 to 17-year-old Shursui Uchiha. Yes, I am afraid that if things get worse, I need to use my jutsu to prove Shursue's side. Not stop it, but hopefully prevent it, he corrected himself. Hiruzen nodded slowly, his expression darkening. He had feared this moment for some time. Ever since the Kyuubi attack, whispers had spread through the village. Some shinobi had seen the beast with Sharingan in its eyes. That single detail had planted a seed of suspicion, leading many to believe that an Uchiha had been responsible for controlling the Nine Tails and unleashing it upon the village. Had Fugaka been more open to discussing the matter, perhaps they could have quelled these suspicions. But the Uchiha clan head had adamantly insisted that there were no rogue Uchiha involved, a stance that only fueled the growing distrust. Over time, the clan had become increasingly isolated, shunned by many within Konoha, particularly by the older shinobi clans. Sandaime-sama. Shursue's voice cut through Hiruzen's thoughts, slightly raised to regain the Hokage's attention. Hiruzen exhaled, realizing he had drifted into contemplation. My apologies, Shursui. Please continue. Shursui nodded, unbothered. As I was saying, we cannot afford a civil war right now. Itachi understands this, and he's willing to do what he can to help. However, for us to focus on preventing conflict, we'll both need to resign from the ANBU. He reached up, removed his mask, and placed it on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen accepted it without hesitation. Understandable, Hiruzen said, his voice heavy with the weight of the situation. If the two of you can prevent bloodshed, I will do everything in my power to support your efforts. However, your resignations present another problem. He leaned back slightly, taking a deep drag from his pipe. A certain mailbox will lose its caretakers. Shursui was silent for a moment, thinking, then his expression cleared. I believe I have a solution, Hokage-sama. If you permit it. Hiruzen gave a slight nod of approval. Reaching into his robes, Shursui produced a small scroll. First, I can gift this to the monk. It contains a summoning contract for ravens. He could use them to deliver messages. While it may take some time for him to summon his first raven, it's better than leaving the line of communication abandoned. I have no immediate next of kin to entrust it to. Hiruzen listened carefully, his gaze sharp as Shursui continued. Additionally, if all else fails, I would ask you to induct Izumi Uchiha into the ANBU. While she may seem mediocre in skill now, I can personally vouch for her potential. Under the right training, she will grow into a capable operative. Her mother left the clan before the Kyuubi incident, and because of that, both she and her mother are treated as outcasts. He paused before adding, which, I understand. Hiruzen interrupted, his tone thoughtful. He studied Shursui for a long moment before speaking again. You intend for Izumi to take over the caretaker duty of the mailbox when she isn't training. And since she is known to interact with Itachi, you hope that by keeping her close to him, she might prevent him from falling should you fail. Shursui exhaled slowly, nodding once. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a brief moment before reopening them. You and Itachi are true shinobi. To be prepared to stand against your own family, if necessary. That is not an easy burden to bear. Shursui didn't respond immediately. Instead, he silently sealed the scroll away again. It would be included in the next transmission to the monk. When he looked back at the Hokage, there was something tired in his gaze, though his lips curled slightly in bitter amusement. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I only hope that none of these contingencies are ever needed. But I am trying to change the minds of an entire clan of Jinjutsu users by using Jinjutsu. He chuckled, but the sound was hollow. The irony isn't lost on me. Hiruzen offered no response, merely watching as Shursui turned and left the office. In the following days, Shursui personally oversaw Izumi Uchiha's recruitment into ANBU. Using a light Jinjutsu, he subtly ensured that she was prepared to be brought into the fold. Her primary mission? To act as a hidden contact within the organization, maintaining the secret line of communication with the monk. The only classified information she received was that there was a surviving Uzumaki recluse living in the temple, someone the Hokage wished to keep in contact with. Shortly after, Izumi disappeared from the public eye, her name fading from the records of ordinary life in Konoha. She was relocated to the ANBU barracks for intensive training, restricted to mission zones and the shadows of the village. She also inherited Shursui's Raven Mask. Mid-71, Uzumaki Mass Temple. Naruto had been utterly astonished when a complete stranger had gifted him a summoning contract. Even after Shursui Uchiha himself had explained his reasons, Naruto still found it hard to believe. The gesture had been unexpected, and so had Shursui's warning about the Uchiha clan in the village, something that Kurama had wholeheartedly supported. At first, Naruto had struggled to use the contract. It wasn't surprising. He had rarely used his chakra in the conventional way. His experience with ninjutsu had been minimal at best, limited to studying the academy texts on the basic 3 jutsu. His mother had already told him that the standard clone jutsu was beyond his reach. He simply had too much chakra to perform it properly. The substitution jutsu, however, was a different matter. It had been prioritized in his training. As its advanced counterpart, the body flicker would only be possible once he mastered another challenge Kushina had set for him. Sitting within the seal, Kushina had taken on the role of his instructor, her voice animated as she guided him. Okay, sweetheart, I think it's time to dive into ninjutsu. Your taijutsu is coming along nicely, and your fuinjutsu progress? Well, that's basically like mine, so no worries there. She grinned proudly before adding, Now, in Konoha, according to the syllabus Hiruzen gave us, this wouldn't be covered in the academy yet, but we're way cooler than that stuffy place anyway, right? Naruto nodded eagerly, mirroring her enthusiasm, while Kurama huffed from within his cage. 2 Uzumaki together were always a force to be reckoned with. All right, back to business. Kushina continued, eyes sparkling with excitement. Your future Jonin instructor will probably test you on this, but lucky for you, we're in the Uzumaki Mass Temple. That means we do things traditionally. Since I'm your de facto Jonin instructor, I'm taking over that duty the Uzumaki way. She puffed out her chest with pride. She let Naruto absorb that before continuing. Normally, you'd be given a piece of chakra conductive paper. When you channel chakra into it, it reacts to show your elemental affinity or affinities. She gave him a moment to take it in, then pressed on. All right, here's what I want you to do. In the scroll storage, one of the first shelves should have a scroll marked with all 5 elemental kanji. Find it, study the instructions for each jutsu inside, and mark down how many attempts it takes you to perform each one. Naruto scribbled down notes, his excitement mounting. Finally, elemental ninjutsu. Lately, He had felt a twinge of jealousy toward Raitaro. The wolf cub had no trouble at all channeling chakra in an elemental way. It seemed completely natural to him. Naruto was determined to catch up. It took 2 months of intense training, but Naruto finally mastered the 5 elemental starter jutsu. For Katan, he had learned Ember, a simple technique that allowed him to light a small fire. It wasn't anything impressive, more useful for starting a campfire than for battle. Maybe, when he was older, he could use it to light a pipe like the old man. His Suiton technique had come much easier. It was one of his faster elements. Called Fountain, it produced a small burst of clean, drinkable water. Again, not a combat technique, but highly useful for survival. Futon was a handy one, especially with all the fallen leaves around the temple. Breeze created a short but forceful gust of wind, scattering debris and clearing pathways with ease. None of these jutsu were designed for battle. They weren't ranked techniques, just introductory ninjutsu meant to get a student started on their elemental training. Pure utility. Doton had been the slowest of his stronger elements to develop. Soften Earth didn't create a pit or an impressive tremor. It merely loosened the ground enough to make digging easier. And Raiton? Well, that one had the most mischievous potential. It allowed Naruto to zap whoever he shook hands with, sending a small, harmless shock through their palm. Perfect for pranks. It wasn't much, but it was a start, and Naruto knew better than anyone. Every journey had to begin somewhere. In the seal, just after Naruto managed the last jutsu, Kushina beamed with pride. Well done, my son. 3 elemental affinities. Impressive. I'm so proud of how quickly you mastered the test. She tilted her head in curiosity. I do wonder where that Doton comes from, though. Your father was well known for his futon, and I've always been gifted in Suiton. That would be my doing, rumbled the deep voice of the Kyuubi, drawing both mother and son's attention toward him. Kurama had remained mostly silent lately, letting Kushina take over Naruto's training once the basics were covered. What he hadn't told either of them was that he had to concentrate to maintain Kushina's presence. It required careful chakra management, but it was a price he was willing to pay to give them more time together. Besides, the arrangement gave him some peace, and it helped Naruto prepare for the sync training they would eventually undergo. When the time was right, he would take over once again. Kushina narrowed her eyes slightly. Your interference? She asked, prompting Kurama to elaborate. The great fox cracked open one eye lazily. Yes, something I started after we figure out the brat is absolutely hopeless at illusions. He scoffed with a huff of irritation. Naruto immediately mimicked the sound. Only his version came with a full pout. Kurama ignored it and continued. I refuse to let the kid be weak just because he isn't compatible with my skills. He is my Jinchuriki, and I won't have my siblings rubbing in my face that my container is the weakest of 9. That was all he said before shutting his eye and settling back into sleep, though not before giving Naruto a small nod in acknowledgement of his muttered thank you. Naruto turned back to his mother, eyes bright with curiosity. You were going to explain the theory behind the summoning jutsu, Mom? Kushina blinked before nodding. All right, so the summoning jutsu is a space-time ninjutsu, which, as you may already know, has its roots in Fuinjutsu. She picked up a nearby wooden branch and began scratching a complex formula into the ground. With a practiced hand, she pointed to various kanji etched into the dirt. See these? They represent space, transportation, and time. There are 2 main ways summoning works. The first allows you to summon inanimate objects, like weapons or stored supplies. The second, and more common, is summoning a contracted familiar or a clan of summons. She paused, tapping the diagram thoughtfully. Actually, I think we could apply this to your arrows. We could create a seal that lets you recall them after you shoot. Naruto's face lit up with excitement at the idea, but his enthusiasm was immediately crushed by Kushina's next words. Not that I'm going to show you how just yet, she added with a smirk. You already have a summoning contract. I want you to focus on mastering that first. Try using it now. Feel the flow of your chakra And if you can reduce the number of hand seals required, then we'll talk about integrating it into your arrows. Naruto groaned, but relented. It took time, but he eventually managed to perform the summoning technique properly. The ravens were mischievous creatures, but took a liking to him almost immediately. The bond only deepened when he took them with him on a supply run to Konoha. On that trip, Naruto witnessed something that struck a nerve. One of the shop owners mistreated an orphan right in front of him. The sight brought back memories of his time in the orphanage. The matron had done everything in her power to make sure the children were cared for, always ensuring they felt safe and loved. Seeing someone treat an orphan with such disdain enraged him. Naruto took it personally. With the help of his ravens and Raitaro, he devised a plan. Over the next few weeks, he systematically pranked every single shop owner or vendor he had gathered enough intel on. The ravens acted as messengers, delivering prank materials and relaying his target's movements. His meticulous execution paid off. Each prank was flawless. When he sent a report of his actions to the Hokage via his summoned ravens, he received an unexpected response. The old man found the situation amusing and, much to Naruto's surprise, classified his actions as official missions. Hiruzen had marked them down as 1 D-rank mission for the execution of the pranks and a C-rank mission for the quality of intelligence he had gathered. Without even being part of the shinobi forces yet, Naruto now had 2 signed mission scrolls, ones he could submit whenever he officially joined. He had thought about it. The idea of joining the shinobi ranks was tempting, but he decided to wait until he was at least 11. That was still the minimum age for graduation, and the idea of spending more time in the academy didn't appeal to him in the slightest. He much preferred learning from scrolls and his mother. Of course, he never told anyone about that. He simply completed the tests the Hokage sent him and returned them. Hiruzen had warned him, though, when the time came for Naruto to join the shinobi forces, the Hokage would need to personally assess his skills. On a brighter note, Naruto received word that the matron from the orphanage had finally woken up after receiving a brief visit from Tsunade. The legendary Sannin hadn't stayed long. She had arrived, performed her work, and left just as quickly. Naruto didn't care about the details. All that mattered was that the woman who had treated him with kindness for all those years, the one who had defended him with her very life, would get to see more of the world. And that, more than anything, made him happy. Sarutobi clan compound. Hiruzen sat across from the still-recovering matron, watching as she carefully read through the latest letters from Naruto. Though her voice was still a little raspy, her expression had begun to soften, and with each letter she read, a small smile crept on her face, one that grew wider with every line. Setting the scroll down for a moment, she took a sip of her tea and looked up at the Hokage with newfound ease. He really made the best of his situation, she murmured, her voice carrying a mixture of pride and relief. She shook her head slightly before adding, I never would have imagined that a Biju could take such good care of his so-called prison. Hiruzen nodded in agreement, his own skepticism long since faded. Indeed, I had my doubts at first, but given what has happened, and from everything you've told me, I can only come to the same conclusion. The matron studied him for a moment before leaning back at her chair with a knowing sigh. I suppose that's also why you didn't challenge the rumors about the Kyuubi's final death, isn't it, Hiruzen? The Hokage's battle-worn face twitched into a rare, amused grin. How will he ever claim his inheritance if the world believes he's dead? She asked, her tone carrying both concern and curiosity. Hiruzen exhaled, his gaze turning distant for a moment before he finally answered. Oh, I have no doubt the boy will have more than enough skill to back up his claim when the time comes. Forest of Konoha, summertime. Naruto knelt beside Raitaro, his sharp eyes scanning the clearing ahead. His partner had picked up the scent of something larger this time, and they had tracked it carefully through the underbrush. Now, they stood at the edge of an open space, observing a tense struggle between 2 beasts. A massive snake had coiled itself tightly around an equally large bear. Both creatures were far bigger than the norm, and when Naruto activated his mind's eye, his suspicions were confirmed. Both of them had chakra. At first glance, the bear seemed like the stronger of the two. It had a larger chakra reserve, which should have given it the advantage in breaking free from the serpent's grip. But just as Naruto whispered his observation to Raitaro, the wolf cub bared his fangs and let out a low whimper. That small sound drew Naruto's gaze downward, where he noticed something crucial. The snake's fangs were already buried deep in the bear's flesh. Poison. Naruto's grip on his bow tightened. Quickly and silently, he knocked an arrow, drawing it back until the string nearly touched his cheek. Holding the bow steady still required conscious effort. His muscles weren't yet strong enough to do it without chakra reinforcement. He let his energy flow through his arms, steadying his aim, and then let it trickle into his eyes. The effect was immediate. His vision sharpened, bringing out details he wouldn't have noticed otherwise. The subtle tightening of the snake's muscles, the bear's weakening struggle, the glistening sheen of venom still dripping from the serpent's fangs. Everything became clearer. Interesting, maybe this could be turned into a jutsu later. A thought for another time. Exhaling slowly, he released the arrow. A sharp whistle cut through the air, followed by a muted thud as the arrow struck true. It wasn't a perfect shot, not dead center as he had aimed, but it was close enough. The snake let out a final, dying hiss before its massive body slumped to the ground, motionless. Naruto and Raitaro wasted no time. They jumped down into the clearing, cautiously approaching the two fallen creatures. Raitaro sniffed at the air before glancing back at Naruto and nodding once. Naruto edged closer, a fresh arrow at the ready, just in case. Activating his mind's eye once more, he checked for lingering life signs. Nothing. Both were completely still. Satisfied, he knelt beside the snake and examined the puncture wounds it had inflicted on the bear. Even now, the fangs continued to drip venom. Looking at his partner, he mused, "What do you think? It's good to have an edge, isn't it?" Raitaro seemed to ponder the question before giving a single nod. That was all Naruto needed. The next step was figuring out how to extract the venom. He wasn't sure of the process yet, but he could always consult Kushina and Kurama. For now, he sealed both carcasses into a storage scroll. He'd deal with them later. That conversation, however, did not go as planned. The moment he brought it up, Kushina shot down the idea with a firm shake of her head. Absolutely not. You have no one around to help if something goes wrong. It's too dangerous to experiment with poisons on your own. Naruto sighed, ready to argue, but before he could, Kurama's deep voice cut through the discussion. Let him do it. Kushina stiffened and turned to glare at the great fox. Excuse me. Kurama cracked open one eye, his presence suddenly pressing. Before you start on one of your episodes, think about it again. Kushina faltered, narrowing her eyes in thought. But when no immediate reason came to her, the fox huffed in irritation. There isn't a single poison or venom in the 5 nations that could truly threaten an Uzumaki with me sealed inside him. His vitality and regeneration are leagues beyond normal humans. So stop being such a scaredy cat. Kushina blinked, processing the statement. Then, to Naruto's amusement, she actually blushed slightly. Naruto had remained quiet throughout the exchange, but now he tilted his head toward the fox. I don't really understand all of that, Kurama, but could you maybe not be so hard on her? She's just looking out for me. That seemed to catch both of them off guard. Kushina smiled softly. It's all right, son, she reassured him, her voice lighter now. He's right, after all. While Kurama can purge poisons and venoms from your system, your body will start adapting to them over time. It was the same for me during the war. She moved closer, wrapping her arms around him in a brief but warm hug before sitting beside him on the bench within the seal's space. At the beginning of the war, the stronger poisons would put me in the hospital for a week, ones that would have killed an ordinary person in minutes. But by the end, they only made me weak for a while, and I could keep fighting through it. I guess I forgot about that. She turned to Kurama, and gave him a small smile before bowing her head slightly. I'll let the mother and me take over too much. I hope you can accept my apology. Kurama grunted, but gave her a slight nod before closing his eyes again, retreating back into his slumber. With that settled, Kushina no longer opposed the idea. Instead, she helped Naruto figure out how to extract the venom properly. She even pointed out some useful texts in the scroll storage, ones that detailed how to identify herbs and mushrooms that could complement or counteract toxins. From there, it was all trial and error. Gathering, mixing, testing reactions. None of it was particularly pretty, but it was necessary. Eventually, Naruto found what he was looking for. One day, while out hunting, a bear unexpectedly attacked him. He managed to coat his blade with a newly refined venom, and the results were fast. The beast went down before it could do any real damage. That was good enough for him. Nearly a year had passed, an entire year of peaceful training and quiet existence for Naruto and his companion. But for Itachi Uchiha, peace had been an illusion, an unattainable dream that eluded him at every turn. The ANBU captain had a problem. No, his family had a problem. Itachi couldn't understand his father or the Council of Elders. A coup against Konoha? The very idea was absurd. Yes, the Sharingan was powerful, but Hiruzen Sarutobi alone could decimate a large portion of their clan without breaking a sweat. Itachi shook his head. A coup now? His father had clearly lost his mind. If that were all there was to it, he wouldn't be sitting here grappling with the impossible, wondering if he could even save his family. Shursue's sacrifice had been their last hope for a peaceful resolution, but that hope had drowned with him in the Naka River. And now, not only did some within the clan believe that Itachi himself had murdered Shursue to gain power, but the true culprit behind his death had taken notice of the situation, tightening his grip, applying pressure. Danzo Shimura, the shadow of the village. Somehow, Danzo had managed to corner him today, delivering a grim ultimatum. The clan had to be wiped out. The only ones allowed to live were those who had no knowledge of the coup. The rest, his friends, his family, had to die. Itachi could not bring himself to kill them. Some among the Uchiha were contemptible, driven by arrogance and blind hatred. They saw themselves as superior to all others, and their actions reflected it. But there were others. Peaceful Uchiha. Those who had not yet been consumed by bitterness and resentment. Should he really slaughter them simply because they refused to stand up against the clan's leadership? Because they were too pacifistic to rebel? The buildup of chakra was sudden, but Itachi was already prepared before the space in front of him twisted and unraveled like an open wound. A masked figure stepped out from the vortex of swirling air. Itachi's kunai was in his hand in an instant, Sharingan blazing as he locked eyes with the intruder. A single, fully matured Sharingan stared back at him. "Who are you?" Itachi asked, his voice cold, betraying only the faintest hint of unease. He was in full ANBU mode now. The man's mask, an orange spiral pattern, tilted slightly as he regarded him. Then, in a deep, rumbling voice, he spoke. "Itachi Uchiha, former ANBU captain, the prodigy of your clan, and now, caught between a rock and a hard place." A pause. "I don't envy you, young Uchiha, but I, Madara Uchiha, can help you." Itachi took a measured step back. Madara Uchiha? The greatest traitor the clan had ever known. Or, in the eyes of some, its strongest warrior, the one who should have led them to domination over all others. Madara Deno. He infused his voice with a carefully measured awe, feigning reverence for a man believed to be long dead. But in the next breath, he reverted to his usual calm. "How would you be able to help me?" The masked man vanished, his form dissolving into another swirl of air, only to reappear behind Itachi in an instant. "Oh, I will help you cleanse our clan." Then just as suddenly, he was in front of him again. Itachi's senses remained sharp, his mind analyzing every move. He did not know this man's true strength, but instinct told him that despite his claims, he was not Madara Uchiha. And yet, he was strong, perhaps stronger than Itachi himself. That alone meant he had to be cautious, had to play along. The masked man continued, his voice thick with dark amusement. Tonight, we will meet. We will kill all who cannot be saved, those too weak to move forward. Our clan must be reborn. With you and your brother as its pillars, the Uchiha will surpass all others. Itachi remained impassive. He absorbed the words, his mind calculating, but something gnawed at him. Why had he agreed? He had sworn to himself that he would deal with this in his own way. And yet, here he was, accepting help to slaughter his entire clan. He shouldn't have. He knew that. But still, he listened as the masked man laid out his plan. And he nodded. This evening, Uchiha District. The bloodbath in the Uchiha District had begun minutes ago. Bodies fell in the moonlit streets, yet the massacre met little true resistance. This disappointed one man in particular, the masked ninja, the one who called himself Madara Uchiha. He made no effort to hide his dissatisfaction, lamenting the lack of a real challenge, mocking the weakness of those he cut down. Itachi, however, stayed true to his purpose. His blade sought only those who had been the most vocal about the coup. His partner showed no such restraint. Every Uchiha who crossed the masked man's path fell effortlessly, as if their Sharingan meant nothing. But for all of Itachi's composure, he struggled. His part of the district was the hardest, where his family lived, where the mother of the only person who still trusted him resided. And now, he stood before her, his ANBU sword frozen in place. Izumi's mother looked at him with a sad, knowing expression. I understand, Itachi. Do it. Her voice was steady, almost comforting. But tell me, shouldn't the ANBU have stopped this by now? A wry smile ghosted her lips. We were doomed the moment this night began. In a way, I'm relieved my little one isn't in the village right now. Itachi remained silent, his grip tightening on his blade. She chuckled softly. She liked you, you know. Still does. And she will believe me. Her eyes shimmered, the tomo in her Sharingan shifting, merging into a unique pattern. Itachi's breath caught as something within him, a mirror, a wall, a fragile piece of his soul, shattered. Her smile widened. I knew it, but it's too late now, isn't it? She sighed. You have to play your role, Itachi. Endure. Keep my eyes safe for my little girl, yes? Her Sharingan faded back to its normal state. Itachi wanted to speak, to say something, anything, but he never got the chance. In a blur of motion, the masked man appeared behind her. Before either of them could react, a black metal rod pierced through her back, protruding from her chest. Izumi's mother gasped, her breath hitching, blood dribbling from her lips. Itachi's mind reeled, but the cold, dispassionate voice of the masked man tore through his spiraling thoughts. I hope I won't have to pick up more of your slack, Itachi. The warning was laced with mockery. I would be most displeased if I had to reconsider who inherits my legacy. For a moment, rage surged within him, threatening to break free. But he swallowed it down, forced himself to remain calm. This wasn't the time. He couldn't afford to act rashly. Without another word, he stepped forward and, with a single clean stroke, ended the woman's suffering. As she slumped lifelessly, he carefully sealed away her head, his expression blank. He refused to look at the masked man again. Instead, he turned away and moved toward the next house. His parents' house. He had expected a fight, a struggle, resistance. He did not expect what awaited him. Inside, his father and mother knelt in the dimly lit room, serene, waiting for him. I will not fight you, son. Neither of us will, Fugaku said, his eyes remaining closed even as Itachi stepped forward, blood dripping from his blade onto the tatami floor. His ANBU uniform bore the scars of battle, but in this room, in this moment, he felt like a child again. Father, Itachi began, but Fugaku cut him off. There is no need. Without opening his eyes, he reached into his robes, retrieving a scroll and rolling it across the floor toward his son. I know we've been played, Itachi. His voice was steady, unshaken. Take this. It contains one of the clan's greatest treasures, the Sword of Tatsuka. It has always been wielded by the one who protects the Uchiha. A faint, almost imperceptible note of approval entered his tone. And in your own way, that is what you are doing now. Before Itachi could respond, his mother spoke. Sure Sui left a letter for us. Or rather, for me. Mikoto smiled softly, her eyes still closed. I was his favorite aunt, after all. She sighed. We knew there was no other way. You will protect your little brother, won't you? Itachi could only nod, speechless. But Mikoto wasn't finished. Something was wrong, you know? It took both of our powers to break through the hold, but we managed. She let out a quiet, humorless laugh. The so-called masters of Jinjutsu, outplayed by Jinjutsu themselves. What a disgrace. Fugaku coughed lightly, drawing their attention. Kodo, we don't have much time. He turned to Itachi. Sasuke will return from the training session I arranged any minute now. A pause. Then his tone softened. In the scroll I gave you, there is another, one containing our sealed eyes. Itachi's breath caught. You will need them, both of you. Fugaku's voice was firm. I know you've already awakened them. Train. Let no one know. And when the time comes, use mine. Your mother's will be for your brother. Itachi remained frozen. Now, Fugaku said gently, be quick. Protect our family, my son. Itachi's chest tightened. His mind screamed against what he had to do, but he had no choice. They had been prepared. They had accepted their fate. He lowered his blade, inhaled deeply, and in a swift, clean motion ended it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Uchiha district, a perfect replica of Itachi stood before Sasuke Uchiha, mirroring his every detail down to the cold intensity in his eyes. Across from him, Sasuke trembled, tears streaming down his face as his entire world collapsed around him. Why did you kill everyone, Nisan? His voice broke, pleading, desperate for an answer that would make sense. The imitation of Itachi, the masked man who called himself Madara, spoke with chilling precision, his voice an exact copy of the emotionless tone that had made Itachi so infamous among the ANBU. Because I wanted to see how strong I truly am. A dark chuckle followed, low and mocking. Do you understand now, my foolish little brother? I'm the strongest Uchiha. Do you seek vengeance? Do you wish to make our parents proud? Then hate me, despise me, grow stronger, seek me out, and if you think you have what it takes, kill me. His Sharingan glowed ominously in the moonlight. If you awaken the same eyes as mine. Sasuke could hardly comprehend what he was hearing. His brother's words were foreign, twisted, cruel. This wasn't the Itachi he knew, couldn't be. Why would he say such things? What did he mean by the same eyes? His unspoken question was answered when the false Itachi gave him the location of the hidden chamber beneath the Naka shrine. Then, without hesitation, the masked man cast a Jinjutsu. Sasuke's world shifted. In his mind, he found himself running through the empty streets of the Uchiha district, surrounded by silence, by death. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, leading him toward the one scene he could never escape. There, in the center of it all, was Itachi. He saw his brother's blade cutting down their parents, saw the blood spill onto the tatami floor, saw the cold, expressionless face of the only family he had left. The sight was too much. His young mind, unable to process the horror, did the only thing it could, shut down. His body collapsed onto the blood-stained floor, unconscious. A heavy silence filled the air. What have you done? The real Itachi's voice was low, filled with barely restrained fury as he knelt beside Sasuke. His hands hovered over his brother's small form, already weaving diagnostic chakra into him, scanning for damage. The masked man stood over them, having returned to his true form, his single Sharingan gleaming from behind his swirling mask. Remember your orders, Itachi. His voice was ice, calculated, indifferent. And then, a pulse of killing intent radiated from him, so overwhelming that even Itachi, hardened by years of ANBU experience, had to fight to steady his breath. As we discussed, meet me at the abandoned outpost. I will help you reach your true potential. His voice lowered. Don't keep me waiting. Then, without another word, he was gone, sucked into a vortex of spiraling space. Itachi stared at the spot where he had stood, jaw clenched. Slowly, he turned his gaze back to Sasuke, brushing a strand of dark hair from his unconscious brother's face. His fingers curled into a fist. He had made a decision. Lifting Sasuke into his arms, he turned and vanished into the night, moving with silent urgency toward the Hokage Tower. He needed answers. He needed to know exactly what had been done to his brother. And no matter how long it took, he would get his revenge for whatever that masked man had done to Sasuke. Shortly after the start of the massacre, mindscape of Naruto, Kurama focused his immense will bent toward a delicate task, reshaping his host's chakra system from within. Even under normal circumstances, such a feat was nearly impossible. With the seal constraining him, it was an even greater challenge. But he was the Kyuubi no Kitsune. If anyone could accomplish the impossible, it was him. He had a strong feeling that the brat would need every ace up his sleeve in the coming days. Good. He had found it. The residual chakra slumbering deep within Naruto's blood. Without it, what he was attempting would have been outright impossible. Months of careful work had already yielded results. He had successfully granted his host an additional chakra affinity. Now, he was reinforcing Naruto's system, altering the very foundations of his chakra flow with precise adjustments. As he prepared to stimulate a specific array of tenketsu, guiding them to grow in a particular way, something shattered his concentration. A surge of emotion, despair, sorrow. It flooded from his host, raw and overwhelming. Kurama's focus wavered, and with a low growl of irritation, he allowed his awareness to follow the disturbance out of the mindscape. His vision settled on the boy, Naruto, sitting in meditation, his small frame trembling. Tears had begun to well in the child's eyes. Naruto, in his training, had honed his mind's eye of the Kagura to an astonishing degree. Just now, for the first time, he had extended his senses far enough to encompass the entirety of Konoha. The rush of awareness had been exhilarating, until it wasn't. Because with his newfound perception, he had borne witness to the Uchiha massacre. The pain, the anguish, the countless fading life forces, it had all unfolded before him in excruciating detail. The boy gasped, his breath shaky as he opened his eyes. A faint, slitted red gleam flickered within them. He turned toward the village, ready to run, ready to act. Before he could move, a deep growl stopped him. Raitaro stood firm, his dark fur bristling, blocking Naruto's path with an unyielding stance. "Let me go, Raitaro," Naruto pleaded, his voice raw with emotion. I need to help them. They're dying." His whole body shook with the weight of the lives slipping away from his reach. Kurama's voice rumbled through his mind, firm but not unkind. "I know it's hard, but you cannot be seen. I've told you before, until you master synchronization with me, those Uchiha could control you." As if sensing the fox's words, Raitaro barked in agreement, his piercing gaze locking onto Naruto. Naruto clenched his fists, his breathing ragged. The chakra that had once allowed him to sense the massacre had faded now, leaving only a gnawing, empty feeling in his gut. But the knowledge remained. He knew what was happening down there. And yet, nobody was stopping it. Nobody was helping them. His heart pounded as rage coiled in his chest. Why? Why weren't the ANBU intervening? Why was the Hokage allowing this to happen? "What did I tell you, Naruto?" Kurama's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts before they could plunge too deeply into darkness. Naruto swallowed hard. His throat felt tight while rising in his stomach. "That," his voice wavered. Raitaro barked again, softer this time, as if urging him forward. Naruto exhaled shakily, forcing the words out. that there can't be light without darkness, that some people can be saved and some can't. His fists clenched in his lap, that some are so rotten they just want to spread their poison. Exactly. Kurama's tone was calm but firm. Not every Uchiha was bad, but many had grown too proud of their so-called divine eyes. You saw how the Uchiha police turn a blind eye to crimes they deemed beneath them, didn't you? Naruto flinched at the memory. I know this is difficult, but you cannot go to the village now. The fox's voice softened. Soon, you'll have the answers you seek. For now, come into the mindscape. Speak with your mother. Naruto wiped at his tear-streaked face, his breath still shaky, but the storm within him slowly settled. Raitaro pressed against him, warm and reassuring, his tail curling around Naruto's back. The boy hesitated for only a moment before closing his eyes again, allowing himself to slip into the depths of his mindscape. Some days later, outskirts of Konoha. It took many long conversations with his mother and Kurama, along with some much-needed cuddles with Raitaro, before Naruto finally began to shake off the lingering weight of the Uchiha massacre. The images still haunted him, and his chakra remained turbulent, making his usual control exercises frustratingly unreliable. But Kurama reassured him that it would pass. For now, Naruto focused on the next best thing, archery. Leaving the safety of the Uzumaki temple, he made his way into the forest, his bow slung across his back and a fresh set of arrows secured at his side. Moving through the trees had become second nature to him. His body carried him effortlessly across the branches as he headed toward his usual training ground, a secluded area near one of the village's dead drop box used for anonymous communication. Once he arrived, he wasted no time, beginning with his routine warm-up exercises before shifting to more focused practice. Part of his training involved something he had recently learned about in one of his scrolls: dope work, data of previous engagements. It was a system designed to gather precise measurements on trajectory and aiming adjustments based on various distances. He had developed a methodical approach. First, he marked a fixed position as a shooting spot. Then, he either carved targets into trees or strung up makeshift ones using rope. With careful precision, he measured the distances to each target, ensuring that every shot contributed to his growing mental database. Then he began. Knock, draw, hold, aim, release. Each step was repeated with methodical precision, over and over, refining his movements, adjusting the angle of his shots, correcting minor inconsistencies. As his muscles grew accustomed to the motions, he started experimenting with his chakra flow. Channeling chakra to his back increased his stability, allowing him to hold the draw for longer periods. Directing it to his eyes enhanced his vision, making distant targets clearer and sharper. These small adjustments not only improved his technique, but also served another purpose, helping him regain control over his chakra after the emotional turmoil of the past few days. The rhythmic twang of his bowstring and the satisfying thud of arrows embedding into it filled the forest. Raitaro had gone off to hunt, leaving Naruto alone with his thoughts and his training. The isolation didn't bother him. If anything, it was grounding. The world beyond this clearing felt distant, muffled. But that peace didn't last. Suddenly, one of his detection seals flared to life. Instantly, Naruto froze, body tensing. His heartbeat remained steady, but his senses sharpened. The seal hadn't been tripped by an animal. It was a person. Someone had wandered into this secluded part of the forest. Friend or foe? Naruto took a slow, measured breath, drawing his focus inward. Extending his sensory abilities, he reached out with his mind's eye of the Kagura, stretching his awareness toward the unknown presence. Every detail mattered: their chakra signature, their movement, their intent. Who had found their way into his training ground? Outskirts of Konoha, remote clearing. One lone ANBU had made her way deep into the forest, seeking solitude. Izumi, formerly Izumi Uchiha, no longer carried her clan name. Now and only two other Uchiha remained. One, the man blamed for the massacre. The other, his younger brother. There had been a time when she had admired Itachi, perhaps even harbored feelings for him. But that was a lifetime ago. The girl who had worn the Uchiha name was gone, buried beneath the mask of an ANBU operative. Her clan was dead, and so was she, at least according to the records. For the official reports, Izumi Uchiha had perished on her last mission. She had received the message from the Hokage himself, an encrypted order unlike any before, to fake her death. That alone had been enough to raise suspicion, but nothing could have prepared her for the full briefing that followed. The Uchiha had planned a coup. The village had prepared to act, and in the end, Itachi had shown his true colors, slaughtering every single member of their clan, sparing only his younger brother. A bitter pill to swallow. Hiruza and Sarutobi had given her leave, allowing her time to process the impossible. He trusted her to find her own path forward. How touching. But what path was there left for her? She had no family to return to, no life beyond the ANBU. And as much as she wanted to seek out Sasuke, she knew she couldn't. Itachi had made it clear to the Hokage. Anyone who posed a potential threat to his little brother would be eliminated. The world of light had been stripped from her. All that remained were the shadows. A part of her had always known that answering the call to ANBU would change her life forever. She just hadn't realized how much. Maybe her assignment had saved her. Had she been in the village, would Itachi have spared her? Or would he have cut her down like all the others? A sliver of relief stirred within her, but it was fleeting. Was she really alive, or had she simply been left behind? That was why she had come here. The village, with its familiar streets and memories, had been suffocating. Here, in the quiet of nature, she could breathe, could try to understand what came next. Not that she had found any answers. Her leave would last until she deemed herself fit to return. When that would be, she had no idea. Physically, she was fine, perhaps a little drained, but nothing rest wouldn't fix. Mentally, however, that was another story. Everything felt surreal. She had been so lost in thought that she never noticed Naruto Uzumaki sneaking up on her. Naruto had sensed her long before he saw her. The masked figure was an ANBU, that much was clear. Their chakra signature felt familiar, one of those who regularly checked the dead drop box nearby. He hesitated for a moment before lowering his bow and slipping into the shadows, masking his presence as best as he could. Then, in a measured tone, he called out, "ANBU-san, you're a little off schedule. Is there a problem in the village? Does the Hokage need to talk?" Izumi stiffened, her muscles tensing in surprise. He had snuck up on her. Not only that, but she couldn't pinpoint his exact location. A child had managed to evade her senses. A trained ANBU operative. That was unsettling. She kept her voice neutral, but projected it across the trees, uncertain of where he was listening from. "And you are far from your burrow, little wolf." She was the only one who called him that. Others in ANBU referred to him as the monk, a nickname she never quite understood. He was too mischievous, too full of life for such a solemn title. She had watched him in the past, noted the way he explored with that wolf cub of his. At first, he had been easy to track, but over time, he had become more elusive, more careful, to the point where she would have needed to actively hunt him down using serious skill, and the Hokage had made it very clear that Naruto was off limits. The boy's response came from somewhere unseen, his voice calm but wary. "Be that as it may, ANBU-san, why are you here? As far as I know, this sector was declared off limits to most of you by the old man, right?" A pause. "So, that leaves two possibilities. One, you got lost. No big deal. Maybe you can even tell me what happened in the village a few days ago." His voice hardened, his tone losing the warmth of childhood. "Or you've gone rogue. And if that's the case, I'll have to ask a friend to deal with you." The way he said it, so calm, so steady, sent a shiver down Izumi's spine. There was something ancient in his voice. Not his words, but his presence. It felt eerily similar to Kurama. A slow chuckle left her lips, though it carried a bitter edge. Bold little wolf, but not in a bad way. She sighed, shaking her head. No, I got lost. I was looking for a place to mourn, if I'm being honest. She wasn't sure why she was telling him this. Maybe because there was no point in lying. Maybe because she needed to say it out loud. A few days ago, an incident in the village took everything from me. My clan, my home, my identity. Everyone I knew gone. She let out a weak laugh, her voice laced with exhaustion. And now I'm standing here, spilling village secrets to another village secret. To a little boy, no less. I really should go see Yamanaka. Naruto was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, he emerged from the shadows. Izumi watched as he approached, his expression different now, softer, more understanding. I knew it, he murmured. His voice was quiet, pained. It felt terrible, feeling all those flames flicker and then go out. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Izumi's throat tightened. Even with her mask concealing her face, she nodded. Then, before she could say another word, Naruto bent down, picking up a fallen branch. Izumi tilted her head in mild confusion as the wood shifted in his hands, transforming into a small, simple boat. Wordlessly, he held it out to her. It's missing the candle and paper, but there's a river about 10 minutes that way. Maybe. His voice wavered, breaking slightly. Izumi stared at the tiny wooden boat in her hands, something inside her cracking just a little more. In a mindscape of Naruto, Kushina's eyes widened as she stared at the scene unfolding in front of her on something akin to a television screen. Did my cute little son just use Mokuton? Her voice wavered between disbelief and barely restrained excitement. She turned sharply, her gaze locking onto the massive fox lounging smugly within his cage, his tails flicking lazily behind him. Kurama looked particularly pleased with himself. Smug didn't even begin to cover it. Kushina's brow twitched. She knew that look. Marching up to the bars, hands on her hips, she glared at him. What did you do? The great Kyuubi cracked open one massive, crimson eye, stretching out as if he had just woken from a particularly satisfying nap. His grin was all fangs and arrogance. Finishing a project of mine. The way he said it, so casual, so self-satisfied, sent a spark of irritation through Kushina's veins. Her nostrils flared. Kurama. The fox let out a deep chuckle, shifting slightly, but making no effort to explain himself further. Kushina's eye twitched. She had the distinct feeling she was about to strangle a giant, smug-tailed bastard. Izumi was still at a loss for words as she took the small wooden boat into her hands. She studied its simple yet precise design, then looked back at Naruto, who was frowning. Was that intrusive of me? He asked, bowing deeply. I apologize. His reaction only added to Izumi's growing list of questions. She shook herself out of her thoughts when she noticed that Naruto hadn't stopped bowing. No, it's fine, Naruto, she said quickly. Thank you. I'm just shocked that you did what you did. She spoke slowly, still trying to process everything. It was one thing to grapple with the surreal nature of the situation, but now the boy, who was regarded as the village's greatest weapon, had grown even more formidable. And all because he had somehow manifested a bloodline thought to have died with the village's founder. I mean, do you realize what you just did? She asked, drawing his attention to the boat he had crafted. Naruto blinked at her, tilting his head. What I did? You mean the boat? Isn't it tradition to help guide souls safely into the Shinigami's embrace? His tone was casual, as if he saw nothing unusual about it. Meanwhile, in his mindscape, Kurama let out a snort at Kushina's teary-eyed reaction. Hadn't she once raved about how amazing the Shodame's jutsu was? And yet Naruto remained utterly oblivious to the significance of what he had just done. Yes, you're right, that is how it's done, Izumi acknowledged. But what I was referring to was your ability to create something like this. She held up the wooden boat in her palm, studying it. You didn't just carve this, Naruto. You grew it. You made the wood branch out and take shape. That is one of the rarest abilities Konoha has ever known. The power of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Even the trees around us are said to be remnants of his jutsu. Naruto furrowed his brow, considering her words. After a moment, his face lit up in realization, and he smiled. That makes sense, he said. It felt like the wood wanted my chakra, like it was responding to me. But honestly, it was more like someone else was doing it. I just imagined what I wanted it to look like, thought about how cool it would be, and, well, boat. He scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Izumi blinked behind her mask. That was certainly not how most bloodline abilities worked. Could you try it again? She asked cautiously. Then, noticing the way Naruto looked at her, like she had just told him his gift wasn't good enough, she quickly added, I mean, maybe you should have a boat for yourself as well. Naruto seemed to consider that before nodding. He picked up another branch from the ground, closed his eyes, and focused. His brow furrowed in deep concentration, but after a long pause, nothing happened. He opened his eyes and looked up at Izumi with a frustrated, almost guilty expression before shaking his head. It's there, he murmured, but I can't quite get it this time. Izumi watched him closely. So he did have the ability, but it wasn't fully under his control yet. That likely meant he would need to train before he could wield it intentionally. This was something she should report to the Hokage. But then again, she was technically on leave. There was no rush, was there? After that little moment of excitement, the two of them sat together and simply talked. Nothing more. Izumi eventually used the boat as intended, setting it adrift with silent prayers for her mother, hoping she had not met too cruel an end. She thanked Naruto for listening before heading home. Tomorrow, she would take up the offer for a mind-healing session with the Yamanaka. And maybe after that, she would finally report Naruto's newfound ability to the Hokage. 2 days later, Naruto's mindscape. For Naruto, after his first excited conversation with his mother, a new challenge was added to his ever-growing list of training goals. Unfortunately, while Kurama had managed to awaken his dormant bloodline with some careful nudging, something the fox was quite pleased with, there was little to no guidance on how to develop it further. Not a single scroll in the temple contained instructions for wood release. There were only brief mentions from Lady Mito, but nothing substantial to work with. With no clear path to mastering the elusive ability, Naruto decided to focus on something else, something he was close to perfecting. The Uzumaki sealing chains. All right, you managed to summon the chains without any hand seals just yesterday, Kushina noted with a proud smile. Even faster than your mother. Very well done, Naruto-kun. She beamed at him before her expression turned serious. But after that little surprise with the wood release, I remembered something. Some of the Uzumaki had a rare ability, one that only a few ever managed to achieve. They could use the chains as a base to create something permanent. It was said that Ashina Uzumaki could forge his own sword from nothing. Kurama's ears twitched, and he cracked open a single eye. That wouldn't surprise me, the fox muttered. But the fact that only a handful of you meatbags ever achieved it isn't surprising either. Kushina shot Kurama a surprised look while Naruto perked up. Really? Why is that, Kurama? He asked, eyes wide with curiosity. The great fox smirked, his voice laced with amusement. Because creating something from chakra alone is a skill that only those who truly understand Ninshu can master. Naruto's brows furrowed as he thought about that. Wait, we've gone over Ninshu plenty of times. Ninshu teaches that chakra is in everything around us. Chakra gives life. He trailed off, scratching his head. Kurama's expression briefly flickered with surprise, so the brat had actually been listening to his lectures. Not bad, Naruto, the fox praised. What you're looking for is something that most humans have long since forgotten. Besides the basic 5 elements, there are 2 fundamental forces of chakra. Even Kushina, usually quick to huff at Kurama's arrogance, listened intently. Most people only focus on elemental affinities, but true scholars of chakra understand the 2 primordial forces, Intan, yin release, and its counterpart, Yotan, yang release. The Uzumaki clan, in particular, are naturally gifted with powerful vitality. Kurama paused, his piercing gaze locking onto Naruto. What do you think that comes from? Naruto thought back to his lessons, piecing together the information. After a moment, he nodded to himself. They have a strong yang affinity, right? Kurama opened both eyes fully and sat upright, his tails curling around him. Well done again. There might be hope for you yet, Ninjin. He chuckled, earning an indignant hey from Naruto. Then, turning to Kushina, he continued, think back to what your scrolls say about Ashina Uzumaki. What made him unique? Kushina frowned, trying to recall. Naruto, eager to help, started throwing out wild guesses, including the completely unacceptable notion that Ashina might not have liked ramen. The very idea was blasphemous. But then, realization dawned on Kushina's face. He was a scholar. Some even called him the priest of seals. Wait, her eyes widened. He meditated every single day. Kurama nodded. Exactly. And done correctly, meditation doesn't just connect you to nature, it strengthens yin release. Only those who master both yin and yang and achieve balance can unlock the path to yin-yang release. He turned to Naruto. Only then will you be able to create something that lasts even after your chakra is no longer connected to it. Naruto frowned, looking a little put out. Kushina seemed equally perplexed. Wait, I don't think any of us were ever on the same level as the Sage of Six Paths, she pointed out. How did Ashina manage it then? Kurama huffed, a smug smile tugging at his lips. Because they weren't. Two identical expressions of shock met him. The fox smirked at their reaction. They just brute forced their way through, creating a pale imitation of the real thing. And they overlooked a critical step. He paused, savoring their anticipation before finally revealing it. They never connected to nature itself. True yin-yang release can only be achieved as a sage. Then, with a flick of his tail, he shifted gears. But back to the matter at hand, Naruto. The boy blinked and straightened. Air. Yes. Kurama regarded him with a surprisingly fond look. This path Naruto was on. It made things much easier for the fox to bear. Remember the meditation technique I taught you. Combine it with the chakra flow you experience when using the sealing chains. You need a clear visualization and firm intent. Use your morning meditation session to try. But be careful. The first time you succeed, you'll feel a significant drain. Don't be afraid of it. I'll help manage the worst of it, but you need to stay in the proper state of mind while training. Understood. Naruto nodded slowly, still deep in thought. With that, the conversation drifted into more casual small talk between mother and son, which was Kurama's cue to slip back into sleep. The next morning, Naruto did as instructed. The moment he succeeded, he felt the drain. It was intense, almost like losing more than half his reserves. But there, in his hands, was the result of his effort. A crude, clunky imitation of a kunai, yet it shimmered with an adamantine sheen. Raitaro sniffed it curiously before giving Naruto a nudge with his snout. 2 small barks. Another thing to practice. Yay! With this newfound ability to create small chunks of chakra metal, Naruto decided to experiment with different weapons. If he could forge them himself like Ashina, it changed everything. He loved his bow. It allowed him to strike from a distance, keeping him safe while hunting his prey. But he knew there would come a time when he would have to face the world head-on. Other shinobi might detect him. Some would have defenses against projectiles. Some were simply too fast to be caught by an arrow. His teachers refused to let him have a disadvantage in close combat. He trained in the open palm taijutsu style his mother had taught him. But what if his opponents had blades? Seals could only bridge the gap so much. This led Naruto to the Uzumaki armory. He had high hopes, dreams of wielding a sleek, deadly katana. But reality was cruel. He quickly learned that large swords were impractical for a shinobi trained in agility and precision. Or to be more precise for him, they just didn't feel right. Not one to give up easily, he tried every weapon store in the armory. But as he reached the end of his options, frustration gnawed at him. Sensing his mood, Raitaro distracted him by nudging the bingo book Naruto had requested in his last letter to the Hokage. Flipping through it, Naruto stumbled upon a potential solution. Asuma Saratobi, his trench knives. Intrigued, Naruto carved wooden dummies to test the feel of different weapon designs. But the trench knives' transition from taijutsu felt clumsy. He needed something smaller, something more natural. The answer came unexpectedly during a hunting trip. He watched as Raitaro pounced on a target, his claws slicing through it effortlessly. Claws. Naruto searched through weapon scrolls, but found most claw designs too bulky. It took weeks before he found inspiration in an unexpected place, an agricultural text. Farmers in rice fields used a curved blade for harvesting. Excited, Naruto carved another wooden model, adding a finger ring for better grip. When he held it in a reverse grip, it felt right. A karambit, shorter reach than a kunai, but with a well-placed wind chakra edge, it would be lethal. It was small, easy to conceal, and its curved shape made it nearly impossible to block. If he infused it with seals and his chakra metal technique, he could craft something truly formidable. Now, he just had to make 2 perfect ones. That wouldn't take long, right? 3 years later, Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply. Finally, after all this time, he had done it. A solid, fully formed karambit, created purely from his chakra. It had taken years to refine all the techniques needed to make it happen, mastering the fundamentals, shaping the blade, and, most importantly, ensuring its durability. Now, at last, he had his own personalized weapon. He had integrated sealing techniques into it, allowing him to recall the blade at will or store it within the hidden seals on his wrists. With the markings completely invisible, the karambits were always within reach, concealed yet ever present. Through further experimentation, he had also added specialized seals to the blade itself, one that could disable or activate the edges at will, making it safer for training, and another that reinforced its structure, rendering it nearly unbreakable. What made the process so arduous was his insistence on creating a material even stronger than standard chakra steel. He had spent countless hours experimenting with the right level of chakra saturation, pushing the limits of durability. To truly grasp this, he had first needed to learn the fundamentals of blacksmithing, a process that took him an entire year to complete. Of course, he hadn't put his chakra-based metallurgy training on hold during that time. Instead, he used it as a means to refine his chakra control and manage his massive reserves. He had also discovered an interesting property of his self-forged metal. It could be melted and reshaped like regular steel, though doing so required an extremely high temperature. Alternatively, with a precise application of chakra, he could break it down into small, condensed pellets, which he then sealed away for later use. His curiosity had been piqued when he learned about a branch of chakra-based blacksmithing techniques. Perhaps exploring that further would help him unlock new ways to manipulate his unique metal. But that wasn't the only advancement he had made over the past 3 years. Naruto had also applied his recall seals to his arrows, linking them directly to a storage seal on his arm. With this, he had eliminated the need for a traditional quiver. No arrows jostling around, no risk of losing them, and nothing protruding from his back that could get snagged in combat. It was a sleek, efficient system. He looked down at his karambit, a small smile forming on his lips. It was a symbol of his progress, of his relentless perseverance. But then reality settled in. He still needed to forge at least one more. A problem for future Naruto. For now, he decided to reward himself. A quick glance at his supplies in the temple confirmed that he was running low on some essentials anyway. That settled it. He was heading into the village for a well-deserved bowl of ramen. After last year's discussion with the Hokage, they had mutually agreed to discontinue the ANBU supply drops. Instead, Naruto kept in regular contact through letters delivered by ravens and, occasionally, met with Hiruzen in person. These meetings, however, required discretion. Naruto's skill with the transformation jutsu had left even Hiruzen baffled. Unlike a typical Jinjutsu transformation, which could be dispelled with physical contact, Naruto's version was a full-body, physical alteration. As long as he continued channeling chakra, the transformation remained intact, shifting his very form rather than merely projecting an illusion. His chosen disguise? A teenage boy with black hair, Kosuke Saratobi, an identity and appearance given to him by the old man himself. The benefits were twofold. Under this persona, he could move freely in the village, purchasing supplies without raising suspicion. As a relative of the Saratobi clan, he even enjoyed a small clan discount. More importantly, it provided a convenient cover for his occasional meetings with Hiruzen. Slipping into his Kosuke persona, Naruto donned his usual outfit and gave Raitaro, a now nearly fully grown wolf, a quick pat. The wolf yawned before shaking out his fur, ready to accompany him. Their destination was already set, Ichiraku Ramen. Maybe he'd do some grocery shopping afterward, but first? Ramen. Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto slurped up another mouthful of ramen, momentarily lost in pure bliss. No matter how hard he tried, he could never replicate this masterpiece with his own cooking skills. Ichiraku Ramen remained unmatched. Beside him, Raitaro lay sprawled outside the ramen stand, his belly full and his body dangerously close to slipping into a food-induced coma. The large wolf had taken his own bowl outside, preferring to eat under the open sky. His ears twitched lazily as he soaked in the warmth of the sun, until suddenly they perked up in alertness. A group was approaching. One human female, 3 canines. Raitaro's eyes cracked open, his body tensing slightly as he observed the newcomers. The 3 dogs halted abruptly, noses raised as they sniffed the air. Their muscles coiled with sudden tension, eyes narrowing at the unfamiliar scent. Hana Inuzuka, walking alongside them, immediately noticed their reaction. She furrowed her brows and instinctively took a deep breath, trying to pick up whatever had unsettled them. But the thick aroma of ramen overwhelmed her senses, making it difficult to discern anything specific. Inside the stand, Naruto remained oblivious, still engrossed in his meal. But Raitaro had shifted from blissful food coma to sharp alertness, his body coiled and ready for any potential threat. The triplets let out a low growl, their fangs baring in challenge. Though young, they were still trained ninkin, and the presence of a wolf, especially one that was noticeably larger than them, was not something they would overlook. Hana followed their gaze, her eyes landing on the lone wolf sitting by the ramen stand, an empty bowl at his side. Her expression hardened. "Who are you?" she asked, her tone edged with caution. The triplets' growls deepened, their hackles raised. Raitaro slowly rose to his feet. Small sparks of electricity crackled through his thick gray fur, dancing along his frame in warning. He exuded a quiet but undeniable killing intent. Not overwhelming, but precise, focused. Hana felt the weight of it immediately, a shiver running down her spine. But the effect on the triplets was even more pronounced. Their growling ceased in an instant. Hana blinked in surprise. She turned her attention to her partners, confused by their sudden shift in demeanor. What had just happened? Before she could fully process it, another presence made itself known. A deep, commanding growl rumbled through the air, sending a ripple of tension through the group. A large, dark-furred canine stepped forward, Kuramaru. Hana stiffened at the sight of the battle-worn ninkin, the longtime partner of her mother, Tsum, and the respected head of the Inuzuka clan's pack. His imposing figure, complete with a distinctive eye patch and a missing left ear, was enough to silence any challenge before it began. The seasoned ninkin took one look at the standoff before speaking. "Stand down, you 3. His voice was rough, authoritative. His single eye locked on Raitaro. "You would lose." Hana swallowed. Kuramaru wasn't one to exaggerate. If he said that, he meant it. Kuramaru took another step forward, now level with Raitaro. Unlike the Inuzuka triplets, he was much closer to the wolf size. His stance was calm, but not without caution. "You're on my turf," he said, his voice a low rumble. "I hope you're not here to cause trouble." Raitaro met his gaze without flinching. His posture remained confident, tail erect, though small sparks of lightning still flickered along his fur. Then, in response, he bared his teeth slightly, not in aggression, but in acknowledgement, before giving a single, slow shake of his head. Kuramaru studied him for a moment, then exhaled through his nose, his expression shifting slightly into something almost thoughtful. "You can't speak yet." Raitaro gave another short shake of his head. The older Ninkin turned to Hana and the triplets. "Go ahead without me. Tell some I'll be a little late for dinner." Hana hesitated, glancing between the two large canines. She didn't fully understand what was happening, but she knew better than to question Kuramaru when it came to matters of the pack. "Understood," she said finally, grabbing the triplets and leading them away. She cast one last look over her shoulder before disappearing down the street. Kuramaru turned back to Raitaro. His single eye gleamed with curiosity. "I think we should talk." Raitaro gave a firm nod before letting out a sharp bark, directing it toward the ramen stand. A moment later, Naruto peeked out, still holding his bowl of ramen, looking mildly surprised but not overly concerned. He glanced at the two canines, quickly assessing the situation, then gave Raitaro a thumbs up. "I'll wait for you at home then, buddy." Raitaro picked up his empty bowl and passed it to Naruto with a quick flick of his muzzle before turning back to Kuramaru. With a silent agreement between them, the two wolves disappeared in simultaneous shunshins. Streets of Konoha, sometime later. Naruto wandered through the narrow streets of Konoha, weaving his way through different districts, trying to get a feel for the village. While he liked the temple, the time was coming when he would need to move out, to integrate more, to meet people beyond his ever-loyal companion, Raitaro, the ANBU operative he occasionally interacted with, and the old man himself. If he wanted to fit in, he needed knowledge, familiarity with the village, its customs, and its people. He couldn't afford to be just another new face. He had already made several purchases for the temple, sealed them neatly into scrolls, and tucked them into his pouch. Now, he let his feet guide him as he moved through the streets, his thoughts lingering on the events at the ramen stand. Raitaro would be fine. Of that, Naruto had no doubt. The wolf was strong, more than capable of using jutsu, and had instincts honed sharper than any blade. Still, the encounter with Kuramaru had been interesting. Lost in thought, Naruto suddenly realized he no longer recognized his surroundings. The air was different here, heavy with the scent of sweat, cheap perfume, and something else he couldn't quite place. As his gaze flicked around, he caught sight of several women, dressed in revealing clothing, their expressions poised somewhere between inviting and calculating. The moment he made eye contact with one of them, she smirked, tilting her body just enough to emphasize her cleavage. Naruto swallowed. He had definitely taken a wrong turn. He had read about this place in scrolls and heard about it from his mother, but being here in person was something else entirely. No written word could capture the raw reality of Konoha's red light district. He found himself wondering why the Hokage allowed this place to exist. Sure, Konoha's version was far smaller than the infamous districts in the capital cities, but why did these places have to exist at all? Why did they have to be so filthy? His mother had once explained that the shinobi life was stressful and that, for some, engaging in physical pleasure without attachment was a way to alleviate that stress. But was that really all this was? Before he could lose himself in his thoughts, a door burst open nearby. A large, bald man stormed out, his face twisted in anger as he shouted back inside. "When I pay that much for everything, I expect everything. Not a screaming whore, because it hurts a little bit." Naruto barely had time to react before the man stalked off, the door slamming shut behind him. For a moment, the street was quiet. Then, minutes later, the door opened again. This time, a different man emerged, larger than the first, his muscles straining against his clothes. But he wasn't alone. He dragged a woman out onto the street, his fist tangled in her hair. Naruto stiffened. Her clothes were torn, barely hanging onto her body. Lace undergarments peeked through the shredded fabric, barely concealing her dignity. Her face was swollen, her skin blotched with bruises and cuts. She barely had the strength to resist as he shoved her against the wall, pressing a forearm against her throat. Then, without hesitation, he backhanded her across the face. Hard. If we lose that customer, the brute sneered, you'll lose more than money. I'll kill you brats one by one until you're compliant. The threat made her tremble, but she didn't beg. Naruto's jaw tightened. His fingers curled into fists. The people in the street did nothing. No one stepped in. This was normal here. That's why no one reacted. These disciplined sessions usually happened behind closed doors, but things had escalated. This bastard was making an example out of her. Naruto's body moved on its own. His steps were measured, deliberate. His posture relaxed but coiled with potential energy. He appeared as nothing more than an older teenager, lean but athletic. To the brute, he probably didn't look like a threat at all. But that would change. His voice was calm. Let her go. No reaction. Naruto's eyes narrowed. A sliver of killing intent leaked into the air. His voice sharpened. I said let her go. That got his attention. The brute released the woman, letting her collapse onto the ground as he turned, eyeing Naruto with thinly veiled amusement. Then, after a beat of silence, he threw back his head and laughed. Oh, look at this, he sneered. Want to play with her? I'll give you a discount. Virgin like you won't last long, even with her like this. Naruto ignored him. He stepped past the brute, kneeling beside the woman. His voice was quiet but firm. Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital? That was a mistake. The brute's face twisted in fury. He had been dismissed, ignored, and that only made him angrier. A baton appeared in his hand, and he stepped forward. Yuvanadi, Keet, piss off. Now. Naruto finally looked at him, his blue eyes meeting the man's glare with eerie calm. I don't want to hurt you, he said simply, but I need to help her. If she doesn't get treated, she'll develop an infection. The baton slapped against the brute's palm. Thwack. I don't care. That bitch cost me good money today. He sneered. You think you could just walk in here and start making demands? Naruto exhaled. If money's the issue. He unsealed his pouch, pulling out a bursting full gamachan, and held it out. I'll pay. Just don't hurt her anymore. Get her to a doctor. The gathered crowd had grown. People were watching, but no one intervened. The brute's eyes widened at the wad of Ryu in Naruto's hand. Then he smirked. You'll hand that whole pouch over, he said, and piss off, or I'll kill you. Naruto blinked. Why would he give away Gamachan? That had been a gift from Jiraiya. You don't give away gifts. That wasn't done, right? By all hinged older appearance, he was still a child inside. So he shook his head. No, I won't do that. The brute swung the baton. Naruto dodged. A switch flipped inside him. Palm strikes didn't work. He wasn't strong enough. Jutsu was out of the question. So he adjusted. His karambits flashed into his hands, set to blunt mode. Small, fast, precise. He slipped into the man's guard, blade hooking behind his knee. The brute collapsed with a roar. Not for long. He forced himself back up. Naruto hopped back, both karambits out, held in reverse grip. His voice had lost all warmth. We can still end this without more violence. The brute spat. The only way this ends is with you dead. Naruto evaded each wild swing, watching, waiting. Then an opening. Naruto's kick struck low, brutal. The brute toppled like a felled tree. Naruto caught him mid-fall. The blade rested against his throat. Are you still an animal, or are you ready to talk? The man snarled. I'll kill why. A wet sound, a gurgle. The body hit the dirt. 3, 2, 1. An ANBU appeared. The Hokage wants to see you. Naruto nodded, sealed his weapons, and walked away. At the first quiet corner, they disappeared, a flock of ravens scattering into the night. That Naruto's conversation with Hiruzen after the incident in the red light district had been brief. The Hokage assured him there would be no consequences. He had clearly acted in self-defense. Still, the moment he had made the conscious decision to end a man's life stayed with him. It was a weight that lingered. When he arrived back at his usual hideout, Raitaro greeted him with a nod, offering him a piece of freshly hunted meat. The silent acknowledgement felt reassuring, as if his friend instinctively understood the turmoil in his mind and knew who he needed to speak with first. That night, Naruto retreated into his mindscape. There, he collapsed in Akushina's arms and wept. Though he had grown accustomed to blood and death through hunting, taking the life of a human was something entirely different. The warmth of his mother's embrace and the steady presence of Kurama anchored him, reminding him that he was not a monster. Kurama, self-proclaimed expert on the subject, had made his stance clear. Naruto's guilt alone was proof that he was not like the creatures he feared becoming. The following day, he received a summons from the Hokage for their usual tea appointment. This time, however, Hiruzen chose to host him at the Sarutobi residence, a small but telling detail. Naruto, using a well-crafted Sarutobi alias, appreciated the added security the change in location provided. Hiruzen had just finished pouring their tea when Naruto arrived, his sharp, analytical gaze never leaving the boy. As they each took a sip, the Hokage finally leaned back, lighting his pipe before speaking. Now, Naruto, let's start with the good news. Naruto, still maintaining his henge, immediately took note of the wording. The privacy seals in place were formidable, but the fact that Hiruzen was using his real name meant he had activated the highest level of protection. Your intervention led to the discovery of a human trafficking ring within our walls, Hiruzen continued, his voice heavy with the weight of the revelation. Since you essentially eliminated bandits, I will be registering this as a C-rank mission under your silent record. He handed Naruto a small scroll, the mission payment enclosed. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he took it, before quickly sealing it away into his ammunition pouch. The not-so-good news, Hiruzen went on, exhaling a slow puff of smoke, is that our time is running out. Naruto's focus sharpened. By law, I can only freeze the funds of missing personnel for 10 years. You've been officially listed as missing for 6. That means I can only protect your parents' financial legacy for another 4 years before I am legally required to relinquish control. While the scrolls and artifacts have already been relocated to the temple for safekeeping, the monetary funds would default to the village's coffers, more specifically, into the hands of the elders. Naruto took a measured sip of his tea, processing the implications. So what you're saying is, I have 4 years before I have to step back into the light? Or do I? Hiruzen chuckled, a glint of approval in his aged eyes. Good. It seems my lessons on looking underneath the underneath are finally sticking. Naruto offered a small smile, but said nothing, waiting for the Hokage to continue. In truth, you wouldn't need to make a formal claim in front of the council. As long as there is official documentation proving your existence and active duty in Konoha, that would be enough. However, Hiruzen took another drag from his pipe, his expression growing more serious. Even that will attract unwanted attention. The moment we file your presence in the system, the bloodhounds will begin sniffing around, and it will only be a matter of time before you're forced into the open. I swore to your father, on his dying breath, that I would protect you. To uphold that promise, you need to be ready. Naruto remained silent for a moment, absorbing his words. He agreed. So how do we do this, Gigi? Hiruzen's smile returned. First, I have an ANBU operative who isn't mentally cleared for full duty yet. They primarily serve in my protection detail at the moment. I had someone else in mind, but that individual resigned just yesterday. However, you and this ANBU have already crossed paths before. I believe the two of you can work together, and perhaps the interaction will benefit you both. Naruto nodded. Sounds good to me. Training with Konoha's best can only help when I eventually have to step out of the shadows. Besides, his voice held a note of something deeper, something unspoken. I imagine there'll come a time when I won't want to hide anymore. Hiruzen exhaled another slow plume of smoke, nodding. Understandable. But I hope you realize that I'd sleep much better at night, knowing that when that time comes, you'll be fully prepared to handle the consequences of stepping back into the light. Naruto smirked slightly. Of course, Gigi. I do like being alive, you know. He chuckled, but the weight of their conversation still lingered in the air. That said, all the training in the world won't mean much without real-world experience. The Hokage's expression softened in approval. Naruto had always been bright. He had already completed the entire theoretical syllabus of the academy, albeit under an alias, and had his work graded by a trusted chunin. Exactly, Hiruzen agreed. That's why I plan to gradually integrate you with the current class of clan heirs once they graduate. He took another contemplative puff from his pipe, then smiled slightly. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, your ANBU instructor will have full clearance to train you in our advanced facilities. And since you've already been blooded, I believe the occasional C-rank mission will help sharpen your skills further. Hiruzen's keen gaze settled on Naruto, watching carefully for his reaction. When the boy simply nodded in acceptance, the old man allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Yeah, that works, Naruto said. Then, after a brief pause, he leaned back and asked, Any news from my godfather? Hiruzen chuckled at the shift in conversation, allowing the tension to ease. They spent the next few hours talking about lighter topics before Naruto finally rose to leave. Tomorrow, he would meet his new instructor. Training would begin in the temple area for now, and he would take his next step toward the future that awaited him. The next day, if someone had asked Naruto what he hoped to gain from training with one of Konoha's elite, his answer would have been simple: strength. The kind of strength that would allow him to stand tall in the face of any challenge. Now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, he could feel every single muscle in his body, even ones he hadn't known existed until recently. The ANBU with the Raven Mask had arrived early that morning. What followed were 6 grueling hours of relentless testing in the 3 fundamental ninja disciplines: taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. The fact that he was still standing after all that was a minor miracle, considering his age. Though Raven made no comment, offering neither praise nor criticism, Naruto knew that a detailed report would be sent to Hiruzen by the end of the day. By his own estimate, his current abilities placed him solidly at a chunin level. Not bad for someone who had spent most of his life in the shadows. Now, however, they sat concealed in the thick branches of a tree, observing the class Hiruzen had mentioned. Their final lesson of the day was a chaotic, every man for himself taijutsu sparring match. It quickly became apparent that Sasuke Uchiha was the undisputed strongest among them. Naruto found himself nodding in approval. So, what's your assessment, Kosuke? Raven finally asked once the match had ended. Would you fit in with this class? Naruto took a quick sip from his water bottle before sealing it away and shaking his head. Don't think so, Raven-sensei. His voice held a note of certainty. First off, I don't think I'm cut out for a classroom learning environment. I learned the material because the old man motivated me, but after my relocation, he let out a short chuckle at the carefully chosen word. Well, let's just say I picked up skills that the academy could never have taught me. And as for the practical classes, let's be honest, I could wipe the floor with all of them. He leaned forward slightly, glancing at the now dispersing students. Did you see those so-called budding kunoichi? Half of them spent more time trailing after Uchiha-san like lost ducklings than actually sparring. Raven exhaled sharply, a hint of amusement laced in the sound. A disgrace. That's something I may have to report to the Hokage. Let's hope they get their act together before they leave the village for their first C-ranks. He shook his head. I don't envy their future Jonin instructors. With their observations complete, they returned to the temple, where they found Raitaro in a similar state of exhaustion. Neither of them knew exactly where he had disappeared earlier, but he had made sure the masked ANBU was trustworthy before leaving. The following weeks and months were dominated by training from sunrise to sunset. 5 days a week, Naruto sparred and studied under Raven's guidance. The remaining 2 days were left for independent training or much-needed rest. Per Kurama's advice, he refrained from revealing his bloodline abilities to Raven, for now. The Mokuton, in particular, would have to wait before he could dedicate time to mastering it. But he was making progress. Slowly, he could at least repair his bow and shape seals directly into the wood. As expected, missions soon followed. Most involved clearing out small bandit camps, but they were invaluable in honing his skills. 5 more successful missions were quietly added to his hidden record. One of his greatest gains, however, was the first jutsu Raven taught him, one that quickly became a favorite in his arsenal, the shadow clone technique. A forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage himself. Because Naruto couldn't create fewer than 20 standard clones despite his relatively decent chakra control, Hiruzen had authorized Raven to teach him the kenjutsu. Now, nearly 2 years since the training had begun, Naruto stood before the Hokage once more. "I am very pleased," Hiruzen said with a nod. "And yes, I authorize your request, Raven." Naruto, still going by his alias Kosuke, watched curiously as the Hokage turned to him. "Kosuke, your instructor has requested permission to begin your training in elemental jutsu." Hiruzen's tone was calm but firm. "Because you're not an officially registered shinobi of Konoha, there was some bureaucratic red tape, but that's been taken care of." He handed Naruto a storage scroll. Included inside is a list of jutsu for all 5 elements, as well as a pass granting you access to the shinobi section of the Konoha library. You may check out training scrolls as needed. The news was unexpected, but before Naruto could respond, Hiruzen continued. "Normally, Raven would oversee your training, but I need her back on full active duty for the foreseeable future." That caught both Naruto and Raven off guard. They exchanged a glance. Naruto's eyes filled with excitement for his mentor's return to duty, while Raven's held something more conflicted. She had grown accustomed to training the young wolf, and he wasn't so little anymore. A gentle bump from Naruto's elbow shook her from her thoughts. She exhaled before turning back to the Hokage. "Excuse me, Hokage-sama. I am grateful, but you are aware that with my condition, returning to full duty could worsen my state." Her voice was carefully measured, but for the more sensitive details, she switched to ANBU code. Hiruzen smiled knowingly. "I am aware. That is precisely why I have found a solution." Raven stiffened slightly, but didn't press further. Instead, she simply bowed in acceptance. Hiruzen then turned back to Naruto. "We will revisit your training and status in 1 year. For now, you have everything you need to refine your skills in your chosen path." He offered a sly wink before dismissing them both. As Naruto stepped out of the office, storage scroll in hand, he couldn't help but feel the shift in the air. His training with Raven had come to an end. But this was not the end of his journey. If anything, it was only the beginning. With Izumi, Raven. She sat in her private apartment within the ANBU headquarters, the one place where she could remove her mask and face herself without pretense. The dim glow of the lantern cast flickering shadows across the walls as she stood before her mirror. Her long brown hair, now tied into a high ponytail, framed the face of a woman hardened by years of duty. With a slow, steady breath, she activated her eyes. The familiar shift of crimson flooded her vision as her Sharingan awakened, the tomo spinning lazily before morphing into their matured form. A moment later, the unique pattern of her Mangekyo emerged, a 7-pointed star, subtly twisted clockwise, reflected in the mirror surface. Her gaze dropped to the letter lying on her desk. At first, it seemed like an ordinary message, but as she blinked, the ink realigned itself, revealing a hidden storage matrix along with 2 simple sentences. She loved you deeply. Never forget what I told you the day before." Her breath hitched, fingers hesitating over the seal. With a flick of her wrist, she unsealed its contents. For a brief moment, all the weight on her shoulders seemed to lift. A quiet gasp escaped her lips, and before she even realized it, a small, genuine smile had formed. For the first time in a long while, she could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Quite literally, with Naruto in his mindscape. At the same time, another conversation took place. This conversation had no less serious. The news hit harder than anything Naruto had ever faced. He stood abruptly, emotions warring across his face, confusion, sorrow, and something deeper, something raw. His voice was unsteady when he finally spoke. "What do you mean it was never supposed to last this long?" Kushina sighed, her expression soft yet firm. "I know it's hard, son, but it was never meant to work for so long. And I can feel the pull growing stronger each day." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. "You know one of the fundamental rules the Uzumaki clan established." Naruto swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. And then, in perfect unison, mother and son spoke the words that had been ingrained in their bloodline for generations. "Never try to cheat the Shinigami." Kushina nodded solemnly. "Your father and I did this to give you a chance, to help you grow. And thanks to Kurama's help, I was able to stay longer than I ever should have." A bittersweet smile graced her lips, her eyes glistening. "I've watched you become everything we ever hoped for and more. When I see your father again on the other side, I can tell him, without a doubt, that our son has become a fine young man." Naruto glanced toward Kurama. The great fox, who had remained silent throughout the conversation, did not react, nor did he appear ready to offer any words of comfort. He simply watched. Naruto turned back to his mother, taking a deep breath before asking the question that took every ounce of his self-control to say without breaking. "When?" Kushina's heart clenched. She reached out and pulled him into a warm embrace, holding him close as if that alone could ease the pain. "I think I can hold on until the day you would have graduated from the academy." Her voice was gentle, but the weight of her words settled deep in Naruto's chest. "After that, I'll have to ask Kurama to stop the flow of chakra. If we push beyond that point, I imagine it will hurt too much." Naruto's arms tightened around her as his shoulders trembled. The sobs started softly, muffled against her shoulder. "We'll reduce training time while you're still here," he said between deep, shuddering breaths. It was the only thing he could control, the only way he could make sure their remaining time wasn't wasted. Kushina nodded, her hand running soothingly along his back. "Of course, sweetheart." Kurama watched silently. He had always known this moment would come. He had spoken with Kushina about it before. He had seen the way her presence had anchored Naruto, had steadied him when he teetered on the edge after his first kill. He was grateful she had managed to stay this long, even if it meant that saying goodbye would hurt that much more. Graduation day, 1 year later, evening. On the evening of graduation day, Naruto stepped into the Yamanaka flower shop, the small bell above the door chiming softly to announce his arrival. The scent of fresh blooms filled the air, a stark contrast to the heaviness that sat in his chest. His gaze wandered briefly over the vibrant array of flowers before settling on the counter, where a blonde girl sat idly polishing a Konoha headband. She hadn't noticed him enter, too lost in her own world as she mumbled to herself. "Now that I'm a kunoichi, Sasuke-kun will finally notice me. Oh, I hope we end up on the same team." Naruto barely reacted. He was dressed in black funeral attire, his posture composed yet distant. For this day, he had abandoned his usual henge, leaving only his whisker marks hidden, just to see if anyone would recognize him as he was. Not that it mattered. Today, nothing like that mattered. The past 2 years had changed him. He had gained muscle, grown taller, and carried himself with the kind of quiet confidence that turned heads. His physique was lean but strong, his features sharp, his presence commanding in an almost unsettling way. Yet it was his expression, the cold weight behind his eyes, that truly set him apart. Even the flowers around him seemed to react, their delicate petals subtly wilting in the oppressive air of his mood. Still unnoticed, he tapped the bell on the counter, earning a sharp, annoyed response. "What?" Light green eyes met deep blue ones. "I need a funeral arrangement," Naruto said, his voice steady, measured. There was a flicker of something beneath the surface. Anger, grief, something unspoken. Something already prepared. "It's for today." Yamanaka blinked, momentarily thrown off by the request, and by the person standing in front of her. He wasn't just any customer. He was striking in a way that was hard to place. His rough yet refined demeanor, the self-assured weight in his tone. It was the same kind of presence she admired in Sasuke. But there was something else, too. Something colder. Naruto cleared his throat, snapping her out of her daze. "Sorry," she said quickly. "Yes, we have something ready." She moved to retrieve a suitable arrangement, but found herself still speaking. "I just graduated today, you know." She wasn't sure why she was saying it, but her mouth kept moving before she could stop herself. Naruto raised a brow at her, the barest flicker of interest in his otherwise impassive expression. "Oh, really? That was it. Just 2 words. Flat, disinterested." Still, Ino pressed on, suddenly eager to fill the silence. "Yes, I was second in class standings, right behind Sakura. I'm sure I'll get a great Jonin instructor, and soon enough, I'll be at the top of the new genin." She puffed out her chest, clearly proud of herself. Naruto barely reacted. His eyes swept over the floral arrangements before pointing at one. "I'll take those." Ino, still expecting more of a response from him, handed him the bouquet and rang him up. Yet even as he took the flowers, she found herself staring, caught in the deep blue of his gaze. Something about him was frustratingly unreadable. Then, before she could even register what had happened, the flowers disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sealing jutsu. Wait, where was the scroll? Naruto had already turned to leave, but as he reached the door, he could still feel her gaze lingering on his back. With a glance over his shoulder, he met her eyes one last time. "If you want recognition or praise for your class standings, go to your parents," he said, his voice cool, almost dismissive. "Out there, it won't matter if you can recite the names of all the Kage from memory. What will matter is whether you're strong enough to survive an enemy encounter." His eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. "Maybe you should ask your mother what happens to a captured kunoichi." He paused, then let his gaze drift over her, as if reassessing. "Or better yet, looking at you. I'd say your father would have a better idea." He inclined his head slightly, a mockery of formal politeness, before turning away. The door shut behind him with finality. Ino stood there, utterly still, her mouth slightly open. For the first time in a long time, she had no response. She was speechless. Sometime later, Yamanaka residence. She sat at the grand feast her parents had arranged to celebrate her graduation. But no matter how much she tried to focus on the cheerful atmosphere, she couldn't shake the words of that blonde stranger from her mind. They lingered like a shadow, unsettling and persistent. By the time dessert was served, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Looking up from her plate, she hesitated before raising her voice. Daddy." Inoichi Yamanaka, still beaming with pride over his daughter's high marks, turned toward her with warmth in his eyes. "Yes, princess." She hesitated only for a moment before asking the question that had been weighing on her since that afternoon. "What happens if a kunoichi gets captured by the enemy?" The reaction was instant. The dining room, once filled with the hum of happy conversation, fell into silence. Inoichi's smile faded, his body stilling as his grip on his chopsticks tightened ever so slightly. Across from him, his wife lost her own hold on her utensils, the soft clatter against the table the only sound in the heavy stillness. Inoichi forced himself to remain calm, carefully schooling his expression into something gentler. He offered her a strained smile. "What brings that up, princess?" His measured tone was meant to keep the conversation light, but Ino caught the tension beneath it. Without thinking much about it, she launched into a retelling of her brief encounter at the flower shop, describing the blue-eyed boy who had spoken to her with such cold certainty. Inoichi listened, silent and thoughtful, cursing himself internally. Of course, that young man wasn't wrong. If anything, he had given Ino a lesson her own father had struggled to find the right time to teach. He had allowed her to indulge in her childhood fantasies, to chase her crush on Sasuke, to fixate on trivial things rather than the harsh reality of the world she was about to step into. He had let her diet recklessly to maintain a figure she thought would impress a boy, instead of encouraging her to strengthen her body to survive. He had coddled her too much. With a brief glance at his wife, he exhaled and began explaining. He kept his words soft, careful, but he did not lie. He told her what could happen if a kunoichi fell into enemy hands, the danger she might face, the brutal truths of war and espionage. He chose his words gently, but the implications were there, and Ino, sharp as ever, understood them. By the time he finished, her face had gone pale. Even with his careful phrasing, the weight of his words settled heavily on her shoulders. She had always known, in some distant, abstract way, that being a ninja was dangerous, but she had never truly thought about what it meant to be weak. Her father's final warning echoed in her head. If your chakra reserves run low and you can no longer use your jutsu to evade the enemy, the only thing standing between you and capture is your physical condition. It was like a cold shower dousing her illusions. She liked Sasuke. She liked the idea of romance, of being swept off her feet, but being taken against her will because she was too weak to fight back? That was not happening. Her hands clenched into fists on her lap, and her expression hardened with newfound determination. "Daddy!" Inoichi's gaze sharpened, immediately picking up on the shift in her body language. He didn't need to be a Yamanaka specialist to know what was coming. "Yes, princess. Can we increase my training?" She hesitated, her voice softer than she wanted it to be, but the resolve in her eyes didn't waver. "Maybe include more physical conditioning too?" A faint blush dusted her cheeks, but Inoichi was too relieved to tease her about it. This was what he had been waiting for, the moment she would realize the truth on her own, without him having to push her. He had known this conversation needed to happen, but he had struggled with when and how. Now, thanks to a certain nameless boy, she had asked him. "Of course we can do that, Ino-chan." His voice was warm, proud, though I may have to consult a colleague for help. Training a kunoichi differs slightly from how I was trained, so I'd prefer to get some outside expertise. Would that be all right with you? Ino nodded firmly. Inoichi smiled, a deep sense of relief washing over him. This wasn't just about her development as a kunoichi, it was about ensuring she had the strength to survive in the world she was about to enter. And for the first time in a long while, he knew he'd be able to sleep a little easier at night. With Naruto at the Uzumaki Temple. Naruto stood in the quiet clearing before the memorial stone, the air heavy with the scent of earth and candle wax. The names of his parents, newly inscribed by his own hand that very morning, gleamed faintly in the flickering candlelight. At the base of the stone, he carefully placed the funeral arrangement he had bought from the Yamanaka flower shop, its delicate petals contrasting against the cold, unyielding surface of the monument. Beside him, Raitaro let out a low, mournful howl before pressing against his side, offering silent comfort. Naruto exhaled slowly, his hand resting on the wolf's thick fur. Even though he had known this day would come, had spent a full year preparing for it, nothing could have truly braced him for the moment Kushina finally let go. The ache in his chest was sharp and unrelenting. Now, standing before the stone, he clasped his hands together and bowed his head. "Watch over me, will you?" The unspoken prayer lingered in the still evening air. He turned his gaze to Raitaro, grateful for the steadfast presence of his companion. "Can you handle the hunt tonight, Rai?" he asked quietly. The wolf gave him a slow, understanding nod before slipping away into the shadows, leaving Naruto alone in the dim light of the candles. With a heavy breath, he walked to his usual spot, just outside the temple barrier, and sat down to meditate. His emotions churned within him, raw and unresolved. He needed to center himself, to regain the control that felt so fragile in the wake of his mother's passing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, evening bled into night. The once gentle silence of the forest felt different now, charged, unsettled. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Something was wrong. His senses sharpened instantly, his pulse steady but alert. There was movement in the village. Multiple chakra signatures. ANBU units were being mobilized. But more concerningly, 3 scattered signatures were moving rapidly, directly toward his location. His expression hardened. He reached for his bandana, tying it securely around his head as his stance shifted. His grief, still raw and lingering, was momentarily set aside. His instincts, honed through relentless training, demanded focus. If these were enemies, he would not allow them near one of the last remaining Uzumaki sites. His resolve solidified. He locked onto the 3 approaching presences, his muscles tensing in preparation. Then, in the span of a breath, he vanished, dissolving into a swirling mass of ravens and black feathers, slipping into the night like a phantom. With the 3 unknown signatures, Mizuki and his 2 accomplices took a moment to catch their breath, the dense forest around them silent, except for the rustling of leaves in the night breeze. The scroll of seals lay at their feet, its weight both literal and symbolic. They had succeeded in their theft, and now the real escape began. One of the Chunin grinned. "That plan of yours worked like a charm, Mizuki." Mizuki smirked, confidence exuding from him as he ran a hand over the large shuriken strapped to his back, checking for any damage from their earlier encounters. "Of course, our lord considered every possibility," he replied, his voice filled with unwavering belief in the unseen mastermind they served. Before the 3rd man could respond, an arrow sliced through the air. Silent, deadly. It struck the Chunin in the center of his chest. He gasped, stumbling back, his hands grasping at the arrow as if he could undo the inevitable. His mouth opened, but no sound escaped, just a shallow, choking exhale. Then his body hit the ground, unmoving, his unseeing eyes staring up at the darkened sky. Mizuki and his remaining allies spun around instantly, bodies tensed, eyes scanning the treetops. The 2nd arrow came just as swiftly, but this time they were alert enough to hear the faint whisper of wind that preceded its arrival. They leaped to the side, dodging, almost. Mizuki's partner was too slow. The arrow embedded itself deep into his side, but the real danger was revealed a second later. At the end of the shaft, a sizzling paper bomb burned brightly before detonating in a controlled explosion. The force of the blast sent the man hurtling backward, his body crumpling as a strangled cry tore from his throat. Mizuki's pulse spiked. This wasn't a battle. This was a hunt, and they were the prey. Without hesitation, he grabbed the scroll of seals and took off at full speed. Staying still was a death sentence. Whoever this shooter was, they were methodical, ruthless, and Mizuki was not about to wait around to become the next target. High above, a figure emerged from the dense foliage of a tree, his wooden camouflage melting away like mist. Naruto Uzumaki. His sharp blue eyes gleamed under the moonlight, a bow still in hand, though now lowered. With a single silent command, he left a shadow clone behind to tend to the injured man. Interrogation would be useful before he turned his attention to Mizuki. This wasn't a chase. This was a stalk. Moving swiftly, Naruto fired well-placed arrows, subtly directing Mizuki toward a clearing, one just outside the temple's protective barrier. Mizuki crashed into the open space, panting, his hands tightening around the scroll. His instinct screamed that something was wrong. The shadows were too still. The air fell off. His sharp gaze swept his surroundings. He noticed a faint distortion, a shimmer in the air around him. A Jinjutsu? His fingers flew into a ram seal, disrupting his chakra flow to dispel it. Nothing changed. His breath hitched. Not a Jinjutsu. A barrier, he whispered. A sound behind him made him spin, his reflexes honed by desperation. Without thinking, he threw one of his giant shuriken at the source. A figure landed in front of him in the dark clearing, clad entirely in black, headband absent, yet undeniably trained. The boy dodged the incoming weapon effortlessly, not even bothering to block. The motion was too smooth, too confident. Mizuki sneered, trying to regain control of the situation. "You look like you came straight from a funeral," he taunted. "Good thinking. I can arrange for yours." His opponent's only response was a shift in stance. With a flick of his wrist, Naruto dismissed his bow. In its place, twin karambits gleamed under the moonlight, curved, wickedly sharp. His eyes flickered to the scroll in Mizuki's grip. "A traitor, then?" "You should really keep those words to yourself," Naruto remarked, his voice cool, even amused. Before Mizuki could retort, Naruto was already upon him. Mizuki barely dodged the first strike, only to feel the second blade slice through the fabric of his uniform, grazing his ribs. He grit his teeth and retaliated, flicking a kunai into his grip to block. The clash of metal against metal rang through the clearing, sparks flying with every impact. Mizuki struggled. His opponent's movements were fluid, relentless, each attack blending seamlessly into the next. The whirling motion of the karambits unlike anything Mizuki had ever fought against. His mind flashed to a familiar style, Asuma Saratobi. But this was different. Asuma's taijutsu resembled a boxer, direct and punishing. This boy, this phantom in the dark, moved like a shadow, his unpredictable strikes forcing Mizuki onto the defensive. Then, in a blur, Naruto created a sealless shadow clone. The fight ended even quicker. When they separated again, Mizuki was panting, his uniform shredded, his arms covered in thin, precise cuts, none fatal, but each a reminder of how badly outmatched he was. Naruto, meanwhile, stood unscathed, save for the slightly ruffled strands of blonde hair beneath his bandana. "You should take me seriously," he said with a smirk, twirling one of his karambits. "Next time, you might lose your head." Mizuki barely heard him. His gaze snapped toward a second Naruto, one standing a few feet away with a scroll of seals in hand. "No!" Before Mizuki could react, both Naruto and the scroll vanished in a shunshin. Panic set in. He had lost the package. If he returned to his new lord empty-handed, he was as good as dead. There was only one option left. With desperation, Mizuki activated the cursed seal he had been given. His body twisted and morphed, flesh stretching grotesquely as he transformed into a monstrous abomination. Naruto exhaled through his nose, unfazed as the first wave of memories from his interrogation clone filtered into his mind. His blue eyes flickered as he took in the grotesque, new form before him. The seal. The change in chakra. "So you work for that snake," he muttered. "I see it clearly now." But Mizuki wasn't listening. With a wild snarl, he charged forward, muscles bulging unnaturally, driven by brute strength and rage. Naruto didn't flinch. At the last second, he leaped high over Mizuki's lunge, landing gracefully behind him as golden chains burst from the ground, wrapping around Mizuki's legs and yanking them out from under him. The traitor crashed face first into the dirt. Naruto's chakra chains tightened, coiling around Mizuki's limbs, immobilizing him as he struggled in vain. "Don't bother," Naruto said, his voice calm. "Those chains can hold back a Biju. You're not getting out." Mizuki thrashed, but the harder he fought, the tighter the chains constricted. One slithered around his neck, squeezing. His grotesque form shuddered, his movements slowing. His eyes rolled back as consciousness faded. Naruto watched, expression blank, until the transformation reversed, leaving behind only a broken, unconscious man. His clones worked swiftly. One finished copying the scroll of seals, another sketched details of the cursed seal. The original, of course, would be returned. Call it mission pay. As he stretched his senses outward, he detected ANBU closing in. Raitaro would arrive with them soon. By the time the 6 masked figures landed, the scene was already set. 3 traitors subdued, the scroll recovered, and Naruto calmly finishing a meat skewer. "You're late to the party," Naruto remarked to his wolf, offering a smirk before turning to the ANBU captain. "I believe you were looking for these guys." Hokage Tower. Office of the Hokage, shortly after. The seals in the Hokage's office flared to life the moment Hiruzen saw exactly who had recovered the scroll of seals. He exhaled slowly, rubbing his temples as he sat back in his chair. "I should have known," he muttered, though there was no real disappointment in his tone. "When Kat informed me that the traitors were found in the forest near the temple, I should have immediately considered that you were responsible. Well done." Again. He leaned forward, tapping his fingers on his desk thoughtfully. "I'd say this qualifies as a B-rank mission." Naruto exchanged a brief look with Raitaro, and with a single nod, they silently accepted the classification. Hiruzen, already moving to the next step, turned toward Raven, the ANBU who had accompanied Naruto. "Give me Dragon." With a blur of movement, Raven disappeared. Mere seconds later, she reappeared with another ANBU by her side, one clad in dark armor, a dragon mask concealing his face. Hiruzen gave a brief nod of acknowledgement to both kneeling ANBU, silently dismissing the formality and allowing them to rise. His focus shifted to Dragon. "Good to have you here," he said. Then he hesitated. His gaze flickered back to Naruto, and with a subtle shift of his fingers, he used the coded hand signs they had developed over the years. "Are we alone?" Naruto didn't answer with words. Instead, he closed his eyes and opened his senses, activating the mind's eye of the Kagura. The world around him shifted, chakra signatures flaring to life in his perception. He let his awareness expand outward, sweeping through the office, through the walls, through the corridors beyond. Then he found it. A single foreign presence, hidden but not well enough. A watcher, a spy. His eyes snapped open. With a sharp, practiced movement, he subtly signaled the exact location to Hiruzen. The response was instantaneous. The third Hokage moved faster than sight, his hand flashing as a kunai found its mark, embedding deep into the skull of the hidden observer. The spy crumpled, lifeless, before they had even fully registered their fate. Dragon had already begun drawing his sword, reacting to the sudden violence, but Hiruzen stopped him with a curt gesture. The tension in the room settled only slightly. "We will deal with this soon," Hiruzen said evenly, his voice unwavering. Then he turned back to Naruto, his demeanor shifting. With the knowledge that they were now truly alone, his voice took on a ceremonial weight, an authority that filled the space. "Uzumaki Naruto," he began, his words deliberate, "I hereby promote you to the rank of Chunin, with an automatic promotion to Tokubetsu Jonin after 1 year of active service to the village." He let the words settle before continuing. "I also call you into my service as ANBU of Konohagakure. Do you accept?" Naruto remained still, his expression unreadable. The day had taken unexpected turns, but if fate had decided to test him, then so be it. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward Raitaro. There were no words exchanged between them. There never needed to be. The wolf, after a brief pause, turned his golden eyes toward the Hokage. Then, to the shock of everyone present, he spoke. "Oh, we sure do accept, Sarutoi-sama." His deep, rumbling growl reverberated through the room, and then he bowed, exposing his neck in a display of trust and acknowledgement. Silence filled the office. Even Dragon, known for his unwavering composure, stiffened slightly, his fingers flexing in surprise. Hiruzen, however, merely smiled. A knowing, satisfied smile. Then it's decided. Hokage residence, directly after Raitaro accepted for the both of them. Eh, Naruto exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. You can talk. Raitaro grinned at him. Sure can. You can thank that Inuzuka wolfhound for that. Kuramaru explained how it works, and now here I am, talking. Well, that is certainly unexpected, Hiruzen added, his voice calm but tinged with intrigue. A chuckle rippled through the room, even the ever-composed dragon letting out a quiet laugh. The Sandaime turned his gaze toward Raven. You reported to Dragon about our discussion today, correct? Raven gave a short nod, but it was Dragon who answered. Yes, Hokage-sama. I'm looking forward to our newest recruit. If he's as talented as you say, he could be a valuable asset in the future. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Exactly. Raven, you will take. His gaze shifted between Naruto and Raitaro, eyes lingering on the latter for a moment before he continued. You take Wolf and get him properly outfitted. Tomorrow, after I finish handling the academy promotions, I want all three of you back here. I have an idea that could prove beneficial moving forward. A synchronized chorus of "Hi" echoed in response before they were formally dismissed. However, before leaving, Naruto was handed his B-rank mission payment. Raven informed him that she would pick him up in the morning to take him to the ANBU quarters and advised him to pack his things. With that, she vanished into the night, leaving him to his own devices. Wasting no time, Naruto hurried home. He took a quick shower, washing away the grime of the day, before kneeling at the memorial to offer his prayers. Beside him, Raitaro sat silently, as if paying respects in his own way. The next morning, they rose early, moving through their routine with practiced efficiency. Together, they secured the temple, locking it down with an intricate web of space-time seals. The enhancements ensured that the entire structure was now partially displaced from reality, making it undetectable to even the most skilled sensor nin. With everything in order, they prepared for what lay ahead. Hokage office noon. Not only had Naruto and Raven gathered in the Hokage's round office, but two others were also present. The ANBU dragon and a masked operative with an owl-themed mask. Naruto and Raitaro gave the Hokage a respectful nod, which he acknowledged with a glance before activating a series of intricate seals, locking the office down completely. Wonderful. Everyone's on time, Hiruzen remarked. His statement drew a brief chuckle from Owl before the masked ANBU quickly composed himself. If Dragon noticed, he gave no indication. The Hokage allowed himself a small smile as he took in the assembled group. The reason I called you here is quite simple, he continued, his tone carrying the weight of his authority. After yesterday's incident, I'll need to conduct a thorough review of a significant portion of the ANBU. Dragon and I will have our hands full. However, we must still ensure that potential threats to Konoha are eliminated. He paused, standing up and slowly crossing the room, hands clasped behind his back. Fortunately, our spy master has found a trustworthy source to assist with this task. Additionally, despite Wolf here being only a recruit, he and his partner, Raitaro, are among our most skilled trackers, second only to the Inuzuka. That statement finally provoked a reaction. Owl and Dragon both turned their attention toward Naruto, assessing him. He stood at ease, clad in full ANBU uniform, the standard issue sword strapped to his back, giving nothing away beneath his mask. Hiruzen, however, was not finished. You three, Raven, Owl, and Wolf, will form a new, highly specialized unit. You will be the foundation of the next generation of Konoha's hunter nin. Dragon let out a thoughtful hum, but remained silent. Raven gave a single nod, accepting the assignment without question. Owl, on the other hand, glanced at Naruto, eyes scrutinizing the youngest among them. While Naruto had grown and was catching up to Raven's height, he was still slightly shorter, a fact that did not go unnoticed. Hiruzen observed Owl's demeanor and addressed him directly. You have a comment, Owl? Being called out so directly by the Hokage was unexpected, but the operative straightened his stance immediately. I'm not sure about this, Hokage-sama, he stated neutrally. He doesn't look like much. Behind his mask, Naruto rolled his eyes, though outwardly he remained composed. He had already closed his eyes for a moment, reaching out with his senses, so close now he could feel everything about the man before him. Judging a book by its cover isn't always wise, Naruto replied, his voice as calm as the ANBU's own. Just because you can throw a few logs around doesn't mean you should assume you know everything. Raitaro, lounging lazily in the office, let out a smug chuckle. You'd live a lot longer if you learned that lesson sooner rather than later. The Hokage chuckled as well. Amused by the flicker of bewilderment he could sense beneath Owl's mask. Owl asked, skepticism creeping into his tone. That's classified information, Raitaro answered, grinning. Naruto shook his head. And yet, I somehow have access to it, he said, amusement lacing his words. So maybe, before making bold statements, you should consider whether your intel is complete. Because right now it isn't. Enough, Hiruzen interjected before the tension could escalate further. I created this team because your skills complement each other perfectly. Dragon will be your contact for missions, but before we proceed, there's still some team building to be done. He turned slightly, addressing Dragon directly. Old friend, you're welcome to observe if you wish. With that, the meeting came to an end. In the blink of an eye, the office emptied as 6 bodies vanished in synchronized shunshins, leaving behind only a scattering of leaves. Hidden Hokage training ground. Hiruzen placed his hand on the blood seal, channeling chakra into it. The lock disengaged with a faint glow, granting them access to one of Konoha's most secure training grounds. Typically, this space was reserved for the Hokage's private training, an area safeguarded against prying enemy eyes. Today, however, it served a different purpose. All except Dragon, unmask, Hiruzen ordered. Naruto complied, pulling off his mask to reveal a hint of blonde hair beneath the black bandana he wore, now adorned with an orange Uzumaki swirl. Izumi hesitated for a moment before following suit, her dark hair tumbling free as her mask came off. Yamato, the last to do so, removed his own with a measured movement. Hiruzen looked at the 3 before nodding. I trust all of you. Izumi Uchiha, Yamato, meet Uzumaki Naruto, son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze. Also, the current Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, no Kitsune. The reaction was immediate. Yamato and Izumi both took a step back, processing the revelation. For Izumi, it was merely new information, albeit surprising. But the son of the Yondaime? That was unexpected. Naruto waved casually, his fingers ruffling the fur of his wolf-like companion. Yo, and this here is Raitaro, best nose in the world and my hunting buddy. Raitaro simply lifted a paw in acknowledgement, but said nothing, his sharp eyes scanning the 2 ANBU operatives. Hiruzen allowed the silence to settle before adding. Naruto has already completed 7 C-rank missions and a B rank on his own. That B rank mission, I might add, prevented a significant embarrassment for the village. However, I believe a short spar will clarify some things. He turned toward Naruto with a questioning brow. Naruto held a brief mental conversation with Kurama. Both were in agreement. This was a good opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, particularly his wood release, and more importantly, to dispel any lingering concerns about Kurama being a threat. Looking back at Hiruzen, Naruto gave a subtle nod before exchanging a glance with Raitaro. A smirk tugged at the corners of their lips, an expression that made Izumi feel vaguely uneasy. Rules of engagement, Gigi? Naruto asked. Sarutobi chuckled. No maiming or killing. Everything else is fair game. Even before the Hokage could elaborate further, Naruto's hands were already forming seals. Tiger, ram, snake. Slamming his foot into the ground, he called out, Mokuton Hijitsu, Jukai Koten. To say the reaction was shock would be an understatement. Hiruzen and Dragon instinctively leaped away as massive trees burst from the ground, their thick roots twisting and surging upward at a rapid pace. Yamato stumbled, barely catching himself as he stared in utter disbelief. He had attempted that very technique before, but had only managed a much smaller version. Within seconds, the entire training field had transformed into a dense forest, cloaked in shadow. And just like that, Naruto and Raitaro had vanished. The two remaining ANBU exchanged glances before Izumi activated her Sharingan, her crimson eyes scanning the environment. "Maybe now's the time to start taking him seriously, Tenzo," she said flatly. Yamato didn't get a chance to respond before he noticed the faintest distortion in the leaves. Izumi twisted sharply to the side, just as an arrow embedded itself deep into the earth where she had been standing. "Well," Yamato muttered before both operatives flickered into movement, disappearing into the trees. Meanwhile, Dragon turned toward Hiruzen. "Did you know this was going to happen, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen unsealed his pipe and took a slow puff, his expression unreadable but amused. "Perhaps. I may have noticed a certain section of the Scroll of Seals being unsealed recently. Of course, it was resealed right after, but I had my suspicions after a report from Raven." Dragon simply nodded, silently processing the information. His eyes scanned the shifting shadows in the trees, but despite his experience, he saw no sign of the two recruits. "I can't even sense him," Dragon admitted. "Normally, a sensor can recognize another sensor with ease." Hiruzen exhaled a cloud of smoke and chuckled. "Well, not this time, huh?" His tone was one of easy banter that, more often than not, Dragon found himself losing. Deep within the newly formed forest, Naruto had erected a quick barrier, shielding himself and Raitaro as they formulated strategy. "Izumi knows me too well," Naruto murmured. "She'll be my biggest problem. You take her." "They're probably expecting us to fight like an Inuzuka pair," Raitaro added, his sharp canines flashing in a grin. "But we're better than that." Naruto nodded, reaching into his storage seals. "You still good with handling Jinjutsu?" Raitaro scoffed. "I'm better at flushing it from my system than you are. Besides, I have an idea. You got any water stored?" Naruto unsealed a scroll and handed it off to a shadow clone that appeared beside him. "You know what to do." The clone gave a sharp nod before vanishing. Naruto turned to Raitaro, eyes gleaming beneath his mask. "Let's hunt us some ANBU." With a flicker of movement, the two disappeared into the trees. Izumi and Yamato remained close, instinctively understanding the danger of splitting up. A sudden, creeping mist began rolling through the training ground, thickening by the second. "First wood release, now water release?" Yamato muttered. "I know that technique exists in the archives, but what else does he have?" Izumi's lips quirked into a slight smile as she glanced at her comrade. "More than you've accounted for, apparently. And honestly, I'm proud of him." Yamato frowned. "Why?" "Because he isn't trying to engage us head-on. He knows that would be a mistake. That means he's thinking several steps ahead." Her voice was filled with approval, but her body remained tense, poised for an attack. "Stop underestimating him," she added. Yamato gave a sharp nod, his own senses on high alert. Then Izumi's instincts flared. "Contact," she called, just as a sudden flash of blinding light filled the misty air. Both ANBU operatives were momentarily blinded, but their honed instincts kicked in, allowing them to narrowly dodge the next wave of incoming arrows. Even as they evaded the barrage, neither could pinpoint Naruto's exact location. The arrows seemed to come from every direction, silent, precise, and impossible to trace. For the first time, Yamato truly understood. They weren't the hunters. They were the prey. 15 minutes later. "We should split up and search for them," Yamato suggested, though a nagging feeling of being watched crawled up his spine. The thick mist swirling around them made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead, obscuring any potential threats. Izumi nodded. Agreed. He has to be continuously feeding chakra into the jutsu to maintain the cover, even after our futon technique disrupted it. Not far away, hidden within the dense fog, Naruto exchanged a final nod with Raitaro. It was time for the next stage, divide and conquer. They separated, but unlike their targets, they had an overwhelming advantage. Raitaro relied on his keen sense of smell to track Izumi, while Naruto used his mind's eye to pinpoint Yamato's movements. Minutes passed, and just as planned, their opponents unknowingly drifted apart. Naruto stalked his target the way he would any prey in the forest. Each time he loosed an arrow, Yamato managed to dodge, his reflexes honed from years of ANBU service. Time for a change of tactics, Naruto mused. Shifting strategies, he stowed his bow and closed in on Yamato, twin karambits gleaming in the dim light. Without warning, he slashed at his opponent, forcing Yamato to react quickly, barely managing to intercept the attack with his kunai. "You decided to stop hiding then?" Yamato asked, his voice calm despite the surprise. Naruto grinned but didn't answer. Instead, he launched a relentless flurry of slashes, each strike swift and unpredictable. Yamato had to focus intently to keep up, his kunai moving in rapid succession to parry the attacks. The speed and precision of the boy's movements were far beyond what he had expected. And yet, as they clashed, a thought formed in Yamato's mind. Maybe, just maybe, this kid really could handle it. For a while, neither could land a decisive hit. Their strikes and counters wove together in a deadly dance, but Yamato's edge and experience gradually began to show. He was reading Naruto's attacks better, his blocks growing more efficient, his movements less strained. Bit by bit, the flow of battle was shifting in his favor. Naruto sensed it too. TCH, this isn't good. Before Yamato could press the advantage further, Naruto made a quick hand sign, Kawarimi. In the blink of an eye, he swapped places with a shadow clone. Yamato's kunai sank into the clone's chest, only for it to vanish in a puff of smoke. By the time the realization hit, Naruto had already disappeared back into the mist. Yamato exhaled, wiping a thin layer of sweat from his brow. "That boy," he muttered under his breath. "He's good. Very good." With Izumi. Izumi Uchiha cursed under her breath. She hadn't expected a bit of mist to render her Sharingan nearly useless, but here she was, barely able to track movement through the dense fog. Another crackling bolt of lightning narrowly missed her, the sharp scent of ozone thick in the air. Then, out of the mist, she sensed movement, just in time to dodge as a massive wolf lunged at her, its jaws snapping shut mere inches from her arm. Damn, that was close. She barely had time to recover before a second wolf struck. This time, she managed to bring up her sword in defense, but the moment her blade connected, a surge of electricity shot through her body. "Arg, that was not nice," she snarled, body trembling as she fought off the aftershocks of the attack. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to move as yet another wolf lunged from the mist. Enough of this. Forming hand seals with practiced ease, she inhaled deeply before unleashing a wave of searing heat. "Katan, Karyu Enden." A roaring fire dragon surged forward, igniting several trees and cutting through the thick fog, dispersing it enough to reveal movement in the distance. And there, caught momentarily out in the open, was Raitaro. Seeing her chance, Izumi flicked several shuriken toward the wolf, only to hear the sharp twang of a bowstring. An arrow intercepted the projectiles mid-flight, knocking them harmlessly away. Her eyes darted around, muscles tensed. Where? Then instinct took over. She twisted just in time to see Naruto, karambit flashing, lunging at her. Acting on reflex, she activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, an orange ribcage manifesting around her in an instant. Naruto's blade skidded off the protective chakra construct, the impact forcing him to retreat. Taro, retreat. Naruto's voice cut through the battlefield. Before Izumi could react, the entire area was engulfed in blinding light. That's enough. The Hokage's voice rang out over the clearing. As the flash faded, Naruto stood in the center, Raitaro panting beside him. The two observers, Dragon and Hiruzen, landed nearby, and Izumi and Yamato joined them shortly after. Naruto knelt beside Raitaro, pressing a palm to his side. Izumi, watching closely, noticed the faint flow of chakra moving from Naruto into the wolf. Hiruzen spoke first, his voice calm but inquisitive. That was quite the display. Naruto-kun, you could have mentioned that you had Mokuton. His sharp eyes lingered on the blonde. Care to explain how that happened? I knew your parents' affinities well. Naruto looked up briefly, making sure Raitaro was recovering before answering. Didn't you always tell me to keep an ace up my sleeve, GG? A smirk played at his lips before he continued. And it happened because my friend in there didn't want to be the only Biju who didn't give their host a cool bloodline. Hiruzen raised a slow, knowing brow. If he hadn't already exchanged countless letters detailing Naruto's growing relationship with Kurama, he might have been concerned. Instead, he simply nodded. I see. Then, turning his attention to the veterans, he let his gaze settle on Yamato. Well, was my judgment impaired in any way? Yamato had the decency to bow his head. I offer my sincerest apologies, Hokage-sama. For someone who hasn't even trained under a Jonin sensei, Naruto is more than capable. I'll look forward to working with him. Hiruzen allowed himself a satisfied smile. I thought so. His gaze swept across the assembled shinobi before settling on Dragon. Dragon, I believe you'll agree that their individual skills complement each other well. I doubt anything stands in the way of forming our first Hunter Nin unit, do you? The ANBU commander gave a slow nod. Indeed, Hokage-sama. Recruit Uzumaki will need refinement before he reaches my standards for Hunter Nin operations, but with his foundation, that won't take long. At their current level, I recommend B-rank missions for training, preferably reconnaissance and targeted sabotage. Hiruzen nodded in agreement before addressing the four of them directly. From today onward, you are Team Yama. His eyes landed on Yamato. Yamato, you will lead the team. Izumi will serve as your deputy. He turned to Naruto and Raitaro, his expression softening slightly. Your parents would be proud of you, Naruto. Naruto gave a slow nod, eyes unreadable behind his mask, but his fingers curled slightly in acknowledgement. The four of them bowed briefly to the Hokage, only for Dragon to speak up. It has been a long time since we reactivated this branch, the masked ANBU commander said, his voice steady. Even though I still require additional personnel for your team, I wanted to begin with you. He turned his gaze toward Yamato. Congratulations. I leave the rest in your hands. With that, he stepped beside the Hokage, and the two vanished in a swirl of leaves. Yamato turned to his new team, trying for a smile. All right, everyone. He glanced at Naruto, who still seemed lost in thought, before calling his name again. Naruto. Naruto blinked once, then focused on his new captain. We meet tomorrow at ANBU Training Area 10. We need to come up with a training plan that works for all of us. Rest up, you've earned it. Naruto and Raitaro both nodded, while Izumi gave a sharp salute. Naruto mimicked the motion, albeit a little awkwardly. With their first mission as a team concluded, they dispersed into the night, each making their way back to the ANBU dormitories, their journey as Hunter Nin of Konoha only just beginning. ANBU Training Area 10. Who would have thought that training to be an ANBU meant dodging death on a daily basis? Naruto thought grumpily as he twisted midair, narrowly avoiding another barrage of sharp objects. For the past hour, he had been relentlessly pelted with kunai, shuriken, and throwing knives. Captain Yamato had told him he needed to get used to fighting under overwhelming odds, remaining sharp and calm no matter the situation. And so, Here he was, ducking, flipping, and weaving as a small army of wood clones rained steel at him from every possible direction. As if that wasn't enough, Yamato had decided to make things more interesting by mixing in the occasional taijutsu spar between the dodging exercises, forcing Naruto to multitask under pressure. And I have to do this alone, too, Naruto grumbled internally. Raidara was off training separately with one of the Inuzuka Ninkin, both testing their skills against each other. Given Raitaro's natural affinity for lightning release and his sheer speed, few of the trained Ninkin could keep up with him. To balance things out, he fought without elemental jutsu and war training weights. Naruto flipped off a wooden platform just in time to parry an attack from one of Izumi's clones. He gritted his teeth. Kenjutsu. He hated it. The metal blade felt foreign in his grip, unnatural. But the commander and Captain Yamato had been firm. No ANBU advances beyond recruit status without mastering at least one Kenjutsu style to an acceptable degree. In Naruto's opinion, this was an awful tradition. It was yet another thing he had to train in, another drain on his time, one that went against his instincts. All right, that's enough for today. Yamato's voice rang out as he canceled his wood clones. Naruto exhaled, rolling his shoulders as he joined the others. Izumi, slightly sweaty from the exercises, glanced at him with a small nod, a silent well done. Well, Naruto, Yamato said, stepping forward, not bad. I figured banning your karambits and clones while adding weighted gear would finally give you a proper challenge. His lips quirked upward. We'll increase the weight tomorrow. Naruto's eyes widened comically. Wait, what? His dramatic, anime-like tears were short-lived as Izumi promptly bonked him on the head. Enough whining, Naruto, she said dryly. The captain's right. You're good, but for the kind of missions we'll be taking, you need to be at your sharpest. The commander only gave us until the new Genin teams start taking on C-rank missions. That's not a lot of time. We need every advantage we can get. Yamato nodded. Exactly. Reflex training is crucial. I don't plan on losing anyone on my team. His tone was serious now. After a short break, we'll move on to chakra control drills. Kawarimi only dodging exercises, using Senbon. That should be self-explanatory. He glanced around. Any questions? Naruto raised a hand hopefully. No, the weights stay on, Yamato said immediately. Naruto sighed, lowering his hand. Worth a try, he muttered. Still, there was something else nagging at him. All right, Fine. But I still don't get why I have to learn Kenjutsu. I hate using those blades. I can't incorporate them into my seals, and they don't fit my taijutsu at all. Yamato folded his arms. Then stop whining and think of an alternative. Naruto blinked. Huh. Yamato sighed, rubbing his temples. Look, at some point, we're going to become known, even as an ANBU. Maybe under an alias. But if you always fight the same way, sooner or later, our enemies will build a profile on you. Naruto frowned, processing the words. Okay. Yamato gestured for him to keep thinking. You're a hunter, Naruto. If you know how an animal behaves, is it easier or harder to catch it? Naruto tilted his head. Easier, of course. I can set traps, predict movements, control the battlefield. He stopped mid-sentence, the realization hitting him. Yamato smirked. Now you're getting it. Naruto furrowed his brows, the gears in his head turning. So, if I always use the same fighting style, it becomes easier for someone to counter me. He paused. But if I stay flexible and unpredictable, I make it harder for them to develop countermeasures. Yamato nodded. Exactly. Naruto let out a breath. Huh, that actually makes sense. Yamato exhaled in relief. Thank Kami. Then, his expression turned almost too pleased, which is why we're expanding your arsenal. Naruto's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Wait, expanding. Yamato turned to Izumi. I think it's time we added a few more jutsu to the newbies' repertoire. Maybe you could sponsor a couple. Izumi smirked. Sure. She glanced at Naruto. Did you at least go through the elemental training exercises? Naruto scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I did. Managed to reach the first stage in all of them. Stage 2 for wind, since it's my strongest affinity. He shrugged, but I was so focused on clan stuff that I didn't really add many offensive jutsu. Yamato stared at him. Are you kidding me right now? He finally asked, sounding vaguely offended. You mastered stage 1 for all elements? You're trying to copy the third, aren't you? Naruto hesitated. Maybe. Yamato shook his head in disbelief while Izumi chuckled. Naruto probably shouldn't have left it open like that. The last 4 weeks had been pure hell. All because he had mentioned, perhaps too casually, that he wanted to master all 4 elements. Training alone would have been manageable, but it wasn't just about elemental exercises. No, Naruto needed real-world experience. Every week, they took on 2 C-rank missions. True to her word, Izumi had started by teaching them the Uchiha clan's signature technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Yamato, in turn, had traded them the Earth Flow Spears. With these 2 new jutsu, the bandit cleanups had gone much more smoothly. Now, Naruto was working on wind release techniques, though Konoha's selection of futon jutsu was disappointingly limited. They had decided to wait until the last Uchiha left on his first C-rank mission and take that opportunity to scour the Uchiha library for anything useful. The clan blessed with the Sharingan was rumored to have amassed an impressive collection of jutsu, if the stories were to be believed. However, Izumi had warned them that she had no idea if wind release was even among the elements documented in the library. The Uchiha had always favored fire release, focusing their techniques almost exclusively on it. Reluctantly, Naruto had agreed to incorporate the 4 limbs waiting seal into his training. He would have preferred to focus on barrier-type seals, but most of those would require access to the Uzumaki sealing library. Given the state of the temple, he'd have to disable the protections and manually retrieve each seal every time he wanted to learn a new one. He didn't want to risk leaving them unprotected. After consulting with his team captain, they decided he would train in sealing techniques during his downtime. For now, Yamato considered his current arsenal of seals sufficient. Instead, the captain wanted Naruto to focus on improving his other ninja skills. Progress was slightly hindered by their differing definitions of battle-ready. For instance, Naruto preferred to use his shadow clones without hand seals, a requirement, in his mind, for a technique to be considered fully battle-ready. Yamato, on the other hand, thought it was enough if Naruto could perform the necessary seals quickly and gauge the appropriate distance to his enemy. Once they cleared up the confusion, Izumi sided with Naruto to some extent. Reducing the number of hand seals not only increased execution speed, but also made jutsu harder to copy with the Sharingan. Not that this was their primary concern. Having hands free in battle was invaluable. This, however, also meant that learning new techniques had a steep curve. Perhaps that was why Naruto had only mastered a single true combat technique in his primary element, futon. But it was an exceptionally versatile one. He had honed it to the point of instinctive use, applying a wind blade to his weapons, whether it was the arrowheads of his bow, his ANBU sword, or his trusted karambit. With it, he could slice through steel and stone with ease. The only material that resisted was chakra-infused steel, but he had yet to encounter that in a C-rank mission. Against ordinary foes, his enhanced edges were devastating. Living in an ANBU apartment with Raitaro had taken some adjustment. On their off days, they often retreated into the forest, as their apartment quickly felt too confined after spending so much time near the wilderness. Usually, this was fine, but an unexpected order from Dragon forced them to steer clear of ANBU headquarters for the time being. Not that Naruto and Raitaro were clueless about its location. After all, one didn't prank the village's most elite forces for years without encountering ANBU. Naruto had simply relied on his sensing abilities. While ANBU were proficient in suppressing their chakra presence, they couldn't entirely evade his mind's eye when he focused. The reason behind the order remained a mystery, but Naruto didn't dwell on it. He'd meet his ANBU colleagues properly when the time was right. That was a concern for future Naruto. Right now, Team Yama was kneeling in full gear before the Hokage. Good, Hiruzen said approvingly as they responded swiftly to his summons. Our source has provided information on your first major target. Juzo Biwa, former Seven Swordsman of the Mist, thought to be dead. He began pacing slowly as he continued. After a failed mission against Mizuka Jigura, he was struck by a powerful jutsu. His sword, the Kubikurabocho, was recovered and given to the Demon of the Mist. This suggests that while Juzo remains a skilled kenjutsu user, he will be significantly weakened by the loss of his legendary weapon. Hiruzen paused for a moment before resuming. Normally, I wouldn't act on such intelligence. His last known location was in the land of noodles. However, given that he is an A rank, possibly bordering S rank, threat, I will not risk him entering Fire Country. Moreover, he turned his gaze to the smallest of the three ANBU, the one wearing the wolf mask. Wolf needs real combat experience against stronger opponents. 3 against 1 should ensure safe odds. Our sources indicate he remains in hiding, content to let the world believe he is still dead. The team nodded in unison. Not even their captain had any questions. Hiruzen retrieved a scroll and handed it to Captain Owl. Your mission is to investigate and eliminate the target. Consider this a B to A rank assignment. I will finalize the ranking after reviewing your report. Now, prepare and move out. Without another word, the 3 ANBU vanished in synchronized flickers of movement, the body flicker technique carrying them away in perfect unison. Border of the Fire Country, some days later. One advantage of shinobi with high chakra reserves was their ability to travel at speeds that could outpace even modern transportation. Team Yama remained on schedule for their ship's departure. The 3 of them were satisfied with the time they had made, reaching the port in time to board the vessel that would take them to the land of noodles the following morning. After one final scan of their surroundings, Owl nodded in satisfaction, confirming with Wolf. Okay, now that we're out of earshot, here's what we have. Yamato began, his masked gaze shifting between his teammates. According to our source, the target has taken refuge in the land of noodles. While he has remained close to his old home, he has never crossed back into the land of mist since his encounter with the Mizukage. We have the last known location where he was sighted. Given that our target has avoided ninja settlements and hasn't taken on contract work, if our source is accurate, we could draw some conclusions from that. He turned expectantly to Wolf. Naruto mused. The file states that he was severely wounded after fighting the Mizukage. Since Kiri removed him from their bingo book, they must have had some proof of his death. Owl nodded, but gestured for him to continue. Well, his special sword is back in Kiri. I guess they only found the weapon, maybe some blood smears. A large-scale jutsu could have erased him entirely, leaving no body behind. Naruto reasoned aloud. Owl signaled for him to go on. Encouraged, Naruto pressed forward. Taking all that into account, I'd say he's either still injured or permanently maimed. If that's the case, he might have to make occasional supply runs for medical treatment. Owl gave him a thumbs up. Not bad, rookie. I agree with everything you've said so far. Now, for this mission, I want you to handle it on your own, for the most part. We'll provide support, of course, but let's see how you take on this challenge. With a final nod, the 3 shinobi used a blind spot to hinge into the appearances of other passengers, ensuring they wouldn't attract suspicion upon arrival. Sometime later, in a small town in the land of noodles, 3 guests sat in a quiet bar, each nursing a cup of sake. The smallest among them had his eyes closed, idly tapping the rim of his cup. His 2 companions, seated on either side, scanned their surroundings. The bar was lively, filled with patrons unwinding after a long day. Laughter and conversation mixed with the rich aroma of alcohol and sizzling, fatty foods. The door creaked open, admitting a man wearing a conical hat woven from rice straw. No one paid him any mind as he walked to the bartender and ordered a serving of high-proof spirits. He paid quickly, then exited the bar just as quietly as he had arrived. An ordinary transaction, nothing out of place. At the counter, the smallest of the three finally lifted his cup, taking a single sip before setting it down again. He studied the empty vessel for a moment, then placed his payment on the counter, knocking twice on the wood before rising from his seat and leaving the bar. His two former companions exchanged glances before turning back to their drinks. With a shrug, they ordered another round of sake, blending seamlessly into the atmosphere of the bustling bar. Outside the bar, in a dark alley, three masked figures stood just outside the bar, nodding to each other once in silent confirmation. In a blur of movement, they vanished, using Shunshin to navigate the city streets. One took the lead, guiding them without a word until they reached the edge of a dense bamboo forest, where a thick mist rolled outward, obscuring visibility. The leader raised a closed fist, and the other two landed silently at his side. Without hesitation, clones sprouted from the leader, dispersing in all cardinal directions before disappearing into the mist. After a brief moment, the one wearing the wolf mask signaled the all clear. The owl-masked shinobi responded with a sign of affirmation. We can switch back to spoken language. Raven glanced between her teammates before activating her Sharingan. Even with her enhanced vision, the mist muddled details, but she confirmed the all-clear with another sign before the trio allowed themselves to relax slightly. Status report, Wolf, Owl ordered. My clones should have the barriers set up in the next few minutes. I also confirmed the target's presence. His chakra signature suggests he's a water release user. Not surprising, Naruto replied. Yamato nodded before glancing at Raven. The woman smirked slightly and gestured toward Naruto. Well, maybe our rookie has noticed more. Why spoil the fun? Yamato turned back to Naruto expectantly. I did. A high-profile shinobi like our target wouldn't get intoxicated in a place like that. So, he's either careless or using strong spirits for something else. Considering his past injuries, he might be using high-proof alcohol to disinfect wounds, Naruto theorized, tapping his chin in thought. Just then, he received a wave of memories from a recently dispelled clone. The barrier is in place. If he does have injuries, I think I can pinpoint them. I've been working on a jutsu that might help locate his hideout and potential traps. Yamato considered this. What's the risk if the jutsu doesn't work as intended? Naruto sighed. Possible oversensitivity in my vision, minor chakra exhaustion, but my tenant can compensate for both in a short time. Izumi looked at their captain before nodding in approval. Yamato met Naruto's masked gaze and gave his own nod. All right, go for it. Naruto formed a sequence of hand seals, ending with the snake seal. Slowly, a tree grew from the ground, identical to the others around it except for a hidden wooden platform nestled behind thick foliage. With a fluid jump, Naruto landed atop it and summoned his bow. With one hand, he wove another set of hand seals, ending with a pulse of chakra centered around his eyes. From her vantage point, Izumi observed the technique with her Sharingan, not to copy it, but to monitor its effects in case something went wrong. Naruto took a steadying breath before opening his eyes. His usual bright blue irises were gone, replaced with gleaming gold. His field of vision remained the same, until he channeled chakra into the new orbs, fine-tuning his sight. Yamato glanced at Izumi, who responded with a thumbs up. Naruto gradually increased his chakra output. His peripheral vision expanded, reaching an estimated 250 degrees, and colors sharpened, revealing subtle depth variations. He summoned an arrow, knocked it, and scanned the area. Even through the mist, the different traps woven into the bamboo stood out. With his enhanced vision, he could pinpoint them, though a Byakugan user would likely navigate through them more efficiently. He carefully mapped the layout, noting the slightly off-center hut nestled within the forest. After a final scan for immediate threats, he cut off the jutsu. Instantly, nausea and dizziness overtook him. His stomach lurched, and he barely resisted the urge to vomit as a pounding headache set in. Yamato and Izumi were at his side in an instant, the latter kneeling and scanning him with glowing green hands. Yamato glanced at Raven, who responded without being asked. Headache and vertigo, most likely. Naruto groaned, but nodded. Yeah, side effects of not perfecting the off switch yet. But the jutsu worked. I counted over a dozen traps just in the section ahead of us. Izumi crossed her arms, sounding amused. So, it's a dojutsu after all. Naruto chuckled. For now, yeah. It's basically enhanced eagle vision, which works well with my archery. Yamato was quietly impressed. We'll save the full explanation for later. You mentioned traps. Naruto took a deep breath and described what he had seen. Most of them are standard paper bombs. I can disable them with a wind arrow. I couldn't identify the mist's origin. It might be tied to underground seals. I don't have X-ray vision, after all. Because of that, I suggest a different approach. Yamato listened attentively. Though he had his own strategies, he wanted to hear how his recruit would handle the situation. So I think I can chart a path that avoids triggering any paper bombs. If I create a wood clone, it can lay planks over the ground, minimizing the risk of setting off any pressure-sensitive traps. That way, we can move in silently. Yamato considered the plan. There were unknowns, but they could be mitigated by sending the clone first. He was about to respond when Naruto continued, as if thinking out loud. One more thing, I just realized something. Kiri was never known for its fuinjutsu expertise, and our target is a swordsman, not a seal master. The likelihood of complex sealing traps is probably lower than I initially assumed. Both ANBU teammates stared at him in surprise, though their masks concealed their expressions. His ability to deduce so much in such a short time was impressive, and it was clear that their rookie was no ordinary shinobi. After finalizing their plan, Naruto moved back to his vantage point, releasing a series of arrows to mark the safest path. His wooden clone followed, laying a narrow trail of planks as it advanced. With the route secured, the trio reached the hut without issue. The single-story hut stood on a small patch of green grass, a stark contrast to the mist-laden bamboo forest around it. Seated cross-legged in front of the hut was a man, his conical hat missing, deep in meditation. As Team Yama landed on the clearing, the door creaked open, revealing another man stepping out. He was black-haired, supporting himself with a long, straight black cane adorned with red markings. A cross-shaped scar marred his face, unmistakably identifying him as Juzo Biwa, the former swordsman of the mist. Curious, Konoha, if I'm guessing correctly. He shifted his weight slightly on his cane, revealing a grin lined with shark-like teeth. He wore simple clothing, a casual top and pants, but beneath the fabric, glimpses of armor peeked through. His upper body, save for his face, was heavily wrapped in bandages. Here for my bounty? I doubt my former village still cares. They already took everything from me, even my sword. His voice sharpened with venom at the last sentence. He took his time now, scanning the team before him. His gaze settled on Owl and Raven first. I knew about you too, he muttered before his sharp eyes landed on the third figure. But you're new. He stared directly at Naruto. I didn't sense you. Still don't. Owl ignored the comment and stepped forward. Juzo Biwa, surrender. If you come quietly, Konoha will grant you a new home. Juzo chuckled darkly. A new home? You just want missed secrets. Even if those bastards deserve nothing, I won't betray the people I once tolerated. And I sure as hell won't let myself be captured alive. His fingers flexed against his cane. I've still got enough dignity left for that. But if I fought all three of you at once, I'd be hammered into the ground. His gaze flickered back to Naruto. I don't know how strong you are, but let's make it interesting. A one-on-one fight. If you win, I'll share a secret that might be valuable to you and your village. If you die, his grin widened. Well, I'm dead anyway, but I'll make sure to take you with me. A silent discussion unfolded between Owl and Raven in ANBU sign language. They quickly reached an agreement. Naruto could use the experience, and they could intervene if needed. They both nodded at Wolf before stepping back, giving space for the duel. Naruto raised a final sign question. Rules. Owl's response was swift and simple. Kill him. Juzo grinned. So, are you ready to die, boy? With that, he unleashed a suffocating wave of killing intent. Even the two-seasoned ANBU had to steel themselves. Naruto, experiencing such raw bloodlust in a real battle for the first time, felt his muscles seize and cold sweat drip down his back. That moment of hesitation was all Juzo needed. In a blur, he closed the distance, drawing the hidden blade from his cane in a deadly slash. Naruto barely had time to react, instinct kicking in as he blocked with his still-sheathed ANBU sword. A second Naruto materialized at his side, using the locked weapons as an opening to counterattack. Juzo dodged effortlessly, but the momentary distraction allowed Naruto to retreat and gain distance. Without missing a beat, he unsealed his karambits and summoned more clones before launching a coordinated pincer attack. The curved blade struck true, only to meet water. The clone of Juzo dissipated into liquid. Naruto barely had time to process this before he felt a presence behind him. Too slow. Juzo's voice whispered from behind, his blade slashing downward. The blade connected, only for Naruto's form to vanish in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone, Juzo muttered. Without hesitation, he cast the hiding in the mist technique, thickening the fog around them. His voice echoed eerily from every direction. Not bad for a boy your age, but you've still got much to learn. Another Juzo clone lunged from the mist, slashing downward. But this time, Naruto was ready. His eyes were closed, his fingers forming the half-ram seal. He sidestepped with precision, smoothly countering with an open palm strike to Juzo's midsection. A pained grunt escaped the missing nin, though he barely dodged the follow-up slash for Naruto's karambit. Before Juzo could recover, the air behind him grew hotter. He turned just in time to see a massive fireball roaring toward him. With no other option, he countered with a dragon water bullet, colliding the jutsu and generating a thick burst of steam. As the battlefield turned into a sweltering haze, 3 more Naruto clones charged at Juzo with closed eyes. Juzo summoned clones of his own, engaging them blade to blade. He had the edge in raw strength and experience, but something gnawed at him, Naruto's karambits. A faint, dark blue glow coated the edges. Each time his blade clashed against them, his own weapon felt weaker. Then he saw it, the wind chakra chewing in his steel. Realizing his mistake too late, a powerful sidekick slammed into his stomach. He managed to block it with his forearm, but the force transferred straight to his gut, rattling his insides. Gritting his teeth, Juzo created more clones to turn the tide. But for every one he made, Naruto countered with 2. Naruto was sweating now. Juzo hit like a brick wall. If he hadn't deactivated his training weights before the fight, he wouldn't have kept up this long. His training over the last month had sharpened his reflexes, but he could already feel bruises forming along his forearms. His left ring finger throbbed. He needed a new strategy. Using the chaos of clashing clones, he formed a wood clone and sent it retreating into the mist. Juzo pressed forward, but something felt off. Naruto's movements slowed, his defenses lagged. Even so, he countered every clone thrown at him. Juzo ignored the creeping fatigue in his limbs and pushed forward. But then, a sharp pain struck his upper right chest. He staggered back, staring in disbelief at the arrow lodged near his shoulder blade. What the hell? He should have sensed it coming. What kind of shinobi even used a bow? Taking stock of himself, he realized his old wound had reopened. Now that the adrenaline was wearing thin, the pain became impossible to ignore. Damn it, if he had been at full strength, this brat would already be dead. Still, he wasn't done yet. Switching his blade to his left hand, he braced for the shorter ANBU's next attack. Even with an arrow sticking out of his chest, Juzo blocked the relentless whirlwind of slashes. I must be getting soft in my exile, Juzo muttered, dodging another strike before landing a solid kick to Naruto's stomach. The boy staggered. "You're not bad, boy, but if I were healthy and sharp, I would have torn you apart." Naruto gritted his teeth. His chakra was running low. He needed a decisive strike. Using a series of explosive tags to create a diversion, he quickly formed a wood clone and switched places. Juzo, undeterred, lunged again. He pushed Naruto back, forcing him toward the bamboo forest. He could feel victory at his fingertips. "It's your time to die, young one." His blade slashed deep into Naruto's left shoulder, only to halt midway. Pain flared in his own midsection. Looking down, he saw it, wooden tendrils piercing through his reopened wound. Juzo blinked, realization sinking in. Then, to everyone's surprise, he laughed. Naruto didn't let the laughter distract him. His karambit, its edge sharpened with wind chakra, extended and pierced Juzo's skin just above the sternum. Juzo gasped, coughing up blood. A faint, knowing smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "Should have known. Well played, boy." His voice was strained, his breath shallow. His gaze flickered, already dimming. "Look under the hut," he rasped. Then his eyes slid shut, and his body sagged as the last bit of tension left him. Naruto dismissed the wooden clone, which collapsed onto its rear, drained of chakra. Izumi and Yamato were by his side in an instant. "You okay, Wolf?" Yamato asked, his sharp eyes scanning the boy for injuries. Izumi, meanwhile, noticed the mist beginning to thin, its dense veil lifting to reveal their surroundings. She activated her Sharingan, sweeping the area for any lingering threats, but found none. The fight was over. Naruto, still catching his breath, gave Yamato a tired nod. The battle had taken its toll, leaving him winded. "Nothing hostile in sight, sir," Izumi confirmed before turning her attention to Juzo's body. Cautiously, she knelt beside the fallen swordsman, checking for any signs of life. Satisfied that he was truly dead, she sealed his body away. Naruto exhaled heavily, shifting his gaze to Yamato. A tired grin ghosted across his lips. "I think I got him, huh? I'd love to check under the hut, but..." His voice slurred slightly, his exhaustion creeping up on him. "I think I'll just take a nap." With that, his body gave in, and he fell backward, fast asleep before he even hit the ground. Yamato blinked, then sighed, shaking his head. The fight had lasted about 10 minutes. 10 grueling minutes where Naruto had to outmaneuver Juzo's superior strength and counter his clones without getting overwhelmed. It wasn't surprising that he needed a break. He looked at Izumi. "Haven, défensive formation. Take Wolf inside the hut. I'll check underneath with Earth Release." Izumi gave a curt nod, lifting Naruto into her arms with ease. After a quick sweep for traps, she carried him inside and secured the door. Outside, Yamato pressed his palm against the ground, his chakra sinking deep into the earth. At first, he sensed nothing unusual, just compacted soil and stone. But then, a subtle irregularity caught his attention. Beneath the hut, there was a hollow space, perhaps a cellar? Wasting no time, he created a clone and sent it to investigate. Moments later, the clone returned, holding a single scroll. It handed the item over to Yamato, who examined it with raised eyebrows. "Well, that's a nice surprise," he murmured to himself before heading inside to join the others. Their mission had come to an end, and with it, an unexpected reward. Meanwhile, in the seal of Naruto, "Look who graces me with his presence," Kurama growled as Naruto appeared within the seal, his consciousness slipping into the mindscape the moment he fell asleep. The massive fox cracked open a single eye, gazing at the boy who was slowly getting back to his feet. Naruto sighed, glancing around before his shoulders sagged slightly. "Yeah, hey, Kurama," he muttered, his tone weary as he trudged toward the bars of the Biju's cage. Kurama's lips curled back in irritation. "You've been avoiding our training ever since we had to part ways. And now you come crawling back after nearly getting yourself killed by that washed-up swordsman." His deep voice rumbled through the space like distant thunder. Naruto didn't respond right away, his head dipping slightly. Kurama huffed. Sure, you got out of it without any real injuries, but we both know why. The only reason you're still standing is because of the ninshu techniques I taught you. You're just using them to cheat death. Naruto remained silent, his chin nearly touching his chest. Even an untrained, I could see the grief weighing him down. Kurama found himself in an odd dilemma. On one hand, he was glad that Naruto was finally letting himself feel, no longer shoving his emotions into a locked box. On the other, it took pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion to reach this point. That wasn't sustainable. The fox exhaled heavily. Naruto, you need to stop running from these feelings. What did I tell you about emotions? He tried to reach him, his voice calmer this time. The boy remained still, sitting on the empty log in his mindscape, head buried in his hands as he controlled his breathing. Kurama frowned. If Naruto couldn't learn to face his emotions, they would never be able to synchronize fully. After a moment of contemplation, Kurama extended a tail through the cage, gently prodding the boy's side. His growling softened, replaced with a steadier, more measured tone. Hey, Naruto, I know it's still hard. You miss her, and you always will, even as you grow older, he said, pausing briefly before adding. I still miss father from time to time. I also hope to see some of my siblings again, but don't tell them I said that. That, at last, got a reaction. Naruto slowly lifted his head, blinking. Really? Kurama nodded. This stays between us, all right. Naruto gave a small nod in return. The fox leaned forward slightly. It's okay to remember them. It's okay to miss them. But do you think your mother would want you to sit here and wallow? Naruto's lips parted slightly, and he hesitated before shaking his head. Kurama smirked. If that's the case, then should you really be sitting here, sulking? You could be training with me every night, learning more about spiritual arts, honing your yin and yang release, becoming the best son you can be, honoring their legacy, maybe even avenging them. His crimson eyes gleamed with something unreadable. I even scaled back my training so you could have more time with your mother. You could have learned more about your clan, those pesky chains of yours, for example. Naruto stiffened at that, his blue eyes flickering with something new. For a moment, he looked as if he wanted to argue, but instead, a small spark ignited in his gaze. That spark grew, catching fire. Taking a deep breath, he slapped both sides of his jaw lightly, as if physically shaking himself out of his funk. Then, he turned back to Kurama with a grin. Yeah, I needed that. He stood, rolling his shoulders before raising a fist in a small salute. Ka-chan would never want me to brood. I mean, I did beat one of the big mist guys, after all. A former swordsman of the mist, Kurama corrected with an unimpressed look. Yeah, that. Naruto's grin widened. And I beat him without a scratch. Well, maybe just a few bruises. Kurama scoffed. Minor fractures and chakra exhaustion. Actually, the fox's teeth glinted as he noted Naruto's shift in expression. Naruto blinked, deflating slightly. Still beat him, though, he muttered, half defiant. Kurama tilted his head. An injured version of him, one who still carried traces of my brother Isabu's chakra and had lost his legendary sword. Oh, Naruto mumbled, his excitement dimming a little. Right. He scratched the back of his head. Guess that means I'll need to train even harder if I want to take on the next one at full strength, huh? Kurama gave a slow, approving nod. That you should. Naruto still looked a bit miffed, likely realizing his victory wasn't quite as flawless as he had thought. Kurama noticed this too and decided to throw him a bone. Nevertheless, for a brat, you did well. The way he said it, bored, almost dismissive, made Naruto brighten considerably, his confidence returning in full force. All right then. The blonde clenched his fists, determination renewed. I managed this time, but now isn't the time to slack off. Gotta keep the forge hot while the iron's still burning. With that, he sat cross-legged before the cage, giving Kurama his full attention as the fox began to lecture him on a new ninshu technique. 3 days later, Team Yama had taken some time to recuperate, compile their report, and send it back to Konoha. Now, they had finally received the Hokage's response. Owl made a subtle hand sign toward Wolf. Are we secure? Yes, barrier stable. Wolf signed back without hesitation. Only after this final confirmation did Yamato deactivate the scroll's locking mechanism. The message had returned with the raven they had used to send their report. He skimmed the contents briefly before reading aloud. Team Yama, after reviewing the report submitted by Captain Owl, I have decided to classify this mission as 2 separate B-rank assignments. Defeating a weakened, yet formidable X-heavy fighter constitutes one, while the successful deciphering of the recovered scroll constitutes the other. The contents of the scroll may be copied by the team before it is sealed within the Konoha archives. Although I would have preferred to conduct the debriefing in the village, circumstances have changed. Certain officials require my immediate attention due to an unfolding situation. Team 7 has encountered unforeseen complications during what was meant to be a routine C-rank mission. Their Jonin sensei has requested my intervention earlier than anticipated. As such, Team Yama is to proceed to the Land of Waves. Your objective is to make contact with Team Leader Hitaki and ensure that Konoha's interests remain protected. If possible, maintain a covert presence. Any direct intervention is left to the discretion of Team Leader Owl. Asterisk. Yamato rolled up the scroll before sealing it away, his expression unreadable behind his mask. His gaze shifted between his 2 subordinates. A shadowing mission, he summarized, his tone calm yet firm. He turned first to Wolf. This will be a good opportunity to refine your stealth and tracking techniques. Also, I want you to take responsibility for copying the scroll. Make sure it's done accurately. Wolf nodded in acknowledgement, already considering the best method to replicate the document. Yamato then shifted his focus to Raven. I have a feeling we both know where this new mission is coming from. I intend to intervene only in extreme cases, or if an opportunity presents itself to neutralize a potential threat to the village. Any objections? Raven shook her head lightly before responding. Not at all. You know I left that name behind, at least while he's still out there. Behind his mask, Naruto frowned slightly. The exchange between his teammates felt layered with unspoken history, but he was too preoccupied with planning the best way to copy the scroll to ask about it. With their new orders in hand, Team Yama set off. The Land of Waves was only a ship's passage away, but first, they had to find their way there. On the ship to Wave. The team had managed to secure passage on a merchant ship bound for the Land of Waves. The fare had been steep at first, but Izumi's persuasion skills, specifically her eyes, had worked their usual magic, earning them a discount. Sometimes, her gaze was simply too compelling to refuse. Thanks to that, their mission expenses remained within a reasonable range. With their journey underway, Team Yama had assumed new disguises. Raven and Owl had shed their former cover identities, now appearing as rugged bodyguards, gruff, unpolished, and carrying no visible signs of being shinobi. Meanwhile, Naruto had altered his appearance to avoid suspicion. Opting to lean into one of his many nicknames, he transformed into a wandering monk, his posture composed and his eyes closed in a meditative pose. The disguise served a dual purpose. Team Yama had no definitive intel on Team 7's current location. If necessary, Naruto might even have to summon his partner to track them down. Until then, he used the ship's journey to stretch his mind's eye, deepening his focus as he meditated. Yamato stood beside him, every bit the vigilant bodyguard he appeared to be. He kept his stance relaxed but ready, subtly ensuring no one was within earshot before speaking in a low tone. Do you have a lock on any possible leads? Naruto, without opening his eyes, made a slight shake of his head, barely perceptible, but enough. Yamato exhaled through his nose. He had expected as much, but it was still frustrating. The fact that his former team leader had specifically requested reinforcements suggested that things had already taken a turn for the worse. Was he worried? Maybe. Kakashi Ataki wasn't someone who could be overwhelmed easily, but he wasn't working with a full squad of ANBU this time. He had a team of fresh genin to protect, and Yamato had no real idea how much his former captain had kept up with his training over the years. He pushed the thought aside. Right now, his job was to ensure their mission remained on course. All right, keep at it, he instructed. I'll leave a clone with you and join the others below deck. Naruto remained still, offering no visible response. But Yamato knew he had sensed the movement. With that, the ANBU captain descended below deck, leaving his clone behind as the ship continued its steady journey toward their destination. Below deck, in the depths of the ship, concealed behind carefully placed illusions, the rest of Team Yama had gathered. Several Naruto clones were hard at work, each focused on a different task. One clone knelt before a large scroll covered in notes and rough sketches, deep in thought. Its purpose was clear, figuring out a secure method for transporting the copied version of Juzo's scroll, as well as any other valuables they might recover in the future. Fortunately, Naruto's training in sealing arts gave the team a unique advantage in that department. Another clone sat cross-legged, immersed in chakra exercises, refining his control and efficiency. Nearby, a third was working alongside Izumi, practicing the camouflage technique, an advanced skill often employed by ANBU on protection missions. You need to layer your chakra more evenly, Naruto, Izumi advised, her keen eyes analyzing the flickering outline of the training clone. Light is still reflecting off your form. Despite the partial success, the issue was apparent. The clone's silhouette was still discernible, a dim, wavering distortion against the backdrop. Like many shinobi, Naruto used the Tiger Hand Seal to direct his chakra, but true mastery of the technique required near-instant execution, ideally without seals at all. Given that this jutsu was classified as A rank, even his current progress was impressive. Izumi watched as the distortions lessened, more of his body seamlessly blending with the surroundings. Better, don't lose focus. Once you've stabilized, try moving around and adapting to changes in light and shadow. Meanwhile, another Naruto clone was seated before a small basin of water, holding the dog hand seal. Tiny droplets hovered before him, suspended in midair as they drifted toward his fingertips. Yamato, the real one, observed from his side. Are you trying to recreate the water gun jutsu? He asked, curious. The clone exhaled, allowing the water to settle back into the basin before rubbing his palms together, molding water chakra between them. Yeah, he confirmed. The scroll had instructions for the base technique, but it was designed for the Hozuki clan. Their hydrification technique lets them create the droplet instantly. It's basically a shortcut. Yamato nodded in understanding. But I saw you form a droplet earlier. You used the dog seal to focus, right? The clone gave a small nod, shaping water chakra between his hands until small rings of liquid formed and solidified at his fingertips. Yamato studied the process. Why are you training in Suedon anyway? The clone paused, ensuring the rings maintained their form before answering. I need to get better at water release before I can modify the technique. If I want to develop a non-Hozuki version, I need complete control. The exercises on the scroll help with that. Besides, he gestured toward the ship's deck, where the ocean stretched endlessly around them. We're in wave country. No shortage of water here, so now's the best time to refine it, right? Yamato gave a slow nod. The logic was sound. Perhaps he should join in. His own Suedon techniques were strong, but further refinement never hurt. As far as he knew, Izumi specialized in Katon and Doton, which meant water release would take the most time for her to develop. If they continued acquiring techniques like these, it might be worth discussing their training priorities. The voyage neared its final stretch when, on deck, Naruto's meditative form suddenly tensed. His eyes snapped open. Got them. The Yamato clone beside him, maintaining their cover by sharpening his blade with a whetstone, subtly glanced over after confirming they weren't being overheard. You sure? He murmured. Naruto nodded and quickly signed that there might be a problem. Under the cover of darkness, Team Yama disembarked, leaving no trace as they ran across the open water, cutting through the night like shadows. They made their way toward a lone building on the outskirts of a village, a location Naruto had pinpointed based on the chakra signatures he had sensed. It was a fair distance away for civilians, perhaps a quarter of a day's journey, but for shinobi, especially ANBU, it was within easy reach. The building lay near a medium-sized forest patch, offering both cover and a strategic vantage point. As they neared, Naruto relayed what he had sensed. For chakra signatures, 3 were noticeably weak, their reserves nearly depleted. The 4th was somewhat better, but still dangerously low, almost as weak as the others. A grim realization settled over them. Either one of the threats the Hokage had alluded to had already struck, or Team 7 had barely scraped by, and Kakashi Itaki was in critical condition. With Team 7 at the same time, Sakura sat in silence, her gaze drifting over her team. Sasuke lay asleep, his body heavily wrapped in thick layers of bandages. Hanzo, her other teammate, was in a similar state. His broken katana rested beside him, a brutal reminder of his duel against Zabuza. He had challenged the rogue swordsman in a desperate attempt to free Kakashi from the water prison jutsu. Together with Sasuke, their gamble had succeeded, but the cost had been steep. Her fingers tightened around the edge of her sleeves as she thought back to those frantic moments. If she hadn't bought that ninja first aid kit from Higarashi's shop before their mission. No, she didn't want to dwell on what could have happened. The thought alone made her stomach churn. They had been so excited, the first of the rookie teams to be assigned a C-rank mission. Their first journey outside the village, and her first time traveling with Sasuke. She had been thrilled, imagining all the ways she could impress him. But the reality had been cruel. They barely had time to enjoy their departure before the first ambush struck. 2 enemy shinobi had attacked them, moving fast and without hesitation. At the time, she had frozen, shocked into stillness as it all happened too quickly for her to process. But Sasuke and Hanzo had reacted instantly. The fight ended before she could even recover. Hanzo's katana gave him the advantage of reach, making short work of the enemy's metal claws. Sasuke, meanwhile, had intercepted the chain linking the 2 attackers, halting their coordination. In a flash, Hanzo struck down the first enemy. It was only when the second one ran straight into Sasuke's fireball jutsu that she realized something was off. Why would he charge directly into the attack? It wasn't until Kakashi emerged from the trees that she understood. He had cast a genjutsu on their opponent, manipulating him into his own death. And just like that, it was over. Sasuke and Hanzo had put away their first kills with quiet, wordless acceptance. Kakashi had pulled them aside afterward, speaking to them privately. She didn't know what he had said, but both boys had returned looking more composed. Now, as she glanced at her sensei, her heart clenched. Kakashi was still unconscious, his breathing steady but weak. He had burned through most of his chakra to fight Zabuza Momochi, nearly killing the rogue swordsman before another mysterious ninja intervened. The masked stranger had finished the job, claiming to be a hunter Nin sent to dispose of Zabuza's body. That had been hours ago. Sakura shivered. We could have died today. The realization hit her hard. They were deep in enemy territory, far from the safety of Konoha, and she was the only one left standing. We could still die. If another enemy came now, there would be no one to protect them. She just hoped, prayed, that Zabuza had been the last real threat. But something gnawed at the back of her mind. How many more mercenaries does this Gato guy have? How many more men would he send to kill a single bridge builder? On the next day, Team 7. The team was back on their feet, while mostly Kakashi relied on crutches, while Sasuke and Hanzo moved stiffly, careful not to reopen their wounds. After a quick breakfast, Kakashi led them outside to begin their next training exercise. Tree walking, he explained, demonstrating the technique briefly before instructing them to focus on controlling their chakra. As the students began practicing, Kakashi's ears caught the sharp cry of a bird, an alert signal. His body tensed for a split second before he felt the familiar pulse of chakra on his shoulder. He exhaled softly, relieved. It seemed his report had reached the village, and reinforcements had arrived. He slowly stepped away from his team, ensuring he was still within sight, but drifting just far enough to enter the perimeter of the ANBU's barrier. His clone rejoined the genin as he turned to face the three masked figures standing before him. Two of the masks were familiar, Owl and Raven. The third, Wolf, was new to him, but judging by his height and build, he was the smallest of the three. Kakashi suspected that the clone watching his students must belong to Wolf, and it had been created without seals. Impressive. Owl was the first to speak, his voice measured and professional. We are ordered to shadow your team. Interference is in my purview. With all due respect, Jonin Kakashi, your team looks like they've been run over one too many times. Kakashi scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish eye smile. Well, some of us might be a little rusty, but in my defense, Zabuza Momochi isn't exactly an easy opponent. At that moment, Raven stepped forward and activated a diagnostic jutsu. A faint glow illuminated her hands as she scanned him. Chakra exhaustion, she assessed clinically, 4 to 5 days before he's back to full strength. Kakashi nodded in appreciation. At least now he had a time frame. Al continued, his tone sharp. You kill Momochi, then? Kakashi let out a long sigh. Well, that's a tricky question. I thought I did, but Akiri Hunter Nin appeared before I could finish him off. Thing is, they didn't dispose of the body immediately. Unusual. Wolf, who had been quiet until now, suddenly lifted his head. He had been using his sensory abilities, scanning the area for threats. Not far, he reported. A single chakra signature, upper Chunin level, maybe higher, possibly connected to Momochi. Kakashi turned back to Owl and signed a quick question. Sensor. Owl nodded once before addressing Wolf. Any immediate danger to the genin or client? Wolf shook his head. Without hesitation, 3 more clones appeared at his side before vanishing in different directions. Kakashi, despite himself, blinked at the casual display of shadow clones. Even for ANBU, this level of control was remarkable. Owl returned his attention to Kakashi. Before I decide on our next move, I need full mission details. And so, Kakashi recounted everything. His team's ambush, their battle with Zabuza, the Hunter Nin's intervention, and his growing suspicions. The 2 ANBU captains exchanged information for nearly 30 minutes, analyzing the situation from multiple angles. By the end, Owl shook his head. I'm almost certain Zabuza is still alive. And honestly, you're lucky we were sent. His tone wasn't unkind, just matter of fact. Your genin can continue training, but combat is out of the question, even with Raven providing some basic healing jutsu. Kakashi nodded. I agree, and I'm grateful for your support. But I also believe we have around a week to prepare. I want my team to finish this mission. His voice was steady, full of conviction. This time, I will handle Zabuza. As long as you keep an eye on my genin and step in if things get too dangerous for them. Al took a moment to consider his response before giving a firm nod. Understood. He then turned to Wolf. Your priority is intel gathering. This Gato business sound bad. If he stays in power, he could become a long-term threat to Konoha. I want you to find his headquarters, get a head count of his forces, and draft a potential attack plan. You have 3 days. If necessary, sniff them out. Wolf stood immediately and nodded. Without hesitation, he created another shadow clone, which immediately began refining the camouflage technique. Meanwhile, the original vanished in a shunshin, slipping into the night like a ghost. With Naruto, 6 days until the recovery of Zabuza. Naruto moved swiftly through the trees, his form a shadow against the moonlit forest. Once he was certain he was out of sight, He rechecked his surroundings with his mind's eye before biting his thumb and weaving a series of hand seals. Boar, dog, bird, dog, ram. A slight variation from the standard summoning jutsu. In a hushed voice, he whispered, summoning, wolf buddy summoning. A seal spread across the forest floor, glowing faintly before a puff of smoke erupted in front of him. When it cleared, a large wolf stood there, his fur a mix of stormy grays and whites, his piercing yellow eyes immediately locking onto Naruto. "Hey, Naruto," Raitaro greeted, his voice carrying a familiar ease as he took in his companion's changed appearance. Naruto had shifted into his hunting attire, his blonde hair now secured beneath a black bandana, and his casual, earth-toned clothing blending well with the forest surroundings. Shades of green and brown helped him disappear into nature. "Hey, Taro," Naruto responded with a grin. "Everything good back home?" The wolf nodded. Seals are still holding strong. No breaches, no attempts to force entry. Everything's quiet. Naruto exhaled, smiling in relief. The Uzumaki Temple, Raitaro's home and a place of significance for them both, remained undisturbed. That was good news. "Great," Naruto said, "and thanks for keeping an eye on things. Hope you're still finding ways to enjoy yourself when I'm not around." His tone turned a little teasing before he added, "I know you don't like traveling too much, but this time, I need some help hunting down information. And who better to ask than my best friend?" Naruto winked, and Raitaro gave a short nod, his tail flicking slightly. The wolf's ears perked up as Naruto explained the mission. By the end of it, Raitaro looked eager. He missed the hunt, too. With a quick motion, Naruto drew a few lines in the dirt, summoning his trusted bow to complete his disguise. He slung a quiver over his shoulder, opting to carry arrows rather than summon them to avoid unnecessary suspicion. With their roles set, they moved. Naruto, the hunter, Raitaro, the unseen tracker. They traversed the forest swiftly, leaping between the trees until they reached a small clearing where the single chakra signature Naruto had detected earlier remained. Hidden among the underbrush, they watched in silence as Raitaro picked up the scent. For the first hour, nothing happened. Naruto played his part well, casually hunting small prey to maintain appearances. He strung them together, slinging them over his shoulder before the real event unfolded. From the opposite edge of the clearing, a figure emerged. The person was dressed in a loose, kimono-style outfit, black hair falling neatly over their shoulders. They carried a basket filled with herbs. Naruto allowed his expression to shift, feigning surprise and fear. His hands trembled slightly as he raised his bow, exaggerating the shake just enough to sell the act. His voice followed suit, strained and unsure. Who are you?" he called out, his aim unsteady. The stranger blinked before offering a small, reassuring smile. They lifted their hands in a peaceful gesture. "Please don't shoot. I have no intention of harming anyone. I'm only gathering herbs." Most likely to help Momochi recover, Naruto thought grimly. But outwardly, he kept his act together, maintaining his wary stance. "Yeah, right," he scoffed. "You probably work for Gato. You'll go running back to him the moment you see me and tell him to take all my hard-earned food." For a brief second, the stranger looked genuinely hurt by the accusation. Then, their expressions softened, and a faint blush colored their cheeks before they quickly shook their head. No, I wouldn't do that. You have to understand, I'm in the same boat as you." Their voice was pleading, desperate. "My friend and I, we ended up in debt to Gato. I need to get these herbs so my friend can recover. Only then can we figure out a way to get out of this mess." Naruto didn't lower his bow immediately, but his stance relaxed ever so slightly, shifting from outright hostility to reluctant consideration. "You won't tell on me?" The stranger shook their head. A pause. Then Naruto exhaled, glancing away as if debating his options. Finally, he lowered his bow. "Fine. Go. I don't want to regret this later." The stranger bowed slightly. "You won't. You must be strong to fight for others at such a young age." Naruto blinked, caught off guard by the comment. He wasn't sure how to respond, so he simply remained silent. The stranger lingered for a moment before speaking again, their tone filled with quiet conviction. You know, if you have someone precious to fight for, you can achieve anything. That's what I believe. It's why I have to get these herbs, why I have to help my friend. Naruto stood frozen as the stranger turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness of the forest. He remained rooted in place until Raitaro nudged his side. "You were right there, Naruto?" Naruto slowly nodded, still processing the words. "Yeah, I think so." His mind turned inward. The idea of fighting for someone precious. His gaze flicked to Raitaro, then beyond, to the bond he had with Kurama. He already had two beings in his life who were important to him in their own ways. I should meditate on this next time. But for now, there was no time for introspection. He shook off the lingering thoughts and turned to Raitaro. "Come on, let's move. We've got a trail to follow." With that, the two of them vanished into the night, chasing the scent of their next lead, close to the hideout of Zabuza Momochi, noon the next day. Naruto and his friend had set up a small camp high in the branches of a sturdy tree near the hideout. From their vantage point, it became clear that only Momochi and the Chunin they had been tracking were stationed there. The hideout itself was a modest operation, with little activity, just one notable visit when a small boat arrived carrying a handful of thugs and a diminutive man, presumably Gato. Eavesdropping on the tense conversation between Gato and Zabuza, Naruto confirmed that they had 5 days until Zabuza planned to strike. The situation wasn't as black and white as it seemed at first. Momochi's motivations for accepting the contract were rooted in something more profound, his desire to support the revolution in Kirigakure. The village was embroiled in a brutal civil war, with the Mizukage ruthlessly purging all bloodline wielders from existence. Naruto, despite his mission, found himself sympathizing with Zabuza's goal. Stopping such madness was a cause he could understand, even respect. To gather more intelligence, Naruto sent a clone along with Raitaro to shadow Gato and locate his headquarters. When the clone eventually dispersed and Raitaro returned with the intel, Naruto silently thanked his lucky stars. Everything had gone off without a hitch. From their observations, they learned that Haku, the Chunin in Zabuza's company, was tending to his wounds with a variety of medicinal herbs. The herbs dulled Zabuza's senses, a fact the swordsman often grumbled about. Haku, for his part, would merely bow his head, apologize, and endure the rants in quiet patience. More importantly, Naruto now had the location of Gato's true stronghold. Not just the office where he conducted business, but the place he actually slept at night. By gauging the chakra signatures and movement patterns around the base, Naruto estimated that Gato had an armed force of around 500 men. They weren't trained shinobi, thank Kami for that, but they were still dangerous in their numbers. It was no wonder Gato had been able to keep the land of waves under his oppressive rule. Satisfied with their findings, Naruto left behind clones at both critical locations before making his way back to the home of the bridge builder. The coming days would be crucial. House of the Bridge Builder, nighttime same day. It was well past nightfall when Naruto finally arrived. He winced slightly, regretting his earlier decision to increase the weight of his training seals to 30 pounds each. The fight against Juzo Biwa had made one thing abundantly clear. His small frame put him at a disadvantage when it came to raw strength. Maybe tripling the resistance all at once hadn't been the wisest move. But as an ANBU, he had no choice but to strive for perfection, right? By instinct, Naruto suppressed his chakra signature as he approached, making his presence undetectable to anyone not actively looking for him. It was no surprise, then, that Kakashi remained oblivious to his arrival. The silver-haired Jonin stood alone in the open, his gaze fixed on the moon. There was something in his posture, an exhaustion that went beyond the physical. His voice, steady but laced with sorrow, carried softly through the quiet night as Naruto listened from the shadows. "Sensei." I'd usually be visiting you, Rin, Abito, and Lady Kushina at the Memorial Stone right now. But I'm on a mission again, leading my own team, almost getting them killed in the process. A heavy sigh escaped Kakashi's lips. I just can't seem to get it right. And I have no idea where your son is. The Hokage says he's alive and well cared for, but maybe it's for the best that he's not with me. If he were, I might have already gotten him killed. He exhaled sharply, rubbing a hand over his bandaged side. Though he was no longer relying on crutches, his wounds still restricted him. His mismatched eyes, one natural, one a stolen legacy, lingered on the moon. They've given me the last loyal Uchiha of Konoha, he muttered bitterly. Because of your gift, Abito, they call me the last Sharingan user in the village. But I'm not fit to train him. He awakened his Sharingan in battle against Zabuza, but only because he nearly died. If that's the only way I can teach, then maybe that's all I'm good for. A voice broke the silence behind Naruto. You know, it's considered rude to spy on fellow Konoha shinobi. Naruto turned slightly to find Yamato standing beside him. He had sensed the older ANBU's presence, but without fully focusing his mind's eye ability, he hadn't pinpointed how close he was. Another flaw to work on. Well, I'm gathering intel, Naruto replied coolly. And did I hear that right? Kakashi-san should be having mandatory sessions with the Yamanaka. He's drowning in guilt, and that's probably why he can't get his ass in gear to properly train those three. I mean, come on, tree walking? I did that before I was even in the academy. Yamato sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You're not wrong. Tree walking should be something Jinin learned before leaving the village, not during their first mission. But that doesn't change the fact that eavesdropping on a superior is forbidden unless sanctioned by the Hokage. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Beneath his mask, one eyebrow rose, though the gesture went unseen. That Jonin was supposed to be something like an older brother to me. But we were kept apart, something that helped neither of us, and, judging by what I just heard, has only turned into a problem for Konoha. He's slipping, and if no one steps in, it won't just be his students who suffer for it. His voice grew sharper, emotions bubbling to the surface. Maybe it was Haku's words still lingering in his mind. Maybe it was the realization that Kakashi, despite his reputation, was just another person burdened with loss. If Kakashi had someone to protect, someone he knew was his responsibility, maybe he wouldn't be on this self-destructive path. Naruto exhaled, forcing the emotions down. We have two options. I know where Momochi's contractor sleeps. Not a single shinobi among his guards. Give me the order, and Raven, and I will eliminate him. Gato is a potential threat to Konoha, and taking him out would lighten Team 7's burden before someone dies. Yamato tensed slightly, caught off guard by the sheer intensity in Naruto's voice. He was grateful he had set up silencing seals beforehand. You know that once the Hokage issues an order, there's only one way to change it. Before he could continue, Naruto was already summoning a scroll. His hand moved with practiced efficiency, ink flowing swiftly across the paper. A short message was written, sealed, and then given to a raven, which took off into the night. Naruto turned back, his body language daring Yamato to object. Yamato sighed, shaking his head. If the Hokage approves it, I won't argue. Understand this, Wolf. I am not your enemy. Naruto nodded, though Yamato could still feel the tension lingering between them. Deciding to shift the conversation to something less confrontational, he asked, Now, tell me everything. And so Naruto did. In meticulous detail, he recounted his observations, the intel he had gathered, and the possible courses of action he had devised during his journey back. As the two ANBU strategized, another figure retreated into his quarters. Kakashi sat alone in the dark, as he did every night, seeking answers in the silence, answers that never came. Noon on the last day, before Zabuza Momochi would attack the bridge wave. Naruto couldn't shake the nervous energy coiling in his stomach. The past 2 days had been grueling. Raven's strict instructions had pushed him into a role he had never expected to play, one that was traditionally assigned to kunoichi: seduction and infiltration. So here he was, disguised in his Naruto form, the spitting image of his mother at 18, complete with long blonde twin pigtails instead of red and delicate features that made heads turn. It was an unsettling transformation, but a necessary one. They had overheard a conversation detailing a new shipment of goods Gato was preparing for his allies, and after some digging, they confirmed the grim reality. Those goods were women, sold by their own families to settle debts. It was sickening, but unfortunately, not illegal in the elemental nations. What forced Yamato's hand, however, was the destination, the land of rice paddies, now known as the Land of Sound. Their latest intel suggested Orochimaru had been sighted in the area, and anything involving that man was cause for immediate concern. Raven was out of the question for this mission, and as the team leader, Yamato couldn't risk direct involvement. That left Naruto. His mastery of the transformation jutsu was unparalleled, and so, under Raven's strict guidance, he had trained, learning to speak, move, and manipulate his way into enemy territory. He wasn't expected to become a femme fatale overnight, but he had to be convincing enough to get himself captured. That part had gone smoothly. Gato's men had seized Naruto with ease, dragging her through the filth-ridden docks and up to the mansion. They were practically giddy, discussing how one of the women had died earlier, and now, with their latest catch, they could still deliver the expected number. Naruto played along, taking in every detail. Breaking out now would be a mistake. Too many witnesses, too many guards, and far too much noise. He needed an opening. As he observed, he noticed a woman being led away, claiming she needed the toilet. That was it, his chance. He waited patiently. When the time came, 2 guards escorted Naruto through a dimly lit hallway toward the same exit. As they neared a small staircase, he let his foot catch the edge and tumbled forward, hitting the ground hard. A small whimper of pain slipped from his lips as he clutched his ankle. "Get up," one of the guards growled, grabbing his arm roughly. Naruto sniffled, wiping a tear from his cheek with his pointer finger. In that moment, he molded his chakra, solidifying the tear into a deadly projectile. His lips curled into a smirk. "You should have listened when your mother taught you how to treat a lady." Before the guard could react, Naruto raised his hand in the shape of a finger gun and whispered, "Boom." The hardened tear shot forward like a bullet, piercing straight between the man's eyes. He was dead before he even hit the ground. Naruto caught his body before it could thud against the floor, examining the small, precise hole as blood trickled from it. Efficient for close quarters, and, as long as I have a source, he noted before summoning his karambit. There was still a mansion to clear. Easier said than done. Yamato's orders were clear. No one could know that shinobi were responsible, especially not Konoha shinobi. That meant eliminating all evidence, including the first guard's body. A wound like that was unmistakably the work of a ninja. Naruto swiftly sealed the corpse into a scroll before slipping into the shadows. One by one, he moved through the estate, silently dispatching guards and storing their bodies. He kept it simple, knives only, no flashy jutsu, no unnecessary risks. To further cover his tracks, he disguised himself as one of the fallen guards, blending seamlessly into their ranks. By the time he reached the basement and the small hidden dock, dawn was on the horizon. A ship was already waiting to ferry the captured women to the Land of Sound. The crew had to be dealt with as well, a process that required patience, observing their routines, isolating them, and taking them down without a single scream escaping. Once it was done, Naruto had his clones strip the bodies, weigh them down with stones, and toss them into the dark waters below. With the path finally clear, he turned his attention back to the prisoners. Now came the hardest part, selling the act. He smeared some blood across his Naruto disguise and deliberately paled his complexion, giving himself the look of someone who had just survived a nightmare. Then, dragging his feet and trembling, he made his way back into the dungeon. The moment he stepped inside, all eyes were on him. The women gasped, some instinctively backing away. Others whispered anxiously. "Where are the guards?" one asked. "What happened to you?" another demanded. Naruto let out a shaky breath, making sure his voice quivered as he spoke. Someone killed the guards. It all happened so fast. There was blood everywhere. I just ran." For a moment, silence. Then chaos. Some of the captives bolted for the door, searching for any sign of their captors. Others simply panicked, whispering among themselves. "Enough!" A strong voice cut through the noise. An older woman stepped forward, eyes sharp as they locked onto Naruto. "Kid, do you have the key?" Naruto blinked. He had expected more resistance. The woman continued. "Maybe it was a shinobi hired by one of Gado's enemies. I don't care. We don't know if they're on our side, and I'm not waiting to find out. We have to move." Some of the other women hesitated, but without a better plan, they reluctantly fell in line. To Naruto's surprise, it all went smoother than expected. He retrieved the key, unlocked their restraints, and followed the older woman as she led the group toward the docked ship. In the confusion, Naruto slipped a clone into the crowd, one still disguised as Naruto. The clone would ensure the women boarded safely and departed without issue. His real body had a different task. He had to reach Gado's estate. The rescue mission was a success, but there was still unfinished business. Gado himself needed to be dealt with. There was only one small problem. Naruto had initially assumed that the women were being held at Gado's mansion, but it was now painfully obvious that he had been wrong. This was an entirely separate location. Even if he knew the general direction of the estate, getting there wouldn't be easy, and time was running out. Konoha Yamanaka clan compound. Ino couldn't shake the unease bubbling in her gut. Ever since Asuma-sensei had informed her that Team 7 had left for their first C-rank mission, she hadn't been able to sleep properly. She wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because of the extra training she'd been sneaking in, training that had shattered every lie the academy had fed them. While Asuma's drills had been tough, they were nothing compared to the hell Anko had put her through. The difference was night and day. Right now, she stood on the surface of a small lake, focusing on maintaining her chakra control while simultaneously working through the first stage of water element training. Her reserves needed work, and Anko had made sure she was painfully aware of that fact. Of course, her instructor wasn't just standing idly by. Every few minutes, a kunai would zip toward her, forcing her to dodge either by substitution or shunshin. Anko called it multitasking. Ino called it borderline torture. Despite all of this, her mind wasn't fully in the training. Anko, being Anko, noticed immediately. "Why, princess?" The woman's voice cut through the silence, dango stick lazily hanging from her lips. "Enough for now. You're distracted, and if you keep that up, you're going to take a kunai somewhere unpleasant." Ino let out a frustrated sigh. She hated that nickname. Her father used it as a term of endearment, but hearing it from Anko was a different story. Even worse was the fact that her instructor had seen right through her. Normally, Ino was good at masking her emotions, but Anko was too sharp. "You know about the C-rank mission Team 7 took?" Ino finally asked, trying to sound casual. Anko hummed, pulling another dango from her skewer. "Sure do, princess. What about it? Jealous your team didn't get a C rank first." Ino hesitated before sighing. "Maybe a little. I mean, I know forehead smart, but not in a Shikamaru kind of way. She still got a major crush, and if anything happens out there, she cut herself off, feeling ridiculous for even saying it out loud." Anko gave her a knowing look. "You mean kind of like you did before I told you to research what happens when Kunoichi get captured?" Ino winced and nodded. That lesson had been a wake-up call, one that had stuck with her. Anko leaned back, finishing off her dango. "Well, congratulations, princess. You're experiencing the same thing the rest of us did when our friends first hit the field. Anxiety, worry, that sinking feeling in your gut that someone isn't going to come back." She stretched her arms lazily before continuing, her tone shifting slightly, less teasing, more matter of fact. "It's normal, but you need to figure out how to handle it. We live in a brutal world, Ino. Death walks with us every day. We deal it out so often that it's only a matter of time before it's served right back. Ino frowned. How do you deal with it? The possibilities, I mean. She was still standing on the water, but had long since stopped her exercises. Anko tossed the empty dango stick aside and smirked. Easy. You find something to help you manage the stress. A hobby. A pastime. She turned to Ino, her smirk widening. And when you're older, maybe a fetish or two. The words barely had time to register before Ino's concentration shattered. Her chakra flickered, and with a startled yelp, she plunged straight into the lake. Sputtering, she dragged herself onto the shore, dripping wet, and glared at Anko with pure disbelief. The older woman only laughed. With Team 7 on the unfinished bridge, Yamato stood on the edge of the battlefield, his sharp eyes scanning the unfolding fight on the bridge. Team 7 was caught in a desperate struggle, ensnared within an intricate dome of ice mirrors, a technique unmistakably belonging to the Yuki clan. It had taken him a moment to piece it together, but now he was certain. The masked assailant wasn't aiming to kill, only incapacitate. That made things more complicated. A second concern gnawed at the back of his mind: Gato's men. Raven had already sent word that a group of thugs had been dispatched to the bridge builder's house. Fortunately, thanks to Naruto's earlier reconnaissance, they had prepared for this. But the biggest problem of all was Kakashi's battle. He could barely make out the copy ninja's movements through the dense veil of mist. Too thick, too disorienting. Damn Zabuza and his hidden mist jutsu. A sharp, agonized scream cut through the battlefield. Sasuke. Yamato tensed, muscles coiling to move, but before he could even activate a shunshin, a sudden and powerful gust of wind tore through the area. He had to brace himself against the force, the sheer pressure of it clearing not only the suffocating mist, but even the thick clouds above. Then came the silence. What everyone saw next was a sight that would burn itself into memory. Perched high on the construction crane above the bridge, crouched in perfect stillness, was a lone ANBU. The figure was eerily reminiscent of a certain moment in Konoha's history, the way Itachi Uchiha had been seen atop the Uchiha district entrance after the massacre. The tension on the bridge shifted palpably. Then, without a word, the ANBU tossed something onto the bridge near Zabuza and Kakashi. Both warriors instinctively ceased their fight, momentarily wary of the new presence. The object landed with a dull, wet thud. A severed head, wrapped in a blood-stained cloth, rolled across the cold stone. Gato's face, frozen in an expression of pure agony. Yamato blinked. He knew that mask. Wolf. Naruto had completed his mission, and not a moment too soon. From the shadows, Raven emerged, blade drawn, her stance sharp as she positioned herself near Haku. No doubt the wind jutsu had come from the scroll Naruto had prepared. His clones must have been training in secret. Yamato's attention shifted between his recruit and Zabuza. Tension coiled in the air as Wolf's voice rang out, calm and authoritative. Your client is dead, Momochi. His army of 300 mercenaries has joined him at the bottom of the ocean. A scroll was thrown onto the bridge, landing between them. A quarter of Gato's fortune. With best regards from the Hokage, he expects that, after the rebellion is ended, there will be diplomatic talks between Konoha and Kiri. Take it, take your accomplice, and leave. The message was clear. Zabuza, silent and calculating, didn't move. His fingers twitched near the hilt of Kubikurabocho. Before he could act, an arrow embedded itself into the stone at his feet, the impact sharp and deliberate. His gaze snapped upward. Another ANBU stood at a distance, bow drawn, another arrow already knocked and ready to fly. A quick glance around the area revealed the truth. More than 50 hidden archers, all trained on him. Zabuza was a skilled warrior. He had no doubts about his ability to fight, but even he wasn't reckless enough to battle those odds. Agreed, he finally rasped. He turned to his companion. Haku, take the scroll. We're leaving. Team 7, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, didn't protest. Raven took the moment to scan the injuries of the young genin, assessing their condition. Yamato stepped out of hiding, making his way toward Kakashi, who was still catching his breath. Nothing dramatic, Raven reported. The Uchiha will have a killer migraine when he wakes up. Haku struck an acupuncture point. Yamato nodded, then turned to Kakashi. Hataki, I think a strategic retreat is in order. Kakashi, still recovering, simply nodded before issuing orders to his team, at least those still conscious. Naruto silently approached, handing over a sealed scroll. Yamato unsealed it with practiced ease, immediately recognizing the encryption. His eyes scanned the contents. Well done on collecting that evidence. I spoke to T, and they agreed. Investing in Kiri's rebellion may lead to a diplomatic relationship. Kiri has gone dark since the start of the blood purges. Agent Wolf is hereby authorized to use any means necessary to secure that potential alliance. A possible relationship is better than no relationship at all. As time is of the essence, Agent Wolf is permitted to act without prior consultation with the team captain. A full debrief will be conducted after the situation stabilizes. The team captain will then determine the next course of action before returning to Konoha. Regarding informing former ANBU captain and current Jonin sensei of Team 7, Hataki Kakashi, of the identity of Agent Wolf, I have consulted a trusted source. She largely agrees with ANBU Wolf's assessment. Therefore, I grant leave to address the issue. Further orders regarding Hataki will be issued upon his return to the village. This scroll is to be destroyed after Captain Owl reads it. Without hesitation, Yamato burned the scroll. The parchment crumbled into ash in his palm. Kakashi, ever observant, noted the action but made no comment. Instead, his uncovered eye flickered toward Wolf. We'll debrief at the bridge builder's house, Kakashi said flatly. Secure perimeter. Wolf nodded and vanished in a blur of motion. Kakashi exhaled, glancing at Yamato. That's a good recruit you've got there, Owl. Not much older than my genin, I'd guess. Yamato met his former captain's gaze, unreadable behind his mask. He's good, he admitted. Still has things to learn. But we'll talk later. That was enough to silence any further questions. Room in the bridge builder's house. Naruto had secured one of the rooms Team 7 had been using during their stay. Tsunami, the bridge builder's daughter, had been more than accommodating after the events of the day. Now, the room was sealed with a temporary privacy barrier, and within it sat Kakashi, Yamato, Izumi, known as Raven, and Naruto. Yamato crossed his arms, his voice steady as he took control of the conversation. All right, Wolf. Debrief first. After that, Raven and I will take our leave so you can address the other issue with Hataki. Sound good? Naruto nodded. Understood. He took a breath before launching into the explanation of what had happened after his capture and the successful liberation of the women. Everything would have gone perfectly if they had actually taken me to Gato's mansion like we expected. Instead, they transported me to a completely different facility, which meant I had to make my way to the target's estate on foot to avoid raising any suspicion of shinobi interference. He paused, allowing space for questions, but when no one spoke, he continued. When I finally reached the mansion, I immediately realized something was off. There was a small perimeter defense force, but nowhere near the number we had anticipated. After investigating, I found the manor practically empty. No staff, no inner security. The only thing left behind was Gato's vault. Naruto exhaled before going on. I gained access to the vault and found notes on Gato's plans. Turns out, he was planning to betray Momochi from the start. His exact words were cutting him off after he takes care of the tree huggers to reduce personal costs. Yamato silently acknowledged how well his recruit had handled the situation. This wasn't just an infiltration, it was intelligence gathering, espionage, and field adaptation at its finest. He had entered undetected, secured valuable information, and completed his objectives without compromising their cover. Naruto pressed on. After sealing away the Rio and other valuables, I tracked Gato down. I found him aboard a small ship en route to the bridge, with an army of about 300 men. At first, I was observing, looking for the best way to eliminate the threat while also securing favor with Momochi. His voice faltered slightly. Then I saw them bring out a woman onto the deck. She was barely dressed. They stripped her down in front of the whole ship. He trailed off, unable to finish. For the first time since Yamato had taken over as his captain, he could see it, the breaking point. "It's all right," Yamato said gently. "Take your time. I can guess what happened." Naruto shook his head, signaling for him to wait. "No, I need to finish." His fingers clenched into fists, his voice lower now. I couldn't just stand there. I handed over control to someone more experienced." Silence hung in the air. Then Naruto abruptly stood and left the room. A few seconds later, they heard the sound of retching from just outside. No one spoke. Inside that room, every person had their own demons, their own ghosts. They understood, so they waited. When Naruto finally returned, his face was slightly pale and his voice was hoarse. "Sorry about that." Yamato gave a short nod. "It's fine." There was nothing more to say about it. The rest of the report held no surprises. The situation was under control, and Team Yama would remain in the Land of Waves until the bridge was completed. Once that was done, they would escort Team 7 back to Konoha, debrief, and await further orders. With that settled, Yamato and Raven took their leave. Now, only two remained in the room: Kakashi and Naruto. The silence that followed was heavy. Naruto was still struggling with what he had witnessed, what he had done, what he had allowed to be done. And now, here he was, standing in front of another challenge. Better to rip off the bandage quickly. Before Kakashi could even get a word out, Naruto reached up and removed his ANBU mask, then his bandana. Deep blue eyes stared into the lone, shocked eye of the copy ninja. Kakashi's breath hitched. "Wait, you're..." The words died on his lips as realization crashed into him like a brick wall. His sensei's son, his student, dressed in the gear of an ANBU. The memories connected like an unrelenting storm. The secrecy, the orders, the assignments. It all made sense now. And then guilt. Raw, suffocating guilt. His voice came out hoarse, pained. "How? Why?" He exhaled sharply, his eye dark with emotion. "I failed you again, sensei." Naruto poked the stunned Kakashi once, then twice. Before he could go for a third, the Jonin finally reacted, blinking as if snapping out of daze. "Naruto? Is that really you?" Kakashi's voice was uncertain, almost disbelieving.